Good evening, viewers. Today, the Deputy President and his troop were in Nakuru for the burial of Senator Victor Prengei. But the things that featured in that funeral were issues to do with the frustration of the DP after the reassignment of the security forces. That is actually what dominated the speeches at the burial. And today we want to weigh in on some of the issues that our leaders raised. They will form part of our discussion. So you are welcome. We're continuing with current affairs, and so DP has dominated our waves this week. And issues of security are still not leaving the political scene. So we will weave in part of the speeches that were made at the funeral in Nakuru, as we invite each and every person to share their opinion over the same. Yes, I will begin by a clip or where the Deputy President himself is speaking. We want to see his take on issues of security and how he feels up to this moment, whether he's feeling the heat of betrayal or he's taking things lightly. Let's hear from the horse's mouth.
Wananchi wa taifa letu la Kenya ya kwamba
wale wanaoshughulika na mambo ya vyeo na mamlaka na askari, mimi sitakuwa na nafasi ya kujibizana na nyinyi, kwa sababu mimi I am busy. Mimi niko na kazi ya muhimu ya kushughulikia vile tutapanga mambo ya uchumi ya taifa letu la Kenya, tukianzia chini. Hiyo taratibu ndio mimi niko busy nikifanya, nikitafuta wale tunaweza kushirikiana na wao, nikipanga vile tutakuwa na chama ambayo itatusaidia kusukuma hiyo agenda. Na kwa hivyo mimi nataka niwaambie wale wengine, mutanisamehe kwa sababu I may not be available to engage with you on matters, sharing positions and sharing power, and who has security and who doesn't have security. Because I believe that before we discuss our positions as leaders, we must first have a plan on how to create jobs for millions of young people. Before we discuss how we are going to share power, we must first have a plan on the empowerment of ordinary businesses and farmers, so that we can lift them out and ensure they have the necessary support to produce and to do well. And ahead of discussing the security of us leaders, we must discuss the security, the well-being of ordinary citizens. That is the only way we can have a nation that every Kenyan can feel they have not been left behind. So I am sorry, I will disappoint the gentlemen who want us to discuss power and positions and security, because I am busy assembling an economic plan a bottom-up economic plan that will first see to it that we create jobs, we have empowerment, and we create the necessary security for ordinary citizens so that we can move our country forward.
Okay, that is our Deputy President speaking. He also summarized it on Twitter and said that those focused on political positions, power sharing, and now GSU AP Manenos, sorry, I'm unavailable. I'm focused on the revolutionary bottom-up economic dispensation that is focused on jobless millions of youth, empowerment for SMEs, and then enterprises, and support for farmers, herders, and fisher folks. End of the quote. So he's not focused on the drama of security withdrawal or security with or without security, but he's focused on the agenda. His eyes are on the goal. So mufanye nini, mnyime security, ye ataendelea tu. Let's hear what Murkomen said.
Na hii watu wote tulikuwa tunajaribu kutolewa ni kwa sababu tu ya siasa ya ujinga. I can tell you because nimekaa na President Uhuru Kenyatta personally, privileged to work with him, with the Deputy President. And I can tell you, nakumbuka siku yenye ilisemwa null and void. That day ilitangazwa kasema elections of president and his deputy is null and void. We were sitting in the same office ya the Deputy President. Deputy President aligonga mesa akasema sasa we must provide leadership, we must go for another elections. Akatuambia kaeni hapo, I'm going to see the president. Alipoenda mimi nikafuata yeye, tukaenda State House. That is how the president came out the way he came. Tukaenda hapo Kikombana yeye, tuka encourage president. We flew to Nakuru town. I was the only one in that chopper, inside chopper ya president. Tukaenda Narok, tukaenda wote, tukaanza a new round mpaka Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta akakuwa president ya Kenya kwa sababu ya effort ya deputy president na watu wengi wenye ambao wamefukuzwa, wamepigwa, wamekandamizwa. Now I keep asking myself, because we need to do politics of honesty, I keep asking myself, President Uhuru Kenyatta juzi alikuja TV akafanyiwa interview. Akaulizwa uko na shida gani na naibu wako? Akasema you know, sijui hata mimi nini ilifanyika, hata sijui makosa vizuri, ingawaje hakusupport BBI, kwa sababu ya hii BBI haikuwa agenda yetu. BBI hatukuitwa PG. BBI haikudiskasiwa kwa cabinet. Raila Odinga 2002 alisababisha hasara, Uhuru Kenyatta akashindwa. 2013 alishindana na Uhuru Kenyatta akasema, in fact I remember akisema Uhuru Kenyatta akiamka asubuhi ni bangi, akiamka jioni ni pombe. He was the one who said it in 2013. Akapiga Uhuru Kenyatta namna hiyo. From 2013 to 2017 akapiga Uhuru Kenyatta na familia yake. In fact he said his family imeiba pesa yote ya Ministry of Health, wapi, magazeti, all through. 2017 akapigana na yeye. 2017 second election akazusia. After that akajitangaza president. Yeah, it's something that it has never happened in other democracies in the world. A man called a meeting to swear himself in as the president of the Republic of Kenya. Baada ya hiyo anatembea free, anakuja kukaa na president, anajiita, hata ana joke around, anasema mimi nikakuwa people's president, ule akakuwa president ya Kenya, and he is facing no consequences. The question I ask you, Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, ni nini hata kama ni BBI alone? Ni nini William Ruto amekufanyia mpaka unamdhulumu, unamfanya kama takataka, na ni mtu ametumia all the energy to support you? Tell us that one thing. Tell us that one thing. As the people of Kenya tutakuja kulipa. Kama William Ruto alikunyang'anya kitu utuambie. Kama vile mtu alikunyang'anya mtu utuambie, we will pay back, because you are telling the world, which is a paradox, you are telling the world, oh, you know, BBI was to bring people together, we believe in bringing Kenyans together, but how are you able to spend 4 years una-arrest watu wakirelate na deputy president, unakataza yeye kufanya kazi yote? Tell us one assignment, one assignment yenye ulimpatia William Ruto na akakataa kwenda kufanya, and why in the first time he was doing it freely. Jameni, tusidanganyane. People, leaders have suffered, people have been punished, community projects have been removed because of fighting one individual. But you know what I want to tell you, Your Excellency, the Deputy President? After we relax to evil, it's painful, but relax. I know because tulitoka nyumba yako, tukienda kukampenia president na wewe kwa Kitale, tukitoka tu nyumba, ndio some terrorist or somebody who had a gun akuja kupiga watu kwa nyumba yako kwa Sugoi. That issue has never been investigated up to now. No report has been given from the office of the Inspector General. I know, because uli renovate nyumba kwa Mombasa. Just before you entered, police wakuja kufunga mlango. I even know some of your clothes iko ndani ya hiyo nyumba. I know. These things, you have been patient enough.
Okay, team, you're welcome to today's discussion. We have Ruto Speaks. It's not just Ruto, but Ruto and all his team. They were at the funeral service of the late Senator Victor Rengei, and then issues of security surfaced, and that is what dominated the whole funeral service. So everybody spoke their mind, and other clips will come more as we continue, but we can begin to weigh in on what we have heard from the deputy himself speak, and then our former majority leader, Senator Murkomen, has spoken passionately, defending the deputy president. What do you think in the wake of issues of security? I also saw, like today, maybe this picture should surface before we proceed, because we are talking about issues of security. Let this one surface, then we proceed. Just shortly.
Kaidi ile mambo ambaye sisi tulimrequest kama team. So I want to celebrate him on behalf of his family, na watu wao wote wakiwa hapa siku ya leo. Niwaeleze hakuna siku hata moja, tafadhalini tutulie, hakuna chochote ambacho, unajua Your Excellency, dunia imefika hapa ambapo watu wakiona polisi wanatoroka peke yao hata kama hakuna shida. Nafikiri mambo iko sawa, tafadhalini tutulie. Nitamaliza hivi sasa. Your Excellency, I wanted to, you took the initiative.
Okay, I just wanted to show you that picture and see what transpired in Nakuru. The GSU were withdrawn, and today we saw them in large numbers. So we don't know what exactly is happening. You can make your comments over the same. So I'll begin by the earliest bird. Jex. Ama, you available, Jex? Okay. If Jex is not ready, we can begin with Deba, then we go to Ayaga. I hope I'm audible. Yes?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Good afternoon, good evening.
Good afternoon. Let me sort out my. Okay. Proceed.
Yeah, there was an echo. Okay, it's better now. So, thanks for giving me this time, Wekesa and Ayaga. Naona bado kuna echo, sijui what's happening. On the topic, on what you have shared about the DP and basically their talk today, I don't know why the DP finds it very necessary to keep sending his troops to respond to the president and the presidency in the manner that they're doing. For those of us who did not vote for Jubilee and did not support it, definitely, as someone said, we could be happy that they are showing us that it was a wrong choice that was made, because they're really washing their dirty linen in public. Murkomen lecturing his president in such a manner is not discipline, and is not what would require of a nice political dispensation. We would wish that he's even going ahead to come out and tell us pretty much of so many things that I don't think is very necessary for now. Pretty much you should say, as citizen, we don't want to be treated to that right now. Secondly, I also find the deputy president not being genuine, because in the same vein, when he's saying that he's busy doing other things, he's sending his the script is very, very clear. He should not talk, but these are the guys to address the president, you see. So that comes out still like he's sending them, he's telling them what to say and how to say it. This is likely to escalate the problem further. I mean, we are likely in the next 1 or 2 weeks going to keep hearing rebuttals from either side. The president's people are going to respond. The DP side is going to respond. The electorate, those who support the DP, are going to fume. They are going to support him. They are going to say he's being treated badly. The other side is going to say this is a normal act. We have to do this. So that back and forth is going to continue. And what it's going to do is just going to create a lot more animosity on the ground. My submission has always been that if the citizens could rise above the politics that's happening right now and call their government to order, the Jubilee government to order, that their differences should not be part of the reason why the citizens, I mean, we have a right to support any side we want to support, but we don't want to support so that we can see us being treated into the drama that we are seeing right now. That any opportunity someone gets, they'll take it to bash the other side. Fair enough, whatever is happening to some degree would have been done earlier. But again, you'd wish that there would be some bit of decorum. You know, if the deputy president would mean what he's saying, then I would expect that he would behave differently from what he's saying. If he's saying that I don't have time to respond, but in the same vein, you know, he's speaking from two sides of his mouth. He's saying that I don't want to respond, but in the same forum, he's saying that, you know, these people have taken over the security and stuff. So my submission to the speaking, even it is agreeable across board, that we don't need to be treated to the drama as a citizen. It is not about whether you support Ruto or not. It's not whether you support Uhuru or not. It's whether what we are seeing happening right now is what the kind of politics we want for either this government or the next government. Are there other approaches or other forums that they can look at? Other than that, we are going to take very tough positions. Probably the citizenry are going to abuse each other, insult each other. But at the end of the day, what has happened? We have a government, that's a jubilee that we elected. Their term is coming to an end next year. What do you want to see? I don't think we want to be treated to this. So I know that they do have a right of reply. It is not in my place to advise them, but I wish they would have a different way of approach to the solution. Yes, okay, so that's my submission for now.
Okay, thank you for your opening remarks and submission. Ayaga?
Okay, thank you very much. Hi, Temba, how are you?
I'm fine, Ayaga. How are you? You are so far. Can you come closer? Your audio is.
I'm very far. It is my voice, I think. I'm okay now. I just want to be categorical. I had William and this Tanga brigade. They were in Molo. They are saying it doesn't bother them for the security, but reading the body language, those people are angry. They are very confused. You know, you cannot mix two things: confusion and hunger and happiness. You cannot mix the two, but they are trying to mix it. I want to address Murkomen, or I'll only comment on what Murkomen was talking about. Murkomen is a lawyer, and Murkomen is a teacher of law. He's not only a lawyer, but a teacher of law. Told us about Raila sworn himself in. It was against the law. Why can't he, as a teacher of law and a lawyer in this republic, go to court and charge Raila Molo Odinga? Why is he going to Molu to tell Ogiek, who don't know, maybe may not have a knowledge in law, such silly lies? You know, these people are being fed. You know, you cannot lie always. Hizi uongo zao zimefika kikomo. Sasa ndio unaona hii makasiriko yote wanatuletea makasiriko kwa sababu ya uongo. Wale walijaza mpaka Wakenya wakazoea. Murkomen is a lawyer in this country, and Murkomen is a teacher of law in this nation. Let him prepare a court file, go and charge Raila Odinga, because Raila commit a crime which is treasonable. That thing was taken to a high court, and the high court deliver a ruling. Murkomen has not appealed the case up to date. So he should not go to Rift Valley to lie for the people who don't know the law, that was illegal. If he is hungry about anything of given AP, my friend, our APs are the most trained people. Our APs, once upon a time, kwa wale ambao wajui history, ndio waligonga jeshi ya Uganda. Watu wa Kagiu, Moi akachukua wanajeshi akapatia manguo za APs. Those were pure APs. Walitandika Amin kama Amin alikuwa amecheza na territory yetu. So those guys are very trained. You cannot degrade our APs and at the same time abusing the government that is feeding him. Those are the problem I've been saying. You cannot push a vehicle ukiwa ndani yake. You cannot, huwezi sukuma gari ukiwa ndani. Hizo ndio vitu zitakupata huko. Akitaka kusukuma government, atoke kwa government, aisukumie hii. It will be safe for him. Kama anasukuma hiyo gari akiwa, he will be suffocated and his life will be more in danger than here now. I gave him up to December. Tukifika December, ataona Musa. Asante sana.
Okay. Someone has put on. Kuna mtu hajamute. Who is that? Okay, thank you. Natafuta huyu jamaa anaitwa nani? Amepotea. So let's move to Purity. Purity. Ama yeye pia amepotea. Purity. Okay, if Purity is not available, let's go to Ruben. Unmute and then proceed.
Okay, my submission on the issue of BP security is that the institutions of the government should be respected. So, on my take is that those changes and the assignments that were changed from GSU to AP were not okay, because it is a sim walikuwa the president is fighting from the exchange that was given by Ruto huko Mombasa, kwenye alisema he can't resign. That's the reason why the president wants to show his deputy that he is capable and he has power than him. Though he can't equate himself to him, and that's the reason why he was changed the APs. But now on the Ruto's allies, wache kucomplain sana. They were the same people, akina Dede Nyoro, akina Murkomen, were the same people who are very happy when Laia's security were withdrawn at the peak of 2017 elections. So they were very happy and they still supporting the deportation of akina Miguna. So sahi waache kulalamika. What goes around come around. Sasa ni wakati wao. Although we are not in support of that thing, they should stop complaining a lot, because it is as if they are finding a platform to kupiga siasa pia. They are very happy with this issue because it is creating a platform where they can wanaweza piga siasa throughout the day.
Okay. Sawa, thank you for your contribution, Ruben. But kindly check on your mic. Maybe you have opened more than one page. There's a lot of echo from your mic. Can you mute it? Okay, thank you. Thank you for your contribution. We now move to this guy called what? Gilbert ama Giddis?
Kiddies. That's my name.
Kiddis
Kibe.
Okay. Yeah. Kiddis Kibe.
Yes. Okay, I've heard people discussing about this withdrawal of Ruto, this and this. Well, I think my point here is actually to follow the law. Because you are in power today, you'll not be in power tomorrow. And my point is that actually we are supposed to be actually respecting the people. Don't use your powers, don't misuse your powers. That's my point. Because I've heard people saying we are complaining, who is complaining, he is complaining. Okay, I think the life of a person matters a lot. If something happened today for someone, maybe because of being denied security or such things, will be coming here regretting on saying, oh, that happened because of this and this. So to avoid blame game and such things, I can come in with such the words that Atwoli said some few months or last year, saying that Ruto will not be in ballot box, what like that. No. So you are saying to avoid such things, maybe it's happening. And something might happen accidentally, not even, no one maybe can plan that, but something can happen anytime. What will you say? Will you say that, oh, tulikuwa tunasema, ilitolewa, ilikuwa AP? Such things, actually, we have to follow the law. If you can do this and this, use other means in politics, but not someone's security, not someone's life. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm awaiting questions for the initial submission. Then maybe round 2 we will do questions. Let everybody give their opinion, and then we go. So thank you for your submission, Absalom, then Deto, and then S-Second, in that order. Absalom, unmute, and then S-Second, mute. S-Second, mute and take tea. I see you are enjoying tea, but mute. Okay, Absalom, proceed. Unmute first. Okay, Deto, proceed, Absalom. You're okay? Absalom.
Just give me 5 minutes. I will.
Okay. Deto, proceed.
Okay,
thank
you so much. I'm very fine. Yes,
yes.
I'm really lost.
You
But
got lost.
I'm back.
You got lost.
Yes.
I thought your security was withdrawn from this place.
You know, these people are daring our rights, Bana. But, you know...
Ayaga will protect you. Ayaga is your friend.
Leave Ayaga alone. He is one of the catalysts to ensure that I'm not secure. So, but I'm happy to come back.
The floor is yours. Yes.
Thank you so much. Hey, Bala, nimewamiss sana. And but I've also been following you guys. You are doing great. And also things have been advancing very fast within a very short time. And we should be also expecting
today we
much.
are wearing UDA colors. Today we are wearing UDA colors, all of us, and we are not complaining.
Yeah, you know, when people are about to get to the other side of the river, they start through maybe attires, some small signage. Then you find them, they have already come to our side. So I think that was very great. But to begin with, there is this issue of withdrawing security for deputy president. I think these guys, that is our president and the DP, they started so well, and somewhere along, things were like mixed up. We saw when the president was interviewed, he was unable to tell Kenyans maybe what is this that emanated between their relationship with the deputy president. Also, we have also seen when the DP was also asked the same question, he also said that he is not in a position to discuss his boss. So then we are left as Kenyans asking, what is this that really happened that has led to all this mess? And the other day we saw the security of the DP being withdrawn. But I'm happy to see how leaders, even those who oppose the deputy president, you can see they are respecters of the law. They know that a person of such caliber, a VIP, should be given adequate security. Leave alone this, the hula balloons about Atuoli, that some people are now claiming that, you know, he said that Deputy President will not be there in 2022, we are unshakable. And whatever they say, I hope you saw what happened in Nakuru today. Despite that a lot of security guards has been withdrawn, you could see some personal security. And this guy was very secure where he was. As well, I did not know why a lot of GSUs were sent there. So whatever they are after, let me tell you as a Kenyan that this country is undergoing a revolution, and we are not intimidated for whatever cause. Before a revolution comes, there must be a person who will start it. And we have one, William Samoei Ruto. And his revolution is not an extremist. He is coming up with a model, an idea to change our economy. And I think every person in Kenya, what we need most is to have money in our pockets, nothing more. Because we might be taken to good schools, but we do not have jobs. We do not have good environment to implement what we went to school to do. The other point, Wekesa, is about the other day I saw Equity Bank coming back to defend that in the case of this Turkish guy, saying that no one was given the 15 billion. I think it was very clear Deputy President William Ruto was not referring to that Harun. He was referring to an investor in Uganda, a person from East Africa, not from Turkey. I think these people, they should reason well, because a lot of contradiction can be brought maybe to bring someone down, but I'm telling you, if God has said yes, regardless of all what these people will do, I can tell you our next president is Deputy President William Samoei Ruto. And I will tell you that to face. Today you saw what happened. I think there was a meeting in a State House about the Kiereweke on their plan to sign off Akina Morade and the likes of what. It is out of the advices we have given in this platform that these guys from Mount Kenya and Kiereweke team are realizing where the majority is, because majority of this nation, we are a youthful nation. And if I talk as a young man from Central Province, and I say the situation on the ground, these people should reason. Because if they wait and go and seek the viewpoint of a Glaney there, the Glaney has only, I think, 10%. So we are the majority. And if we say that we are waiting, we respect so much our president, Uhuru, with his administration. In fact, we shall remain respecting him until his term ends next year. But he is not there to determine who will be the next president. That one, we have the power as Kenyans. So I would first stop there, because I believe with the time, we shall have to discuss more about any arising issues. Thank you so much, Wekesa.
Welcome. Thank you for your passionate contribution. Okay, we want to go to the next person, but let's listen to one clip first.
Ikiweza tunaongelesha Jubilee na wale wenye wako hapa wenye huwa wanasaidiana upande wa Jubilee na Jubilee wenyewe. Na ningeweza tu kuomba niongeze kidogo hapo. Nimeona Senator Prengei yako na brother anaitwa Nicodemus, mwenye amekaa young kama ni miaka 35 and below, I believe, I hope. Hata kama inawezekana itoke hata kwa mtu wa familia, hizo 11 months iwe from the family, I think that would be great. Kabisa. Sasa nikimalizia na nikikaa chini pia, let me add my voice to ile tumeona, kwa sababu nobody lives under a rock in this country. Tunaona yenye inaendelea and we are not blind. We may be quiet but we see it. Your Excellency the Deputy President, tumeyaona yote yenye umepitia. Na vile tumeyaona ni kwa sababu hata sisi wenye tuko karibu na wewe, we have had to be prosecuted, to be intimidated, kutolewa kwa viti kwa sababu yako ya kuwa karibu na wewe. Na sisi tulisema hatutakuwa ile jeshi ya kujificha ama ya kusema haitavaa uniform ili wasionekane. Tutakaa na uniform na tutakugard kabisa. So we have seen that, lakini sasa imekuja sana na nataka nitume hii message kwa DCI Kenoti na wale wengine wote investigating agencies in Kenya. Kuna watu watatu in this country that we must see publicly recording statements. Mtu wa kwanza mwenye tunatoka kuona akirecord statement ni yule mzee mwenye anarepresent wafanyikazi, na hata sijaona ile kazi yake anafanya akirepresent wafanyikazi. Atwoli stood in a public place na akasema William Ruto will not be there in 2022. Tunataka Atwoli a record statement, and we must know what it is that he meant and what it is that he knew that we may not be knowing. Mtu wa pili ni Kibicho, the PS for Interior. Kibicho katika ile lamada alisema William Ruto will not be there, akasema hata Saitoti alikuweko na hayuko sasa. We need to see him recording a statement. Mtu wa tatu that lazima record statement ni Murathe. Murathe pia alisema that William Ruto, they have an army ya kustop William Ruto. Wako na movement ya kustop William Ruto. So we need to understand, given the events of what is happening, because the law is very clear that the Deputy President, the President, the State House and the lodges, state lodges must be guarded by the GSU. Sasa tumeona wamewatoa hata kama naona wako wengi hapa. We need to understand, because nowhere does the law give AP the mandate to guard the Deputy President. So given those utterances, we need to know where this is going. Na ya mwisho, nikimalizia, and we must see that the IG, you must be told off. And by the way, sisi sio wajinga, this is
Okay, the clip has ended prematurely, but I think that it has captured part of what they were talking in Nakuru. So let me bring the next person. The next person was Tobias. You can make your contribution maybe based on what you have heard from the first, second, or third clip. Tobias Moses. Na kama hayuko tayari tunaenda kwa Alois.
Yes, how are you guys?
We are good.
Okay, what I can say, I just want to make some few points here. Yeah, it's quite unfortunate that the youth are being misused and misguided, because what is going on in this country, it has happened before. The kind of dramas. And we should not behave as if we have never seen such kinds happening to some of our leaders in this country before. In fact, when now your time has come, we should just look away of how we learn, and our leaders will also learn, because they are the same guys that passed the security bill. So when the same law is now stepped at your doorstep, you make you come at the top of the roof and you make a lot of noise. We as the youth, we should be asking ourselves, what can we do in this country to change the style, the type, and the reasoning of our leaders? Because every time and again they come just back to us with some reasoning, what they have worked on, to confuse our brain more and more. Because if I can remember, it's not fire. It's just the other day when the former prime minister was being mishandled, his security details were withdrawn. Until even he come up and said, hata hii moja imebaki, I'm just requesting the government to come and withdraw even this one that is remaining. So when the security of the deputy president is withdrawn, that is how the government of the day behaves when you differ with them. So we, as the youth, we should think more and we should open our brain into a better understanding of the kind of people that are leading us in this country. Or they will keep on using us as a stepping stone or as ladders and lying to us. The same people that are now surrounding the deputy president, making a lot of noise, are the same people that passed the security bill in parliament. Where were they? Or were they didn't know how the government will behave in the near future? In fact, these are the kind of people that if they bring up such kind of stories, we need to be courageous enough to tell them point blank that please, you made your bed, just lie on it. They should come to us with how our life can be changed, not stories, not how they are being handled by the government of the day on what you worked on. It's like you have raised your son in a manner that is not okay to the community, to your neighbors. Now later on, when now your son has come back to you, is now stealing your properties, mishandling you within the homestead, you are shouting to the neighbors, you are telling, oh, this is my son, oh what, and you are the one that kept Muisi. We should change our reasoning capacities, or our reasoning, whatsoever, how we can put it. What we should be thinking, how we can rechange our mind, our mindset, in terms of how the youth can grow, how they can build their capital base, so that when these liars, all these people that are coming back to them and giving them name as hustlers, at the end of the day, you will never be supported by these guys once they have stepped into power. You will never even get into the offices and say, oh, I voted for you. They will not know you. In fact, they will ask, where are you coming from? Who is your area MP? Even if you are even if you are his neighbor. There is a say, as I wind up, there is a say that say, remember when you die and you are working for somebody, you will be replaced on the next day. But if you have started your own company, the family will have something to inherit. Can we start something that is viable for ourselves, be it agriculture, small business, so that we have no time for these guys that are coming back to us every time and again and lying to us? Because this thing keep on changing. The other day it was former prime minister. Today it is William Ruto. Tomorrow it is somebody else. They will keep on crying. And they're the people that are messing up in parliament. They don't know that government change. They always know that government keep on changing. If you differ with them, they differ also with you. They mishandle you. Why can't they pass a bill in parliament so that even if they differ with the government of the day, their security is well taken care of, their offices is well taken care of, their life is well taken? First of all, let them check on how we can have a conducive environment for the offices of this nation and for everybody, so that even if I differ with you, I know you will not embarrass my security, you will not embarrass my life. I will give out my opinion And after giving out my opinion, that my opinion will not come back to haunt me. You will not now threaten me that I'll take this because you have differed with me. Now I'll not give you food. Now I'll not bring resources to your area. Now I will not support any kind of business that is taking place under your constituency, within your constituency. Why can't they pass those kind of bills at the parliament? In fact, I'm very disappointed with all these leaders that are shouting, oh, no matter what, the youth are being misguided, they are being misused like rubber stamp. They're just dustbins, baskets. Let us open our minds. We are not here to say, I'm for somebody. I'm for somebody. Will you kill yourself, even if now you lose your life for that person? In fact, you will be buried, and he might not even come for your burial. He cannot even attend that burial. He cannot even send his representative. And you are now here yapping, oh, so and so, so and so, so and so. Those are bogus. Let us ask them when they come to us. My friend, you are at the parliament right now. You are a representative of the people. What are you doing? Why can't you go back to parliament and organize a bill so that that bill can be passed by the member of parliament, so that your life that you are complaining that is in danger can be protected by the law, rather than coming back and something to, because he is coming to you with a problem that he know how he can solve that kind of a problem. You that is outside does not have a leeway of how you can solve his problem. He's just setting you up of how you can kill your own brother, your neighbor. Maybe a person that you have lived in for a long time, you have lived within within a good period of time. We should open our mind. We should open our hearts. We should open our thinking. We should think big. In fact, I listened to that lady that talked at Nakuru, the senator. That woman is not for the deputy president. That woman is looking for something ahead of her. She wants to take the base of that area. She wants to vie for the governorship. So it doesn't care what she say. She wants mileage. She wants to use the youth so that apate hiyo kiti anataka kuvai for. We are not rubber star that we can be used like a toilet paper. We should change our thinking. We say, oh, we are learned, but we are fools. They know that if we go back to these people and we twist this kind of a slogan, they will follow us like sheep. After all, the other day, it was just Jubilee government. So what is new since the time of NAC? It's still the same. In fact, the other communities that has never even seen even an electricity within their community, we still lack many things. There are other homes that does not have even a connection of power, good water, good roads within the society, and they are here yelling, shouting, oh what, oh what, oh what. Those are nothing, bullshit. In fact, we should set the right direction for these guys. They should not come back to us crying like little babies, telling us things that we can't understand. And yet the election is not yet. They are still in parliament. They should go back and sit down as members of parliament and agree and discuss and pass a bill that will protect their lives, that will protect their families. The public can't help them. The youth can't help them. Their society can't help them. It is the parliament that can help them. Let them go back to parliament, sit down, organize a bill and pass so that the president can sign. That is how their life will be protected. But you can't come back and yell to the public for things that can't help them. We need our life to be changed. And how are we going to change our lives? If we think positively. If we, instead of listening to such kind of nonsense, we should go back to our minds within ourselves. We see how we can start those small businesses. Those small businesses, when we pass on, can remain to our families. They can inherit such kinds. They will grow into bigger companies rather than walking around and following people blindly. And yet those people have made millions of shillings. Even if they die, their family will live, will keep on enjoying the kind of life that they were enjoying before when their families were alive. I rest my case, but I'm not for any kind of a politicians. Anything that is happening right now, it's not new. It's I blame members of parliament. In fact, I always salute one senator called Orengo Nyatieng. Told them point blank, they thought it was a joke. Government eats its own people. If you sleep inside parliament building, now it's your time to enjoy and to take your tea. When there was a time for security bill to be discussed and checked and looked upon, they were having that enough time to look at that bill and strategize more and more and discussed it. They played. They were bought like cows at the marketplace. So let them enjoy it. In fact, I'm very happy, because is when they are getting being fingered kweli. It was the other day Joe was being fingered. His security was withdrawn. I did see the kind of support that now Murkomen.
Okay. Who was next? Ember. You might be you might have been following, you know. Who should be next?
You can give it
Should I comment something on the guy who has left?
He has already left.
Because
let's not comment when he's already gone. Let's just Ayaga, you can give to someone else to continue.
But he is misleading Kenyans.
But he's already left. So he will not reply.
In the space, maybe he can get it well outside.
It is fair to comment when someone is still here, but now that he's left, let's just let him go. Let's have someone else.
Allow him to comment. It's nothing bad with it, because we can also react to what he's saying. Just allow him to comment.
You see, let's make our rounds fast, because even Deto's comments have not been made yet.
Okay, thank you very much. Let me speak.
Okay.
Let me speak. The topic of today, Ruto says he has no time to mind his security, but busy with the Mwananchi agenda. Okay. Who is our speaker today? Nani Wekesa has just left. So it's Themba or Ayaga.
I will take you through.
Thank you, Bwana Themba. Let me say this. You know, the worst thing that we have in our constitution today is the position of the deputy president that is being claimed or purported to be elected alongside the president. I think that clause should be removed, and we go back to president appointing the deputy president. Just like governors, I think that we still have officers that they appoint their deputies. So this story of being elected alongside has actually thrown our country to a confusion. And it looks like we have two governments running one country, two parallel governments. Like today, if you look at President Uhuru Kenyatta, if he issues orders as the head of state, and then some people will come from some quarters saying all sorts of things. That he saw Ruto was elected like Uhuru Kenyatta, Ruto was but at the end of the day, Uhuru is the head of state, is the commander. I don't know, whatever you always call it. So there should be respect. I saw the members of the clergy were saying that Uhuru and Ruto should reconcile for the sake of the country. Our country is not suffering because Ruto has rebelled against the government. But the next thing he should do is that they should stop just thumping and walk out of the government. Just the same way we've seen in the past, there are politicians who are not happy in their positions, and they walked out, they resigned. I don't see the sin in resigning if somebody was elected and he doesn't have a portfolio. He's taking taxpayers' money as salary and maybe allowances, and he doesn't have any work to do. The most honorable thing that he should do is to resign and say that everything he's doing there or his office does not have any, it's not assigned anything.
Rupia, I have a question for you.
Let me finish.
It's a burning one.
Let him
because
finish. Let him finish.
I have my points. I will continue after you ask your question.
Yeah. What do you mean? What do you mean that deputy president has nothing to do?
I think. Do you know the functions of the deputy president?
I know. I would like just clarity.
Yeah, one of them is,
you know, he should follow what his boss is assigning him. He do not have like specific roles stipulated in the constitution. It is the president to direct him what to do.
So if the president doesn't direct him on what to do, then it means he doesn't have anything to do.
But you see,
so it's functionless.
Let me ask you, Rubia, if today the position you carry in your organization, your roles are given to someone else, will you continue like forcing yourself in that organization or company? How desperate shall you be?
You know, this is elections. This is not employment.
Yeah, so it's like they have equal powers. So, and the point you are pointing out, you are saying that he should resign. Then it is Kenyans, not some cabal of a few leaders.
Neto, let me add a bit.
No, I'm not giving out my time. Please. I'm not giving you my time. Let me finish. You will add those things after I finish.
Let me tell you one thing. Rupia,
let me tell you one thing.
You have 1 minute to finish your point and then we move on.
The president is not equal to the deputy president. And that is in the constitution. That the president is the head of the government, not the deputy president. So that is very clear. I don't know why you people keep on lying and telling lies. Last time I heard your party leader saying that UDA has actually connected electricity. UDA has done. My friend, hii shetani yenye inawafanya mseme uongo inatoka wapi?
Kwani hii kazi imefanywa na nani, Lupia?
No, listen.
Lupia, is it not a coalition between the two leaders?
It's not a coalition, it is Jubilee government.
A collaboration. I mean a collaboration.
Headed which collaboration?
And the Jubilee government was created by both of them, not only Uhuru got the vote.
Who is the head of the government?
He is the one who, he is the party leader, but he should also like show some
let me
respect.
tell you.
Rupia.
Let me tell you.
Rupia.
Jubilee government is headed by Mheshimiwa Uhuru Kenyatta.
Rupia.
So UDA did not take part in implementing the government's agenda. It is Jubilee.
May I ask you something, Rupia?
The implementation. My friend, don't lie.
Rupia.
You don't ask me lies, please.
Rupia, let me ask you this question.
Let me finish.
For me.
My friend, you are interfering. Leto, you are interfering, please. Let me make my point, and then you will ask those questions by die.
Rupia, make your point, finish, and then we'll have questions.
Thank you very much. I need to be protected, yes?
Yeah,
and
Rupia,
today we are hearing that. Today we are hearing that the deputy president is busy with the economic agenda for Mwananchi. The deputy president has been in government, running ministries from 2013 up to date. And this is the time that is really telling us that he's busy crafting a plan. And these issues that are supposed to be addressed today, he talked about them in 2013. Why hasn't he actually addressed the issue with the bottom people? He has been busy making money and stealing money from projects. Right now, he has stolen enough, and he is now dishing out that money and saying that he is now helping the ordinary Kenyans. Ordinary Kenyans were left long time ago in the hands of God, and their way of survival is in the hands of God.
So what is your point?
They were forgotten long time ago, and no politician should come purporting to be helping the ordinary Kenyans and crafting a wheelbarrow kind of a plan. How can a wheelbarrow help an ordinary Kenyan? If there's some graduate somewhere who needs employment, who needs to be empowered, he has a plan, maybe of coming up with of producing something. Then you want to tell me that you will come with wheelbarrow so that this guy, whatever he has invented, will fit in that wheelbarrow. And the main problem we have in this country, all of us are aware that our government, our country is very rich, but only a few people are rich in this country because of corruption. So that is what we should be working towards eliminating. Not people coming to lecture us and going to churches and lying in churches and telling lies in churches. That is very dangerous. The lightning that, or the thunderstorm that will hit your party leader, William Ruto, is still in heaven. And when it comes...
Rupia.
Yes?
Now let's hear questions from Neto, and then we'll hear a question from the other.
Before Neto,
yes,
just 1 minute. 1 minute.
Let me ask.
Neto, just 1 minute before you ask.
Let's hear questions. Okay, who is this? What's your name? The guy in the middle?
Wariahe.
Okay, Wariahe, you'll ask the questions, and then Neto, and then the red guy. Okay, let's start with Wariahe.
Rupia, I want to ask you one question. Now you're talking about William Ruto in a very bad way. You think that William Ruto is a commander-in-chief. William Ruto would have done marvelous if he was a commander-in-chief, but because he doesn't have that power to do anything that he wants, even his own security is being taken away and he cannot do anything. How do you want him to do something for Kenyans? And then now you are saying William Ruto was 8 years there and he could not do anything. How, if he wants to do something and he cannot be able to do something and he doesn't have that power, even to say the GSU should stay here, how do you wanted him to do for something for Kenyans? Now, what he is trying to say is because he was the deputy assistant of the president, if the president cannot be able to perform, he will have performed. But the president is not performing. He has started bringing the opposition inside the government and messing up the big four. So what do you want Ruto to do?
Ask your question.
I wanted him to tell us what does he wanted, how if Ruto was in the government for 8 years, do you want to tell me Ruto will have used power and do something which he wanted to do for the hustlers without even the powers of the president? How can he bypass the president? Ruto wants something for the hustlers, but he cannot do anything. How do you wanted him to do?
Okay. With the blessings of the president, Ruto actually launched some projects until he was launching ghost projects. And when the president realized that, I think that is when Ruto's influence in government started going down. But he
Rupia,
was
can you
very influential.
give
Let me finish
examples
answering
of
the question, please. Let me
give
finish answering
examples
the
of
question.
ghost projects? You have mentioned ghost projects, and you may end up not giving an example. Tell us one.
Ghost projects is laptop, Kamarin Stadium in West Pokot.
Laptop was Jubilee agenda, not for William Ruto, not for William Ruto.
Rupia, you are crossing.
Ruto even launched a road here in Kisii, a road that does not even have a contractor.
My friend Ruto wanted to do the Big Four agenda, and then you brought the BBI. Now you have messed everything, and then now you are saying Ruto. What are you talking about?
Okay,
my friend.
Wariae, can you guys allow Rupia to finish his response, and then Deto, you will respond. You'll ask your question. So let's allow him to respond. I'm sure he's saying some things that we don't agree with, and then there will be a rebuttal. Kindly, you'll have your time to rebut whatever it is that he has said that you don't agree. Okay, Rupia, respond.
So when the president realized that Ruto was launching this project and lying to Kenyans about certain projects, then the president actually took the functions away from him, because it is the president who is in charge. But when somebody goes ahead and lies to people and is doing things contrary as per the instructions, but Ruto had influence. Even he influenced a lot of projects. Even if you go to Kenya Power, he really changed things there, and he took Amako there. He stopped all the insurances that were running there, and Amako took over. We are also aware that there were a lot of challenges that were brought in Kenya Power. So he had that influence to help the ordinary Kenyan that is now purporting to be helping now that he is out of the fold. Ruto is still in government. It's only that because of his lies, he's now being sidelined.
Okay, Neto. Neto, you will ask your questions, and then Rupia will respond here.
I will start with a comment and also a point to enlighten someone, because you cannot permeate through this platform lies that the laptop staff is now burdened to one individual, who is William Samoei Ruto. I think it was one of the government big and prioritized kind of a manifesto. So if it failed, we should bring them together with our president, not the way like Rupia is playing some petty politics. Sorry for saying that, some cheap politics. So let us come out clearly and justify our point without like bringing someone. It's like let's not hate other people who have visions for this nation. Because the moment you say that, and also some roads that were launched somewhere in Eldoret, and they do not have contractors, and you cannot tell us exact position, then I think that's what we are calling propaganda. Let me ask you a question, Lupia. You have said that Ruto has not, Ruto needs like to resign because he is doing a lot of nothing. Let me ask you something. Jubilee currently is the leading party, and Ruto is part of that Jubilee. We have seen in the previous past, these guys making very sensitive kind of decisions within the party without informing one deputy president. And to make the matter worse, those who are seem to be like associated strongly with him, they are in the doors of the jail in every Friday. They are also maybe taken through a lot of molecule. They are ridiculed. They are threatened. So how is it that friendly to make this guy remain in Jubilee? And on which account would you say that he should resign? Is it because he was asked by his boss? And if it is genuine, can you justify it to us?
Okay, first I will start with the decisions being made in Jubilee without involving the DP. You know, Jubilee had to make a decision because this guy had been seen deviating from the normal to the abnormal, because Ruto had actually started campaigning for 2022, and that was not the Jubilee's agenda to start early campaigns. And when he saw that the president was now not comfortable with that, he went ahead and formed UDA and joined UDA. Technically, he's in UDA, though he's still in Jubilee. So when he joined UDA, why would Jubilee inform him of any decision that they want to make? And he has declared that he's working for UDA. So there's no point in Jubilee are right.
Lupia, we have seen the Secretary General of Jubilee.
Dato.
Yes.
Let's allow also the other gentleman to chime in, because I think he also has a question that you want to ask, so that we have
just
also
a simple one, Themba, please. Just a simple one. Then
we don't want it to be back and forth between you and Rupia. We want everybody to participate. So if you can, because he'll say something else and we'll have another question. So if you can also allow the other gentleman to come in, because he could also be having a similar question. Is that okay?
Yes.
You know, Themba, the question that Ndeto asked was in two parts. I've only answered one part.
Yeah, but he's not allowing you to finish, and he's coming in with another one. And we have
I also wanted to inform him that one of the ghost projects were free internet. You know, these things, Ruto was just too excited to be in government, and he was just saying things that did not even resonate well with the president, like free internet. You remember akisema, si nyinyi mnajua story ya internet, sasa tutakuwa na free wifi na nyinyi muendeshe mambo yenu tu. You know, those things that is another excitement. So the president also did not subscribe to this wrong. So these things we will just attach to him and not the president.
Okay,
the
gentleman in the red, yeah. I don't know your name, sir. You can ask your question.
Yeah, Kedia. Okay, I found a gentleman here talking about Ruto being a liar. In fact, the guy is contradicting himself. How do you say Ruto proposed this and this and this and this? He had the 8 years to do this and this. In another way, you are saying Ruto doesn't have some power. He's Uhuru. Uhuru is a leader of Jubilee. Uhuru is a leader of government. If you know Uhuru is a leader of the government of today? Why are you asking about Ruto doing something and this and this and this? I think you have to blame. If you are saying Uhuru is the leader of the day, then you have to be blaming Uhuru, not Ruto. Don't tell us Ruto was there for 8 years. If he was there for 8 years and you have said he has no power, someone who is leading the government is Uhuru.
I was saying Ruto has had influence. He had influence. Even them, some of the ministers that were appointed by the president, he is the one who proposed them, and they were appointed. And when I say that Ruto is a liar, he's a liar because he even lied to us that he had made a phone call to Equity and secured 15 billion for some terrorist, which was not true. So he's a liar.
Rupia, may I clarify something regarding the previous Uganda saga? And I think you should revisit what the deputy president said. When he said someone was, he made a phone call to the branch of the one for Equity, Uganda, he was not calling like to guarantee this Harun. He said it was an investor in Uganda. And that guy belongs to East Africa, not Harun. Can you go and listen that clip well? And that's why even when they were the other day, whatever the point that Equity Bank presented, in a way they concurred with that Ruto did not they did not give any money to Harun, but there was a Ugandan investor who was setting up a vaccine in the company. And that's the guy Ruto was talking about.
And that on top of that, you should add to Rupia that investors are being harassed here in Kenya. So you wanted the guy to just disappear like that. So at least he is investing.
Who gave him the loan of 15 billion, if not Equity?
Some people in the government are demanding commissions.
Who was given this money, Rupia? Rupia, who was given this money? Who was given the money, Rupia?
Just by a phone call, he called Equity. And the guy got a loan of 15 billion. Kaenda kafanya mambo yake Uganda. That was the statement.
Person. He was not
there is no way you can call Equity Bank and be given 15 billion when you don't have a facility.
But he said it.
You don't have anything. No, it's not like that.
So when you are saying that, that is why I'm saying he's a liar, because he lied, he called. But there is no way you can call.
No, he made a call. Listen, Lupia, he made a call, but the person whom he was recommending is not Harun. It is an investor from Uganda. Revisit that clip and just have clarity.
And my friend, you know how to lie.
No. Who can have that clip to? I can even look for it here. Then we release it. If he was referring to Harun, he was referring to a Ugandan investor.
Ndeto, let me add something here. Rupia, if you have a personal issue with the deputy president, just leave it out of this forum. This forum is just for information. If you are lying to us, you are telling us so many issues here and there. Deputy president is just a personal assistant to the president. If the president does not want him to work, no problem. And he cannot, through constitution, he cannot sack him until 5 years finish. So let him wait until August 2022. Ruto will leave him. Will leave slowly.
Ndeto.
Yes, someone is calling. Yes.
Can I talk?
Talk. Yeah, move on.
Mi nitaongea Kiswahili.
Okay.
Okay, sawa.
Unajua kitu moja mnaongea. Yeah, it's Collins.
Nani anaongea?
Hello.
Collins.
Yes. Collins, ongea.
Mimi kitu moja nitaongea. Unajua hivi mnaongea na watu, mnaongea tu kwa watu wawili. It's between Raila na
okay.
Mnaongea between
Muthemba
Raila
ametoka.
na
Collins,
William Ruto.
endelea.
Mnaongea between Raila na Ruto.
Farasi ni mbili bwana.
Farasi mbili. I
Hakuna
tell you for free.
mwingine.
I tell you for free.
Hizo
Hizi
zingine
farasi
ni
mbili
punda
mtaona.
bwana.
Relax. Mimi I'm here to put my views there. Yes.
Colin, tell us
yes.
who else should be engaged in this discussion, basing on your perspective.
My perspective is Mudavadi. Don't run away with Mudavadi.
Mudavadi was signing the BBI. He was signing the BBI, and now he's telling us he's not signing the BBI.
No.
Let us, Waluahe, please, let us give Collins some time.
Ndeto, unajua we need to reason.
Expand on Mudavadi point of view. We need also to understand
when the BBI was been launching, waki-launch, bombers. Are you hearing me?
Yes, move on. We are carrying on with you.
When BBI was launching big bombers, Mudavadi alisema kitu moja. What is ailing Kenya is economy. Na economy na nini? Na ufisadi. Yeye ndiye alikuwa mtu wa kwanza kusema. Nao watu wengine wameingilia wamesema economy na ufisadi.
Lakini Mudavadi all along amekuwa akisema agenda 1 economy, agenda 2 economy, agenda 3 economy.
Yes. Hiyo kitu kama wewe ni mtu mwerevu, you may think huyu jamani amelala, but kitu anasema is true.
Lakini pale tunashangaa Colin ni tumesikia Ruto akitaja kitu kama economy na anapeana model yenye atatumia ku bring change to the economy, but we have not heard this from Mudavadi.
Watu wote wanaongea hapa, watu wanaongea kwa hii forum, have they seated with the Ruto ama mwekaa na Raila waambie nini?
Tungetaka, unajua ni swali tu tunakuuliza, like we have heard of some models, like Raila we also had his kuna kitu Raila amesema the other day, I think about atakuja like to clean up the system which will like sanitize the political atmosphere in the nation.
Raila has no model. Raila has no model. Just say like that.
Mtu wa Mudavadi hapa chini.
Yes.
These people should not. Hao watu wasikushtue na model. Kwanza hiyo model yenye wanasema
mimi model
inawapatia kazi ngumu. They don't even know what it is. So you say they are saying right now that they don't have time to think. They only have time.
I want to address NATO
to craft it, which they don't even know where they are coming from or where they are going.
Lupia.
There is no model they are talking
Lupia.
about. You need model ya uongo na ya ukora.
I think it would be fair. I think it would be fair, Lupia, if you give
Lupia and Neto.
Yes.
Can you allow the gentleman to finish his submissions?
No, I was just helping him that there is no model here. What they call it a model, they cannot even think about it. They are taking all their time to think about it because they don't know how it looks like.
Just say Raila does not have a model. Don't talk about DP. DP already has a model bottom up.
If we want to debate nicely, we allow the people to submit and then now we respond. Tafadhali achieni huyo jamaa maliza. Ayamaliza boss.
Nilikuwa nauliza swali moja. Ndeto.
Yes.
Hello, Ndeto, when Mudavadi was Minister for Finance, how old were you? Well, how old are you? When Mudavadi was Minister for Finance?
Pardon, please. Who?
We just make your submission.
Mudavadi was the Minister for Finance.
No, don't just ask Ndeto. Just ask all of us.
Yes.
Just
so no,
everybody will respond.
I am in a position to answer him.
Yeah,
let him finish his question.
Ndeto,
Yes.
with the panel.
Yeah,
When
finish
Mdado
your
Minister of
question.
Finance,
Make
mkate
your
ilikuwa pesa
Yeah.
submission.
ngapi?
Boss, make your
Mkate ilikuwa pesa
submission.
ngapi?
Just say what you want to
Okay,
say.
it was we know it was cheap.
It was cheap.
It was cheap,
Yes.
but there was a lot of corruption like Goldenberg.
It was a
Yes,
lot
so
of corruption.
There's a lot of echo. Can we all mute? Thank you for muting. Boss, you will make your submission to Malize and other people will respond.
So what I want to tell you, my submission is this. The best candidate is Mudavadi, not the other person.
Wewe sasa siuelezee ni kwa nini?
Kwa sababu moja, mimi wote hapo nimeangalia, I've been this Mtembei, nimeona kila kitu, kila mtu tu ni Uhuru, kila mtu ni Raila, Ruto. To make these people to wakae chini is only Mudavadi.
Why?
Huh? Have you seen Mudavadi complaining? Akisema hii kitu iko hivi, hii kitu iko hivi, but he knows how to plan these things.
Okay, my friend. You see, you're not helping us when you're Mudavadi, and you're not giving us the points.
No, bringing Mudavadi to bring in. You don't bring in Mudavadi. That's the problem. Munasema tu farasi ni mbili.
Okay, fine. If you are bringing Mudavadi, you need to tell us because of the following the submission. And then these panel members, all of them, they will talk.
Kuna echo mingi.
No, I think his network ndio inanisumbua kidogo.
Themba, now can I talk Themba?
Yeah, you can talk now.
Sasa huyu jamaa alikuwa anasema ati Mudavadi ndio best person. Ayaga mute bana, Ayaga bora anatualia na mute. The guy who was saying Mudavadi is the best.
Net yangu iko chini.
Mute kwanza, mute kila mtu.
Mute.
Making a lot of noise. Ni mic ya Collins yenyewe inapiga hiyo kelele.
Now I can get you guys.
Now I was talking about the issue of the topic. Ruto said he has no time for whatever these security issues. He is trying to help build up the economy for the wananchi. Mimi sitaongea mambo ya Mudavadi because mimi najua tu farasi ni mbili. Farasi ni William Ruto na Raila Odinga. Let us talk about William Ruto and what he said.
Bana, my friend.
Don't interrupt me first.
I'm talking. No, don't do that.
This guy cannot even bring Vihiga pamoja. He cannot even bring Vihiga pamoja. You want to tell me anataka kushindana na mtu kama Raila ama William Ruto?
Who brought NASA?
No, hiyo ni kusaidiwa na Raila Odinga, anamsaidia kila siku anamsaidia. This guy even uliona leo
don't do that. Usiseme bwana. Raila anatumianga akili ya Mudavadi. Na hiyo akili Mudavadi ametoa. Tumekuwa na meeting. No, my friend.
The guy was in Nyeri and nobody respected.
Wariae.
Hapana. My friend, hapo sasa mkaanza kuingia mambo ya Raila Odinga na Mudavadi, I'll tell you from inside.
Okay, wacha niongee sasa, wacha niongee.
Boss tulia, Waria ngoja.
From inside I tell you.
Boss ngoja.
Sasa inside story mkitaka nitawapatia.
No, ngoja. When someone is making submissions anaongea, mwache amalize. Hakuna haja ya kushout na kuheckle. We will not help each other. It's okay.
Wacha nimalize alafu utaongea.
Ni punda.
Alafu utaongea.
Wacha mimi niseme ile kitu nataka niseme, baadaye utaongea.
Asiseme Mudaba ni punda.
No, relax.
Ati farasi ni mbili. Farasi imekuwa hiyo farasi imekuwa
Mudaba ni kitu gani? We Collins tupatie chance bana. Listen to what Waria is talking about. Tumekusikiza.
Bwana Ndeto can listen, but when you call, I can listen. No, I can listen, but you cannot tell me Mudaba ni punda.
Okay. You just wait for your rebuttal. You will rebuttal that. See at the my emotions. Hatuko hapa emotions.
Okay.
Just put your points.
Yeah, we want to be helpful to the people. We just have to be very, very sober. Make your point. You'll have your turn to rebut whatever you don't agree with. You don't have to agree with everyone. And nobody is here to make you agree. Just listen, you'll have your chance. Sasa mtakuja na hasira mingi, we heckle, we don't gain. Go on.
Okay, sasa mimi sitaongea mambo ya Mudavadi because hiyo mimi I don't value so much. Mimi na value tu yani mambo ya Ruto na Raila. Mudavadi mimi najua hata Vihiga mwenyewe hawezi kaiweka Vihiga properly, so we don't need to talk about Mudavadi when he cannot even be something of importance to William Ruto ama Raila Odinga. Raila Odinga leo alisema he doesn't need the OCA itself. William Ruto naye sisi tumesema hatuhitaji Mudavadi for the time being. Wacha tufike first round, tutaongea na yeye baadaye. Sasa let me talk about the topic of the day. The topic of the day ilikuwa ni Ruto amesema he doesn't have time for security. He's doing something, he's doing the economy for the people of Kenya, which is good. Now that the BBI has been put aside, let us go back to the big four agenda tuone kama rais anaweza rescue anything. If he can rescue anything, William Ruto atakuwa pale atajaribu kumsaidia. Kama hawezi atoke nje, William aendelee na hiyo maneno. Otherwise hana time ya mambo ya GSU na AP and I don't know Kanjo na NYS wameletwa kwa nyumba yake na nini. We don't have that time. Sisi tuko na time ya kupanga vile big four zitaendelea. Kama tunaweza kurescue anything tutarescue. Kama tuwezi kurescue anything, Uhuru wakati yake imeisha akae nje, tuchague William Ruto, tuweke mambo ya big four. Hii mambo ya BBI tulitupa nje, imekaa nje na Mungu and I don't see a reason why some people like Mudavadi ambaye alisign for BBI alafu sasa yeye anakuja anatuambia ati hakuwa katika mambo ya BBI. We don't want those kind of watermelons. We need people who are very straight. Kama Raila tunaweza kadili na yeye directly. Raila ako na votes, sisi William Ruto na group yetu tuko na votes. Oka paka leo wamechanganyika juu wataingia kwa upande ya Ruto ama wataingia upande ya Raila. Sisi hatutaki kuwakaribisha until first round. Waje kwanza tuchape Raila first round. Tukiona Raila bado kidogo na amebaki na kitu kidogo tunaweza kaongezea ya Mudavadi ama ya Kalonzo kidogo. Tuendelee na hiyo maneno, tumalize mambo ya big four, tusukume hiyo maneno mbele. Lakini mambo ya kuongea mambo ya AP na police na NYS na nini, we don't have that time. Big four ile kitu imebaki ndio tunataka kumalizia. Mudavadi is not a very big important item in our issues hii ya mambo ya kusema yani sisi tuko busy na mambo ya wananchi. Mudavadi aingie hapo ndani. When he was a finance minister kulikuwa na kitu kama Golden Bag, pesa iliibiwa hata mpaka leo hatuja recover. Sasa ndo anakuja kutuambia tena ako na plan gani ako nayo bwana. Mimi nimemaliza kesi yangu hapo na Mungu aweke DP wetu yani katika amani. We don't want the police to be politicized. Hatutaki IG aingilie mambo ya polisi. Tunataka IG akuwe independent. The president anatakana asapotiwe na GSU as it is written in the constitution. Any other thing we don't know. Sisi tuna deal na mambo ya big four. Haya mimi nimetoka kwa hiyo maneno.
Okay, and now that Bernard has come, I think he'll moderate moving forward. But kuna maswali kwa Wariahe? Okay, since hatuna maswali, the gentleman in huyo wa mwisho kabisa huyo
Themba inamaanisha yani hiyo maneno niliongea niko sawa kabisa.
No, huko sawa Wariahe. Sasa hakuna maswali. Wacha tusikie the guy anaitwa nani? Gilbert ama ni Kibet, it's your turn.
Unmute. You're on mute.
Okay, I'm adding Mudavadi.
And
okay, to mention Mudavadi actually is something like, okay, I don't know. Anyway, Mudavadi, hakuna penye anaenda. To be realistic, hakuna.
Wewe unasema hakuna penye mahali penye anaenda, hata Ruto na Raila hakuna mahali penye anaenda.
Yes, watakuwa Kenya, but okay, we are talking here because of a support, right? We follow support from the crowd.
Ni mnaongea politics za kitambo. Let me tell you what we fought. Let me tell you from 1963. If you have had history with Kenya, if you have Ndeto, naomba unisikize.
Order everybody. Who is speaking? And
I'm speaking.
Yes, it is the time for debate. Hold on.
Oh, you will get your time to answer me.
Make the submission first, then you can intercept. Okay.
Kibete memaliza.
He has hardly said anything.
I haven't finished.
That is worthy to be intercepted. So, subiri kwanza tafadhali.
Okay, I wanted to tell this guy, candidates are many. Not only Mudavadi, we are not even the Mutua is there, and he's talking of good agendas about this. But what we are looking about is the number, support, your agendas. To get good agendas to be supported, not only to mention the name that person must be there, or to be discussing someone. We are not discussing someone. We are discussing people actually we can see their potential to help us in this nation. Those people who have agendas, not well as Mudavadi. Yes, he has some agenda, but the problem is only strategy of doing politics is poor.
The politics of Mudavadi is poor.
Not politics is poor. I'm talking the strategy of doing politics are poor. Get that point clear. Those are two things that you. Yeah, strategy. You see.
1963, Jaramogi Odinga, the politics of Jaramogi Odinga, the politics of Jaramogi was poor.
It is poor because he have not even. Okay, Ruto supported him to be prime minister, and that's the highest level of leadership that he has gained. Ruto helped him. In fact, helped him. I'm telling you that for free. Raila has not gone beyond prime minister, and the prime minister, even deputy president, he haven't been. He will not be president. The highest level he has achieved is prime minister, and that's the final. So Mudavadi, he tried to be prime minister, vice president for 3 months. That's the highest he has achieved, and he will not be achieving anything more than that.
This is the problem of Kenya. Neto,
you are asserting that kind of authoritative conclusion based on what?
Okay, I'm trying to say it is based on what we. Okay, these things we are living in Kenya anyway. So
no, you should give us reasons why you think these people have reached their end. And then this aspect of Ruto helping people to become things.
Let me tell you this. Generation is changing. Okay, don't tell us things of 1963, 19 something. Generation is changing. We are not there to say that it's our person, it's our person from our region. You see, people are resonating with Ruta because he's everywhere.
Kibet. I want us to have a constructive conversation on this platform, and that is our history as a nation is important for our identity and our existence. We cannot brush it off. If you don't believe in your history, then you have no roots. So you are hanging in the air. That's why we can't rely on you. So 1963 is as important as 2023. Without 1963, we will not have 2023.
Bernard, you are misleading us.
You
I am not misleading. I'm stating facts here.
Listen.
Let me tell you why you are misleading us.
Listen. You can allow me to speak.
Neto,
let me tell Bernard why he is misleading us.
Don't brush off our history.
Yes.
Our history is important to us.
Let me tell you the fact.
That is what makes us Kenyans. So you cannot say generation has changed. There's no generation that came from the air. Every generation has where it started, and we must trace ourselves from where we came from.
And that's on 1 minute.
We only have repetition.
Kibet 1 minute, only 1 minute. Let me answer Bernard. 1963 is also very good as 2021 in terms of history and in terms of politics of government of Kenya. But in 1963, during Kenyatta time and Oginga Odinga time, Oginga Odinga was selected by Jomo Kenyatta. Now William Ruto is not selected. They went into a ticket together and they are doing this thing together. If they want to resign, let them resign together. If they don't want to, the politics is different.
My friend, all that. The issue is simple. People resign on the ground of their own personal dignity.
Very true.
It's not a matter of Jaramogi did it, so I should do it.
Okay. So if somebody has done a problem,
don't be afraid of 1963 because it will warrant your party leader to resign. 1963, many things took place. It was not always
Bernard, 1 minute.
Bernard, my point was, Kibet was trying to bring out a very good point that you cannot compare, you can only contrast the politics of 1963 and 2020. Reason being, the other day on this platform, I told you guys I've been so much into tribalism, basing on whatever or whoever I found there. But I have come to realize that voting on a tribal line, it's very dangerous. And since now, from 2017, I have decided now to look for the agenda. And that's why I'm voting for Deputy President William Ruto. And yet he is not from my tribe. He is not from Mount Kenya. But Mount Kenya will vote for him.
And hustlers are everywhere in Kenya. Even in Northeastern, we have hustlers. And we are going to elect that guy.
Yes. So the narrative about Ruto is all over, and it is not like the tribal shift.
You people, excuse me. I don't know what is the problem, but look here. Let's sorry, yes, Themba. Sorry.
Bernard.
Let me tell Wariahe and Wariahe, we are not here to say whether you are going to vote 2022 or not. We don't know whether you are going to vote Ruto or not. That's not the issue. Of course, all of them, they'll be in the ballot, they will have voters. We are here to debate, not to state that, okay, fine, I'll vote for Raila, I'll vote for Sons. We are here
we are debating properly until Bernard come and messed the whole stuff. What we are trying to...
So let me
and
finish.
Also in a debate, we have two sides, Themba in a debate, we have two sides. You either support one or you cannot be neutral.
Ebu tafadhali, everybody mute your mics. Everybody mute your mics, and you're going to work here according to the systematic order. It was the turn for Kibet to give his points. I only intercepted when he began to brush off 1963 because our history as a country remains with us. That's what identifies us as Kenyans. And anybody trivializing that is setting a platform to deceive, which we will not take lightly. So you state your facts. You can drum up support for your candidate, give us his advantages over every other person. That's fine. But saying 1963 is, we don't want to hear anything about it. Why? Why don't you want to hear anything about it? So please, I'm not here to mess up anybody's debate. Kibet, continue with your line of thoughts, but let's be truthful. There's no need of deceiving people.
Okay, I wanted to be clear. And I was not talking about saying 1963, and I didn't talk any bad thing about 1963. I was only comparing. I was telling you, someone actually was telling us, Mudavadi, since 1963, where were you? And that was the point why I came in with 1963. Okay, the point here, I was saying, the generations, okay, you know, this one is 21st century. And things have changed. Let's accept that. Things have changed. And we want to change things the way it looks. Because if we go on discussing that, or because it is, that person must be there because it's from my tribe, we are not going anywhere. I want the voter to understand this as voters. Let's get agenda.
Keep your mic. Your mic must be muted, and you're trying to talk, and your audio is not very good. Organize it fast.
Okay, that's what I was saying. My point is here. Let's be mature. Let's vote because of agenda, not because of tribe alienation. Because we can go nowhere in Kenya. We'll keep complaining the way we are complaining now about people, about that happened, about this happened. And the one thing, let's look for agendas, please. That's my point.
Okay, Demba.
Bernard, can you ask Collins to mute?
Can I mute?
Okay, I want to ask.
Carry on. Now, if you are not going to keep your mic mute, we are going to throw you out. Not because we don't want you, but because you are not complying with the rules of staying here. Sawa.
I am after Themba then.
It is not that we don't want you to speak. When your mic is on, we have feedback. So the people who are watching cannot follow what's going on. Sawa. Thank you. Go ahead, Themba.
So I want to ask Kibet, and I'm sure this one also Ndeto and Wariahe can find worthy to respond to. I want you to be genuine with yourselves, because I notice fine, you have the right to support the deputy president. Do you find it genuine that in the same vein, what he's actually talking about right now, about 8 years ago, he still talked about the idea of economic empowerment. And he's still coming up and saying that he's busy talking about policies of economic empowerment. Do you think, in your sincere view, that they are being genuine with the promises that they're trying to give right now? And how sure are you that it's going to be delivered? Now, this one are Ndeto, Wariahe, and Kibet.
Okay, watch it. Let me start now.
Carry on quickly.
Themba, let me tell you one thing. We saw that video, William Ruto talking about bottom up in 2013. From 2013, he wanted President Uhuru to help him do this work with him. But President Uhuru could not understand this thing, and he came up with the laptop and so many other stuff. No problem, because he could not disrespect his president. They continued, laptop failed, everything failed. Then in 2017, he convinced him to come up with the Big Four agenda. Instead of doing the Big Four agenda, another guy came from the window by the name Raila Odinga and messed up the whole thing called BBI, a Big Four agenda. So now we are messed up because we wanted to help the hustlers, and we cannot be able to help the hustlers. And something else came in. It is better that the court has already dismantled that thing. Now we can salvage the remaining 1 year to see if Uhuru can work with us on the Big Four. If he cannot, then we have to put William Ruto so that we do this Big Four, because it's very, very important for Kenyans.
In addition to what Wariahe has said, Bernard, we know the role of the deputy president. It relies upon what he will be assigned by the president. Meaning, if he was talking about the same model in 2013, he did not have that power, because whoever has a lot of power to ensure that the idea sails along is the president. And to make the matter worse, we see even he has been dismissed from his duty, being replaced by Matiang'i. So even if he talked like that on 2013, in 2022 he is saying, being the CEO of this nation, let us entrust him, because now he will spearhead the issue of economic, maybe economic improvement in the country.
Okay, let me contribute a bit, because he mentioned 3 of us. I want to give you a very good example, and to clarify all this. Sometimes actually there is let me give you an example of a school. So sometimes a school can perform poorly to an extent where the principal can be transferred or maybe to go somewhere. And maybe another principal can come in and school perform. I'm trying to say, it's only one person can make things worse, not all people as a group. A deputy president assisted Uhuru Kenyatta at some point. But it did an extent whereby Raila came in. But Raila assisted to contribute something like called BBI. He didn't assist it on a way of, okay, he had his manifesto in NASA. And NASA, haikuwa na manifesto ya BBI. So you came in, you were supposed to come in with your manifesto, part of your manifesto, because you are not in government, actually to contribute to do things. But coming in with PPI doesn't assist. I'm trying to tell you, Ruto can perform because he's not in power. Now, he's in power not actually to principle of it's not a principle to delegate things to be done. He can actually contribute and give his opinion on things to be done. But if the president doesn't accept the opinion from the deputy, then the deputy cannot do anything. Remember, you came here with something called PPI. Remember that.
No, you guys.
Yes,
Quebec,
get my
just
point.
1 minute. 1 minute, please.
Yes.
I want you people to make me understand, okay?
Yes.
When was BBI tabled in the cabinet? When was it discussed? When was it budgeted for? Who are the government officers that were to attend to Big Four agenda that were removed from Big Four agenda and taken to be in the secretariat of BBI?
Okay. We were discussing actually why Jubilee and part of president is performing poorly. And the reason why...
No, Kibet.
Yes.
You people have, and I am, the reason why I'm asking, because what you are saying is exactly what your leader has been telling us. The truth is, deputy president sits in the cabinet. Is passed in the cabinet. If it needs parliament approval, it goes to parliament, then it goes for execution. If the BBI was not in the cabinet, the BBI was not was not being executed by government officials. Okay, when did the BBI interfere with the Big Four agenda?
Handshake.
Kibet,
so what you people are doing is what we call excuses. We say excuses are the crutches for the non-committed. The DP should come out clear and tell us why he could not perform. Who tied his hands? Where were his hands tied for 5 years that he did not perform?
Okay,
BBI has a parallel. He had a parallel secretariat, which was outside the cabinet, outside the government. There is no time when the BBI interfered with the operation of the government. And right now, the Big Four agenda has been on course. The president has launched Lamport. He was in Victoria Port. The superhighway. Hold on. The flyover road flying over the city is on course. What is it about Big Four agenda that has failed?
Okay, Bernard, let me talk now. One thing you have to understand is that Big Four, the president is the president who was supposed to start the Big Four agenda, which was inclusive of universal health care and manufacturing and so many other things which will have provided jobs for Kenyans. Now, if the same president has been hijacked by one Raila Odinga and 24 hours he is speaking about BBI instead of Big Four agenda, what do you want? How do you perform the Big Four now?
Wariae, where are you getting all this information about the president talking about BBI for 24 hours?
My friend.
When, listen fast. Don't respond to a question before you hear it. When did the president speak about BBI for 24 hours? When initially the secretariat was going around the country, the person in charge of the BBI was Baba. Baba is not a government officer. He's not a Jubilee member. He was not working on your Jubilee payroll. So I don't understand why you should use Baba as an excuse for your failures. Let the DP explain to us that the Raila came into with the handshake and took over his office on Harambee House, and he could not access the office. He tried to go to the cabinet, and the cabinet, he was locked out. Then we will understand. But
My
all
friend,
this,
I think Bernard, Waliahe 1 minute. Bernard, I think there is a point I'm going against your explanation. Uhuru, in his previous interview with the guys from the local media, he said that he has been engaging into meetings with Baba, with Karonzo, with Akina Musalia, and that kind of a team. And when he was asked the reason why he does not engage Ruto, he said that how can you force someone who is not into something to be part of that thing? So meaning all along, Uhuru has been after this BBI. So there is no way you can refute or divert from the points Waliahe is trying to raise. He is very right.
That what? That the president abandoned his responsibilities and went to work on the BBI. Yes.
No, that they have been working together.
The president working together with the, hold on. The president working together with the rest of the country, it is his #1 responsibility. He's a symbol of national unity. He's not a Jubilee president. He's the president of the Republic of Kenya. And him talking to Raila and Kalonzo, it's not getting out of his jurisdiction as the president.
If the president is preoccupied at Bomas 24 hours instead of concentrating on the Big Four agenda, what do you want us to do now? How do you perform the Big Four agenda and it is under his hand?
Wariahe, how many meetings took place? How long did the Bomas meeting take place?
This guy has been meeting in Harambee House, one time in Harambee House, one time in Harambee House, one time in Bomas, one time in Retreat, one time confusing us.
Thank you. Hold on. Yes. Hold on, Wariahe. One time in Bomas, one time in Harambee House, one time in Kisii, another time where else?
And
so
24 hours, and 24 hours speaking about BBI. How do you want us to do the Big Four now?
Thank you.
Bernard,
let's
let me ask you
BBI,
this.
but you
Bernard,
guys look for
Bernard,
reasons.
let me talk.
Stop
Before you
regurgitating
conclude,
things you cannot defend.
answer this question, Bernard. I have this question for you. See, there is the issue of the Big Four agenda. You have said there was this committee that cannot be associated with the BBI committee. Let me ask you, when these people are discussing about the Big Four agenda, did we have ODM members in that committee or inside that kind of the arrangement? And yet, the very same committee that was after the Big Four agenda is the very same committee among members we see in the BBI. So in a way, the exclusion of Deputy President William Ruto, who was a very strong pillar in the Big Four agenda, it has brought to this mess. And whoever who have instigated this is one Raila Amolo Odinga.
And then taking his position and giving it to somebody else to perform his work. How do you want him to work now?
Yes. So, Bernard, can you tell us?
Something else I want to add on that before he answers those questions. Let me say something before that. In fact, you have said actually Ruto he was removed. Okay, not removed. Akina Murkomen walitoka, Kiika walitoka. All committee in parliament was exchanged for the support of BBI. If in case of anything that maybe BBI is brought into the parliament, actually, those people were stepped up.
In fact, we wasted 4 years just because of this BBI nonsense.
Those nonsense actually we wasted all 4 years. Now you are telling us BBI was nothing. We will forget that actually he was discussing about housing. Where is it now? Don't tell us that road that
and we will have given the hustlers a lot of work. That is what we want to do from 2022 now.
So what is your question? Because you have just narrated to me what you've been narrating to me. I've not had a question from you people.
You wanted a question, you wanted answers. You wanted answers.
Let me ask you, Bernard. Bernard, let me ask. Sorry, yes. Actually, let me ask Bernard before she comes in. My question was, remember the committee that brought about the issues of the Big Four agenda, it was very neutral. There was no opposition because in that committee we never saw members from ODM. The committee also that was for spearheading the reformation of the constitution, we saw now Uhuru being the chair because he said he have regularly been meeting with the members from ODM and such. Remember, Ruto was a very strong person in that committee of the Big Four agenda. This guy has remained focused to the Big Four agenda. There has come another document called BBI out of the handshake, of which he is not even part and parcel of it, basing on the confession of Uhuru in the previous State House meeting. So my question is, how then are you expecting maybe the Big Four agenda to be implemented by Ruto without even without endorsement of he who is already in the BBI campaigns?
And Deto, I'm trying so hard to get where you are drifting from, because Big Four agenda is Uhuru Kenyatta and Jubilee Manifesto for 2017, 2022.
And who is supposed to operate that?
Hold on now. Now, if it is Uhuru's...
Listen, let Bernard first explain his point.
You want to answer or to ask?
No, to answer your question. On the Big Four agenda, why Ruto did not implement.
Even before I ask you. Okay.
No, you've already asked.
Hold on, Ayaga. Let's now cool it. Ashley, answer, whichever, answer me.
Yeah, because what you said is, why did he not implement the Big Four agenda? And he was not part of, how did BBI interfere with his implementation of the BBI, the Big Four agenda? Is that not what you asked?
Yes. Well, how did the BBI interfere with the operation of the government if the BBI was being run out of the government system? And even the courts have confirmed that it has been unconstitutional because it was not following due process. That means it has been working outside the system.
That's what I wanted. In fact, you're answering my question for you. So according to what I have now understood that I didn't know before, there is a president and there is the deputy president. According to how they have explained to us, he works at the pleasure of the president. He was chosen, they ran together as his running mate. It's like a co-driver. So the president has the instruments of power, and the principal advisor to the president is the deputy president. So he can advise the president, but the president does not have to take his advice. The deputy president cannot, he can execute what he has been asked to execute. It is just like the way you are moderating the show, but you're not the owner of the show. There is the rights that you've been given as a moderator. You cannot go outside of those rights unless you want to log heads with the owner of the show. So I believe that there are things that Ruto can't do. Some of the things we are saying he can't do. He's not mandated by our constitution to do them. If he went to do them, he would be crossing the line. He can do them given by Uhuru. If Uhuru was coming today and saying, I asked Ruto to do A, B, C, and D, or just A, and he has refused, then we can say that he has refused to do the job that he was given. But Uhuru has not articulated himself enough to anybody, even one thing that he asked Ruto not to do. The only thing he has asked him to do that he cannot is that he does not campaign. These are career politicians. You cannot dictate to someone how they use their time to campaign as long as it is not interfering in the job that you have given them. So if he's not given a job, if he campaigns from the beginning of the day the beginning of the year to the end of the year, it is his time. He can use it how he wants to use it. You cannot come and tell adults who are not children with 32 teeth how to use their time, how to manage their time. That is going outside of him.
Actually, on the issue of advising the president, also the president was advised that the big BBI is not workable, and then he competed with the BBI.
But he doesn't have to agree. You see, Ruto did advise him. One way we know that he did advise him at the Bomas of Kenya, we all saw him giving. He's not to always go along with what Uhuru is saying. He is to give his opinion. And for him to come out in the open, I think Ruto is mannered enough. By the time he's coming to say things in the public, he has tried to approach him in private, and it has been unsuccessful. So for him to come that day, you see how Uhuru was laughing at Ruto in front of everybody. We saw those pictures. So we can see who the aggressor is. So that's why I'm telling you, the questions that you're placing and saying, why didn't Ruto do this? He can't do it. He has to be given, okay, he can be told, execute this. So if they promise people this, when they promised to give the laptops, when they promised to build the stadiums, they did so with Uhuru. They were in one accord. But down the line, that accord split up. It is in a home. If you have a husband and you have a wife and they're not getting along, the only way now, what you're talking about is logging heads. And now there will be a fight. There will be no peace. So sometimes one of them has to go low. And that is called submitting. So what Ruto has done, even when his rights have been taken away, he has submitted to avoid a quarrel, to avoid war, to avoid instability in the country. So he has gone low so that his people do not rise up. So we actually should give him grace.
And Raila is saying let him resign so that he takes over the work.
No, it doesn't matter. You see, you can tell someone to resign. I can tell Bernard to come out from here. I've said Wekesa needs to come out, but he's still here. The boss wants him here. So the fact that someone is telling you to do something, you also are somebody you have to make up your mind what you want to do. So whoever is telling him, and we can't use, and I'm not going to go there. I don't like to go to our elders because they sacrificed. But Ramogi had his own reasons for resigning. But if you want to go to history and you look, that was the last time he was somebody. So if I was Ruto, I would not use him as an example to resign. Neither would I use Raila. and someone said here, the reason Raila became MP, whatever the prime minister that he likes, we like to call him prime minister, it is Ruto. And that is why Ruto went to Hague. Let us give credit where it is due.
And we want to use the big Ashley to help the hustlers.
Ashley, I understand where you're coming from and what you are stating. But there are some facts that you are either deliberately leaving out or you don't want to face them. I want us to appreciate the fact that the government does not carry out activities. The government operates as a system. One item leads to another. There is a cabinet meeting, the deliberations are passed. Those that need to go to parliament, they go to parliament. The parliament goes through whatever they need to go through, they pass them. Then they are distributed to the cabinet secretaries to see the execution of each one of them. The president does not just wake up in the morning and say, I feel like giving people wheelbarrows. Then he begins to distribute. There is a systematic way of running the government. And the government of Kenya has not been doing activities. They have been operating a particular system. Now, if DP is part of that system, there is no way he can say he has been put aside. Number one.
What if your boss says, I want to do ABCD?
Until he has able to tell us, he went to the cabinet meeting, akafungiwa nje. He tried to be in his office, milango yake ofisi ikafungwa. He has been ejected from his residence. Then we will understand him. But these other things that he's using for political gain, they are not adding up.
Bernard, we know even at work, there is a place where you can go to work and the boss doesn't want you and sidelines you. So let us not get into that. Let us save time and agree, because Ruto has said very well that when the second term started, he was told to step aside so the president can shine. And we do know, all know that Matiang'i was given the responsibilities that Ruto was taking. So let us save time on the things that we agree on and not argue about things that we all know, because I think everyone here is intelligent enough to know that he has been sidelined. The other day, even Uhuru told him to resign. So let us not go there. Let us move forward and see how we can help our dear country. That's all I have to say.
The only thing I will say is that Matiang'i was given the responsibilities because the DP was turning government services into campaign tools. So, and Matiang'i's performance in the ministry,
Bernard, you are misleading the system here.
Performance in the Ministry of Communication gave him an upper hand as an executor. So the president said, since he wants his work done and not be turned into campaign items, he will give to somebody who is able to execute the work minus the campaign. That is all I understand until something else has changed. To my best of knowledge.
Bernard, kwani nitapewa chance niongee saa ngapi? Bernard, mimi nimekuwa tu nikiuliza maswali. Nimekuwa tu nikiuliza maswali, Bernard.
Let's do this. Order, everybody. Ashley, finish your submission. Then Ndeto, you already had given your
Bernard,
submission.
and I know you know.
No, I have not, Bernard.
Ngoja kwanza tafadhali. You want to confuse me. I will follow due process. I don't want to be thrown out of court. I'll follow due process. So Ashley, finish your submission. From there, we'll get the question from Themba. Then we hear from Brother Benson. Then we now take the second round.
Okay, what I was saying is that we all know, I think we should not dwell on the fact that they are not getting along, that Uhuru is not giving Ruto any responsibilities. That is a known fact. So let's work from there going forward. And the Uhuru is the president. If anything has not been done, it rests on his feet. He has decided what is important and what is not. And for him, BBI was what was important, and it failed. So if we want to see Ruto do anything, I think we'll have to wait for him. Otherwise, right now, he's a principal assistant. It is like a conductor. Like even Raila used to say, conductor na driver. Uhuru ndio ana drive hii gari ya Jubilee. Everything where he stops, he picks up, nani ana collect to fare. So kama ameambiwa si collect fare, wameka mwingine wa ku collect fare, yeye amekaa tu. Anagojea apewe responsibility, akikataa kupewa, yeye ata enjoy the ride. And that is what really Ruto is doing right now. I'm done.
Ashley,
Thank you.
Yes, Ashley, sawa, mambo ni sawa. Uko sawa?
Okay, Themba, go ahead.
I think, Bernard, what we are suffering is a clear indication of miscommunication, clear indication of disjointed, concocted information. The DP a few days ago said that he's the deputy president of Jubilee. Then the next day he said that UDA have done roads. So I want to, at least for now, agree with the previous speaker that indeed what we are getting generally from Jubilee government is a failure, and that failure will be borne by both the president and the deputy, and the successes will be borne by the president and the deputy. So what will come out probably is how well I can see they are trying very much to distance the deputy from the failures of the Jubilee government and paint him as the success that they want him to see. That one will leave. The debate is out there and the jury is out there. The decision will be made come next year. Now, I want very quickly, as Ndeto will be doing his responses, because he made some comments earlier, to try, even as they're making their submissions, let them not forget our history is very rich. Where we have started, where we are coming from, it informs us. If you don't know your history, you don't know where you are, and you don't know where you're going. We know why BBI came. I mean, not everybody was there on what's happened. So I think it is ingenuity and lack of maybe commitment as a citizen when you try to trivialize it and call it is a Raila thing. I think it's good for us to argue and protect the people we want to support. It's okay for you to pick a position, but I think it is insincere for us to try and change the history as it is. Let's leave that to propagandists and those other people. So as Ndeto will be talking, I respect everyone and the position you support. I respect Ndeto. I know he's a Ruto man. But as you make your submission, let us not be cheap. You know, there are things you can leave for the politicians, for the political platforms, when they want to wipe the crowds. But as a people that are here, let us be genuine with the comments that we want to make. If it is a point, just make the point. Don't change the history. We know where BBI came from. You know what has happened. We don't want to take the propaganda. So as you'll be responding, Beto, I know you are going to make your submissions. Kindly tell us, in your own view, how you are going to separate Ruto from the current, what you are thinking are failures of the current government. How are you going to separate him? While at the moment, you are trying so hard to tie him that he's tied to the hip, he can't go anywhere. So how are you going to untie him from the failures of the Jubilee government? And don't give us excuses. Oh, I was not given this. Oh, I was chased aside. Those are political propagandas that are happening out there. Tell us when you are going to do that. How are you going to paint it? Thank you.
Themba, let me talk now. Bernard, let me talk. I answer this guy.
You are not mentioned, Wariahe. The person mentioned was Ndeto. Ndeto, please respond.
Okay, thank you so much, Bernard and Themba. You have asked me a very good question. That how are we going to separate Ruto from current failures of Jubilee government. And I should not give excuses. I should give tangible reasons. One, I will begin by saying in the first tenure of their government, they collaborated very well. And even that's the time they connected very many Kenyans with electricity and such. We saw a lot of development when it comes also to the roads and such. But when it came to and that time, if you have listened to Ruto carefully, he has been saying they used to be in good terms. But now, after the election from 2017, I think something somewhere went wrong. And these people never involved other members to resolve the issue earlier before it had brought the valley, it had brought that big valley between them. So how he will be able to separate himself from the same government is, one, he was like his role was given to another person. You know, that's a very strong point. The fact that the president assigned another official, state official, with the very same responsibilities is an indicator that this guy has no hand in the same. So if the government has failed in the second tenure, meaning you cannot attribute that to all that to the deputy president. And if you have to attribute it to him, is that he was not part of what was happening and he was forced to be out. So that way, that's why we are able to say that even if this guy was removed from the government roles, we saw the offices being closed. We have also seen even the government has been pulling the security part. So they want to cripple this man. And let me tell you, this man may not be voted for very big things.
Neto, you are running too fast. Neto, you are running too fast. Go small,
yes, you should carry on with me.
Goja. You are jumping from 2017 to 2021 back to 2015. Please give us chronological
I have a lot of points.
Order.
I have a lot of points to present.
Number two, hold on. Number two, if the DP has been doing nothing, he should tell us why he's been drawing a salary for doing nothing.
Let me tell you, he has not been doing nothing, Bernard. We have seen him moving all around in the country, trying to support circles, trying to support small businesses among boda and women, mama bogas. Maybe it's out of his pocket. It's out of his resources. What a leader, what a servant leader. So what we are saying is, if he has been able to do that with his money, what about if we entrust this man as the CEO of this nation and the budget that we have as a country, we allow him to be able to delocalize maybe various this budget into various activities according to the new model, which is called bottom-up approach. So, which he said even today that it is not over. This guy is pulling all the best minds we have in this nation so that they can keep pressing this thing.
Bernard, wait, let me try to answer. Hold on. The DP goes around the country as a government official or as a personal servant leader?
As a government official, because we have not seen his resignation. We have not seen the DP resigning, so he is a government official.
That's just wait.
So he's a government official. He is serving the government. Hold on.
Bernard, let me answer them.
So if he's a government official and is salaried by the government, what makes him not to be part of the government?
Because
and share both the responsibilities, both the successes and the failures of the government.
We have seen even whoever who was entrusted with his position, he has started to bulldoze him by even denying him security because he is the head of internal security. So, Bernard, let us not be so docile to understand that if today my position in a place where I work, I am preoccupied by someone else indirectly, I don't need to force myself in. Because I'm not desperate, I have to keep doing some other activities.
Doctor, you are repeating the same thing that you are the same story, the same narrative. Oh, if my place has been taken by someone else, oh, I need to do this. What you are saying is this: the failure and the successes of Jubilee government will be carried by both of them. So whether he comes and tells you, oh, you know, you see, I'm being taken left, right, and center, whatever he's doing, he's still in government. He still takes people to the Hustler mansion, which is currently paid by us. So he's going to account for all those coins.
But Themba,
everything about
answer me this question. Answer me this question, Themba. Why do we always talk about a thief, but we do not compound them? Only when we have failures. Wait, if it is like that, the way you are coming, then let us compound them. Because even the CEO has been telling us, you know, we have been losing a lot of money. Where is that money lost to? If it is not within.
So Neto, this is it. When the CEO will be going and will be asking Jubilee government to account for what they have done and what they haven't done, the Jubilee government, including the DP, will be giving us an account of why we have paid him for 4 years to give excuses on why he will not come and tell us that I was taken from this, I was taken there. That will only work with the people that are supporting him. But those of us who are paying taxes, we will ask him.
Okay,
what have you done for 4 years?
Demba, let me finish this issue one time. I think Ndeto, I think
Demba, you are diverting from a certain reason
now,
point.
Look here.
Demba, you are diverting from a certain reason point. You see, Bernard. What Demba is trying to insinuate is, if today I'm given a job at the communication center, then I'm told you should never talk. Then what was the essence of that job?
Stop.
And
Stop
yet,
there.
You should quit.
Neto, what you are running away is the point.
You should quit.
Why do you want Neto to talk and you don't want me to talk?
Neto, you are running away from the point I'm making. The point I'm making is the DP and the president will account for the DP. He can only sell the idea that he has not been working because he has not been given whatever to you people.
Then Raila should also be involved. Raila should also be brought in, because who is helping Raila right now? Right now, who is spearheading Raila right now, if not Uhuru?
Okay.
If not Uhuru.
Order, Themba.
So even Raila should be brought down. Let us have a neutral person.
I'll answer you. It is true. When the exam comes, which is the voting, the people will decide. Everybody has been seeing what's been going on. And yes, they'll be held both accountable and due to be judged according to their works and what we know. So that is not, that would be the thing. I've already judged, you've judged, and we all are going to do that and go to the polls with what we know. We already know, we can see it. Nobody is blind, and those who are blind will make a wrong choice. But we can all see what's going on. So yes, they will all be judged, but we know who to hold responsible. We know whether to hold him responsible for the failures of Jubilee. We know whether not to hold him responsible for the failures of Jubilee as a voter.
Okay, I hear you, Ashley. And just for the record, the 2022 elections will be run against Jubilee's performance, 2013 to 2022. So anybody who wants to be president,
and the
he
voter
will be going to the voters and tell him he's going to be a better president. He's going to deliver better than what Uhuru has delivered.
And we will talk about the DBI and the time it has wasted.
The scorecard of Jubilee is what will determine the threshold of the next election. So it's not a matter of Uhuru and Ruto. It's the scorecard of the Jubilee performance. And if Ruto was part of the Jubilee government, then he must first of all own up the Jubilee's successes and failure, then tell us we did this and did this and failed here. But if you trust me, I will do
Bernard, what
better.
you're saying, Bernard, you can't force somebody. You can't force somebody what they'll say. They will choose what they will say, and then what they will decide whether we believe them or not. And then we'll go to the vote, and then put the vote in.
Actually, I'm not saying that I'm telling the DP what to say. I'm simply saying the scenario. The scenario of the situation is you cannot come from Jubilee and then come and say you don't know Jubilee. You are now UDA. We should not associate you with anything from Jubilee. Now there is this guy here called Collins. Collins and Wariahe. Keep your mics mute. Keep your mics mute. Until it's your turn to speak, don't put your mic on, please.
But we need to ask some questions. We need to ask some questions, but you're not giving us time.
Okay, Wariahe, what is your question?
I wanted to ask Themba. I wanted to answer Themba first and then ask him one more question. He told us at what has Ruto, why is Ruto not performing, and why is he not doing any work? One, Ruto is the principal assistant of the president. If he is told to do something, he will do. Now, Ruto has advised President Uhuru that to help the hustlers in this country, we need to do the big four. Uhuru, because of some 2022 succession, started bringing this issue of handshake and bringing the issue of BBI and wasting our time for 4 years. Now, Ruto, when it goes to 2022, we will tell our people we wanted to create jobs for the hustlers in Big Four. And Uhuru partnered with Raila to create the BBI. Now, if Themba is saying that Ruto has not performed, Ruto wanted to perform, but there is no, that political goodwill, and everybody is trying to make sure that Ruto, this Big Four is not done so that people don't get a job, so that Jubilee is saying it has done some work, so that Ruto gets 2022 presidency. So if Raila has wasted all our time, in 2022, we will tell the people that Raila has wasted our time and we will have performed something. And that will cost Raila so much. And even the costs have indicated us.
Another thing, actually, Ashley came in with something. Let me chip in. Ashley said that something about Matatu. Let's give an opinion of this Matatu. Matatu has owners, and the owners ni wananchi. Driver ni Uhuru Kenyatta. Conductor ni William Ruto. Wacha nikwambie, driver akileta kierere na conductor amejua kuendesha gari, tutampea conductor. And that's why we are here there. Tulimpea Uhuru miaka zake akaendesha si mzuri, lakini conductor ameshika laini, tutampea aendeshe gari.
I think Wariahe was saying something. Wariahe, I don't have a dispute over whoever you guys are gonna vote for. That's fine. That is democratic right. But I'm just saying, whatever the successes of
Bernard,
Collins,
kama gari ni ya mwenyewe, conductor tutampatiaje gari? Si conductor mwenyewe ndo atasema hii gari napatia mtu fulani, driver fulani, na wacha conductor baki tu conductor.
Hauko umenielewa swali yangu?
Hapana, wewe unasema kama driver.
Okay, listen. I said the car belongs to people, and that's the fathers. And they dedicated certain driver to drive a car. But when the driver fails, and the conductor is competent to drive, we will delegate the conductor to drive. That is it. And where we are, we're saying, because Jubilee passed, okay, by 2022, we will not be talking about Jubilee anymore. We'll be talking about UDA. We will not be talking about Jubilee. Get that in mind. So we will not be saying Jubilee versus ODM or NASA. We will be saying UDA or certain coalition with Ruto with another one. So Jubilee put aside. We will not be discussing about Jubilee anymore by 2022. We will be discussing about Ruto and his agendas.
So when I was responding, I'm saying this. First of all, you are erroneously telling us something, because even your guy, UDA presidential candidate, that is Ruto, has given enumeration of what UDA has done before even it comes to power. So it will be a
No, you are lying. You are lying. Temper, you are lying. Temper, you are lying. You are lying.
No.
Temper, you are lying.
Debate. Stop it. Stop it. We are not the people who put the words in the mouth of the DP. You want to see the video or what?
What did he say? And
He
what
said
did he say he has done?
UDA has track record. It has built the railway.
And the UDA is a person, not a party. You have to know that.
So UDA is a person now.
No,
so
in
UDA today is a
case,
person, tomorrow is a
UDA
party,
is a person.
next time is a government. Hey,
yeah,
you guys.
UDA is a person.
So can you find
who is the person?
Okay, Kibet, I leave that. Let me leave that. Okay, fine, fair enough. I want to give.
Can we let that matter rest? Yeah.
Yeah.
We bring in a
question.
Hold on. I want us to make progress, but please, I beg all of us, let's remain objective. We are not saying that if we point out the mistakes of the DP, we are making him not a leader. We are not denying him his responsibilities at the DP, but we will not be party to what lies so that somebody looked that did not say what he actually said.
But Bernard, I think there is this one point.
We are not on this platform for DP. We are not on this platform for Raila. We are on this platform for Kenya. Let us give the views that will build Kenya. Okay? And Kenya can only be built on the platform of truth, not propaganda.
Bernard, the other day we were discussing about parties, and someone said
Neto kidogo tu. Neto kidogo.
Now I want to have Collins and the ancestor. They have not said anything. Then there is some here.
And there is a
So can we hear from Collins? Where are you?
Na sianze mambo ya Mudavadi.
Where Waria has stopped leading the witness. Collins, unmute and speaker.
Mnanisikia?
Kabisa, endelea.
No, Waria Mudavadi is one of the authors of this Kenya. Kama ajui. You unaweza mweka nje, but is a good guy. Hello?
Let's go ahead, Collins. Just continue.
So I want to tell Neto, Jubilee is a government. Atukenda class PP1, who is the president? He tell you Uhuru Kenyatta. Who is the deputy? William Ruto. Kama William Ruto is not the DP, is in UDA. Si atoke Jubilee aende UDA, resign as the president. Sebe, mimi nimeshindwa as the DP. Aende, atoke Karen, nyumba ya nini, aende. I want to come to Waria. I want to talk about Mudavadi now.
Nasasa, because you are mentioning our names. Should we rebuttal? Because Bernard, this guy has umesema a very sensitive point.
Hold your horses. You are an old member of this platform. You know how things work. Just note down whatever you say, because whatever Collins is saying are just statements. He has not even explained anything.
I want to talk to Waria now. Waria Mudavadi is a presidential candidate, whether you like it or not. Whether you like it or not.
Even Abdubadila is a president.
Yes. We cannot despite that. Come to Western. Go to Western. Ask them, is Raila, ask Amaruto. They were in Kabuchai. Ruto went to Kabuchai. Akakuwa Matungu. They never hawakupata hiyo kitu. What does it show you? What does it show you? Politics zimechange. Usifikirie vile unafikiria. Mimi mwenyewe nasimama MCA Umoja One. As NC. I'm telling you. Nyinyi mnaongea kama mkoko. Mimi nasimama kama niko kwa ground. Nangangana lolo. Nangangana na lolo.
Collins, don't mislead this bro.
I'm not misleading. Mimi nakwambia what is there. What is on ground. Unajua you are talking on video. You are not in ground. Me, I'm in ground.
The problem you are in crown in Western.
Nimekwambia nasimama I'm telling you nasimama Umoja One. Umoja One is in Western.
Because it's like now you are campaigning, Colin. Should I ask you a question?
Can you ask me?
Why is Mudavadi not fielding any candidate outside Western?
Bana, we are coming. You just talk on video, but kwa ground video different. That one I'll tell you for free.
Bana, they try to help this guy. This fellow.
Me, I'll tell you for free. You just talk to video, but kwa ground video different.
Don't tell us you're talking in video and you are in video talking to us.
Yes,
we are all from Crown.
Bernard is a good friend of mine, and he knows the ground. He's a good friend of mine.
Stop bragging, Collins. Collins, stop bragging on this platform.
I'm not bragging.
Talk about the horses, not the
people. The people
who hold your horses. Okay, Collins, hold on. Collins, hold on. No, please. Collins has not said anything that warrants rebuttal. Neto, why can't you just cool down? Let him finish, then we continue.
Let me tell you, the two horses.
What is different from you?
Hajui. Sasa sisi anatuona tu hapa kwa television, anafikiria tumetoka wapi? Ama tumeshida wapi?
Sasa when Neto suko ground.
Yes. So I wonder why he is saying that he is the only person on ground and we should take him as a right.
He's talking about his ground. You have your ground. So he's giving us a report on Umoja One. You will give us a report what is happening in Kinangop. We have no dispute over that.
Yes, Mudavadi is unpopular there. Mudavadi is not popular there. So let him.
But Bernard, you know that they are
ask me where.
Tell the guy properly.
Neto, Skiliza, stop dismissing people.
Bernard.
If Mudavadi has no popularity there,
why am I in Nairobi? Where am I in Nairobi? Is not popular. Why am I in Nairobi?
his officers.
You know, you are only talking from the. You are talking from the village perspective.
Look here. Okay.
Not to village,
Neto,
my
Neto,
friend.
hold on. Okay, Collins, finish your submission. Neto.
This guy is talking from his own village, and he thinks that.
Neto, you're going to force me to kick you out of the studio. Collins, finish your submission quickly. We have a minute.
No, Neto, I think Neto akona ile kitu inaitwanga.
Just continue with your submission. Forget that. Italeta makizaza.
So Neto, I'm telling you, for free, William Ruto will never be president. For free. Tafuta chama mzuri.
Ongea juu ya Mudavadi.
You know, Bernard, this guy is inviting me.
I will come to you.
You cannot provoke me and you expect me to keep quiet. And you are giving us data from your village.
Which village? Umoja, yes, Umoja is my village. Umoja is my village.
Bernard, can you help this guy, please?
No, apana. Bernard cannot help me. Bernard cannot. Okay. I want to address Neto and
your
you.
Minute is running out. Your minute is running out.
No, these guys.
You see, Bernard, this guy is inviting a conversation. Yes, because anaongea akipost. So he is expecting me to.
Hello,
Collins, are you done?
No, I want to niende kwa nani hii waria hii.
Ebu maliza haraka tafadhali, tuna nini?
Waria, this is me. Now I'll tell you for free. You cannot talk about Raila and Ruto when Mudavadi is there. Go to Western. Me, I'm not nimelelewa Nairobi. Go to Western. Raila never, he wanted to take the seat of Matungu. He used everything, hakuchukua. Akaenda Kabchai, hakuchukua. What does it show you?
Okay, tutapatia Mudavadi akuwe running mate ya Ruto.
Ya Ruto wapi? Who is better than Ruto? Who is better than between Mudavadi and Ruto? Who is better than?
Walia, don't confuse yourself. Hatuko hapa.
Tunaona sasa hii ndio shit. Bernard. Hii ndio shida watu wa UDA.
Collins, if you don't wrap up your conversation, we are going to move to the next person.
I think
move to the next person.
Okay, now let's have some order, please. There is this Mishak. He's trying to come in.
Yeah, bring in Mishak.
No, Mishak. I can only add you when I see you in here. So keep trying until you get in. If you get a signal, the studio is full, give it like a minute or so and try again until you get in. So I am not blocking anybody. I have powers to add you and remove you, but I cannot stop you from dialing to get in. Thank you. Now, can we hear from Bro Benson, then Ancestor, then Sam, in that order? Bro Benson, Community Ancestor, then Sam.
Good evening, good night. Wengine ni usiku, wengine ni mchana, wengine ni kama wanalala. Kwanza kabisa ningependa kuchukua nafasi kuwashukuru nyinyi wote kwa very good debate. Ndeto is a he has taken Ayaga's position today. Anyway, that's how it works. One of the things that I would like to put across is one thing about the deputy saying that he's not concerned about his security, and is concerned about the people. I think his security is more important because without his security, even like the things he wants to deliver for people might not be there, because the position he holds is a very high position. So he has to be concerned about his security. That is one. Even the common man is concerned about his security. So he should be. That is one. Secondly, is that I've heard Mr. Kibet and Deto Wariai talking about everything about the development of the government and where the due, where we should give credit to and where we should not. And I think we just need to be very truthful with ourselves, because some of these things we see them, and if we say the truth, we will be free. And if we say the truth, we will find out how to explain. We don't get stuck, because some of the good things that the government has done will be credited to both of them. The failures of the government will also be to them. There's no way in which we can say, when we talk of good things about the government, we talk of William Ruto, the DP, and when we talk of failures of the government, we talk about Uhuru Kenyatta. If we are giving them, let's give them the good thing, all of them. Let's give them all failures. And something that will surprise you, something will happen, and it will happen soon. We will know. Until today, we don't know what transpired between President Uhuru Kenyatta and the deputy president. Is that we only people keep on speculating, and it's BBI, it's Raila Odinga. But I tell you, one time this thing will come out and people will be surprised. Yeah, there's something that really happened that we don't know, and this thing will come out and people will be surprised. And another thing, sometimes as we discuss here, sometimes we are not very truthful with ourselves, and we are not very truthful with our country. We are not helping our country. We are not, because some of us, we come here and we support the lies that the politicians say. Yeah, we know that this person is lying, and we support this. If we were very truthful, I can remember about the security bill, and the security bill was not giving the Ministry of Interior to control the security. Yeah, and when this security bill was brought in the parliament, you saw how it happened, and now it's again coming back, and it's now haunting us. And something that is going to help us do this, it's not going to happen to DP alone. It will happen, and it will continue to happen until it will be rekebishwa. Ikirekebishwa haitatokea, lakini wakikosa kurekebisha, hata huyo mtu mwingine mwenye atakuja kwa power, he can still do that, because the way that law is there. So I think as a country, yeah, we need to blame our leaders for doing some of the times we do these bills thinking that we are going to stick to power forever, not knowing that they will come and haunt us. So we need, as we are here, I know most of us will be vying the way Collins is saying he wants to vie. They should go there and make things that favor everybody, not favor one person, or favor you during the time that you are in power. That is one. Another thing, as I always say, peace That is what I need for my country, peace. Even if we support the presidential candidates that we support, let's remind ourselves that we support them and we speak words that brings us together. Let not speak words of hatred. Let not speak words that are going to disturb our peace. We know the people that we support. If they say things that does not unite us as a country, when we come to this platform, let us call them out. Yeah, to maintain that peace. Because if that peace is taken away from us, there is no any other country that we have in Kenya. Apart from Kenya, I mean, Kenya is the country we have, you know, and all the leaders that are running for presidential candidates, we cannot do without them. We don't have any William Ruto. We have one only William Ruto. We don't have any other Raila. We have only one Raila, Kalonzo, Mudavadi, all the presidential candidates, Uhuru Kenyatta. But what we need to do as youths, as we educate one another, if we see, let us not kind of like be people who thrive on propaganda. You know, let us be people who thrive on facts, you know, and that's how we can grow. But if you want to be a society whereby the propaganda is the order of the way, one time it will crash and we will pay for it. That's the only thing I can say. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Bro Benson. Any question to Bro Benson? Okay, if there is no question, let's go straight to community ancestor. Thereafter, we hear from Sam.
Yes, Mr. Bernard, the moderator, alafu na mapanelist wote. My question to you, Ndeto, is that you said that Ruto is using his pocket money to give border borders, mama mbogas, so yeye ni roho safi. Now my question is, Ndeto, do you know how much money in every financial year is pumped into the deputy president's office? Utanijibu, nitakuachia dakika moja ya mwisho. Now, in fact, DP, in fact, DP kusema kuwa he is not concerned about his security, anatudanganya. Reason being, when you see the dog, his tail jumping up and down, know that the owner is not far. Now, to Ruto speaking, and truly today he spoke, or he'll continue speaking. In fact, what I heard from him, he said that he wants us not to, for him, he doesn't want to discuss matters concerning sharing of government positions, that let's put a discussion of empowering farmers, empowering youths like Ndetos and me, empowering businesses, and what have you. Now, my question to Mr. Ruto, kindly, since in 2012, before him taking power with Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta in 2013, does he mean that he did not discuss with Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, or now they were going to share government positions 50-50? Then, if truly they after 2013 and 2017 they indeed shared 50-50, that means he's cheating us. My second question I'm asking Mr. Ruto, he's saying that he doesn't want us to, for him, he wants us to talk about empowering youths. Since 2013 up to now, how many jobs has he created for our young people as he has done in Uganda after opening petrol stations in the names Starpex? Because in fact, yesterday I saw diaspora people from Uganda. They were saying boycott Starpex because it is related to William Samoei Ruto and Museveni. I saw that boycotting note. Then my last question to William Samoei Ruto about farmers. In fact, the other day, I saw in his hometown of Eldoret, people were crying, people were mourning that they were taking maize to silos. To their shock, they found that the silos were full of maize, and they were wondering who took those maize into those silos. So William Samoei Ruto, what has he done to help these farmers since taking office from 2013 to 2021? Now, Kenya youth or citizens, we have lamented enough of abuses that we have received from our politicians. Lack of jobs, those are human abuses. Kenyans, have we recognized the reality of our sufferings? Have we really recognized the reality of our pains in the hand of our common enemies, who are the so-called leaders? In this world, truly, we are pained because of greed from our leaders that only cares of themselves. I rest my case as I wait for Ndeto to answer my question.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your submission, community hazard. Not hazard, but ancestor. I don't know why I keep on calling you hazard. Maybe it's because of your second name, ancestor. It's so hazardous. So, sorry. To answer you, you have asked if I am aware of how much money the office of DP earns every fiscal year. And in the previous year, 2020-2021, the money was cut by almost 50%. His office used to get 2.4 billion, which was cut to 1.4 billion. The reason that these guys gave is that they wanted to curtail the movement of DP across the nation. So they think that by giving him money, he will use it just to popularize his name. But there is one thing I would like to tell you. Today, if you go to his office, there is no operations there. So you can imagine, also there is not much is done there. So even there is no need of employees. He has transferred maybe the office to Karen, of which I don't know. I don't think he pays any penny to in that office. So maybe only those people whom he works with. And among the money, maybe he is utilizing to popularize himself, if that is the best word you people would love me to say. Maybe it is part of that kind of resources. He is sacrificing it instead of using it for his own good. In a way, he is sacrificing it, being also part of his salary for 12 months. So, I mean, with that, there is a basis that he has been using his money to just help the poor, especially in this time of COVID crisis. And that's so good of him and kind of him. We have not seen other leaders. Otherwise, they have been fighting him of his generosity. What kind of a leader can be voted in if you cannot show your generosity at this very time? Some people are just calling him names, and they are waiting to be voted for in 2022. So let us have that heart of giving, community ancestor. Start with there, then we give.
Neto, differentiate for me between generosity and bribe.
To be generous, you can even give part of bribe if you are a thief. So, but generosity means you use your income, maybe from your businesses or your salary, to spend with those people who are less fortunate, especially in the rural or maybe in formal settlements. We have seen this guy helping a lot of women. Na hawa mama wanalia. Yes.
Why do you want a welfare state? You see, you cannot take us to elect someone just because he's giving his own money. I mean, that is creating a welfare state. Some people we are not going to work. Deto, can you wake up? Don't tell us we want policies. You are the one who is telling us all bottom up. Now you are telling us you have to elect him because he's using his own resources. When he gets
I have said it's a scorecard. It's a scoreline.
Please be honest to that.
Remember, give him a moment.
Yes, it's a scoreline.
Before you conclude, let me ask you this: if somebody is generous, okay, must he be made president first so that his generosity can trickle down to everyone? Being a politician and a scholar, I am sure that you have read the story of Mother Teresa.
Yes.
Mother Teresa, was she president?
No. You know, Bernard.
Did she touch lives?
Yes, very many.
Positive.
She was a religious sister. Let me bring this to the light. And these people, they are not allowed to make any business. They can only engage in donations or charity works, but they should not engage in business. So for Mother Teresa, it's a religious sister who should not have any wealth, but they should be used like to link the poor with the philanthropist, with the donor, or whoever who is willing to support them. For instance, if there are kids somewhere who are vulnerable, and there is a sponsor somewhere who can give them school fees, then this Mother Teresa just comes in, she links the poor child to the philanthropist. Then from there,
Deto, have you actually read the story of Mother Teresa, or you're reporting what you heard?
You know, I have worked with such institutions, and I know how they operate.
Specifically, Mother Teresa.
I just went through the summary.
Okay, you went through the summary. Let me give you the bottom line. Okay? She was a school teacher. She was earning her salary. And passing between those people who are leprous every morning going to class. She reached a place where she said she couldn't take it. So she told the principal and say, I've had enough. I'm going to take care of those people. Give me my check. And the principal said, if you're dropping from work to go and take care of those people, how are you going to be getting? He said, I'm going to feed as much as this money can take care of. The rest will take care of itself. Just the introductory part of it. So she was not linking philanthropy. You said which people?
Philanthropists. They are called
Okay.
philanthropists, Bernard.
Philanthropist,
These are people with money, but they would also like to take part in community development.
Mother Teresa had links with these rich people, and she was poor with poor people in Calcutta, India.
No. You know, like you have introduced the issue of salary. I know how these religious sisters works. You know, even if you are employed somewhere, you are not supposed to take anything. It should go to the account of the congregation. So, and in the very same sense, if you are working and it is the congregation even to feed you and even to support you with clothing or such, so it reaches a time when all the money the sisters maybe are getting, it can be used to transform a society. The very same way you are saying, through feeding programs, through education programs, you can also go and renovate maybe for the poor, such like things. But for the case of a political class, this guy is an investor. He is a person who is making business, and you know he is sharing out of his profit. So
have you read
he
the
has
history of
to.
Hitler?
Yes.
Just a moment, Neto. 1 minute.
Hey,
1 minute, Neto. 1 minute. Atienne, you need to log out and log in afresh. Your device is not well connected, so you cannot be added to the studio. Your audio and video is not well mixed. So get out and then get back again and follow due process. Set up your camera, set up your audio, then come back. Carry on, Neto.
So that's the basis of. You know, there is no one to compare with Adolf Hitler in this nation.
And
that
have you
guy
read
was
about
cruel.
Rasputin? Have you read about Rasputin?
Yeah, Putin have also read about
Rasputin.
him. Yes.
Now you see, when you come and come and give the masses a little, and you take advantage of their lack of it, and then you start creating a welfare state that you have helped them. That is not help. And let me tell you, Neto, what you are saying that is a good thing is actually creating a welfare state. I don't know if you honestly want to elect a leader based on giving you what you deserve. You see, it is not for the leader to give you their wealth. We don't want any handouts. We don't want to create a handout economy, Neto. We don't want to a leader to come and make sure you don't get water. Then they come, they give us what we deserve. Then we say they have helped us. We want a citizen that knows their rights. They know what they deserve by right, not because they're being helped. It is your right to get good education. It's your right to have food. It's your right to, nobody's doing you a favor to take you to school. So when you come here and say now you're praising someone because they have given you food, they have taken you to school, now he's a better leader, that shows how myopic as a citizen we are. We need to be people who know our right. We know what Constitution gives us. No favor someone is doing us for giving us, making the environment good for us to get what we deserve.
So can I ask you, Demba?
Before you start telling us that
listen,
Ruto has been giving you this,
hey,
focus
Demba, before you continue, can I ask you a question? So do you want to tell me this giving has only started with Ruto? All these other leaders have not been giving out? Is that what you're trying to mean?
Now, I'm not saying that two wrongs do not make a right. If there are any other leaders that have been doing that, then you need to stand up and call them out. Two wrongs do not make a right. That because someone else has done it doesn't make it good.
That is the norm of our politician, and we can
No,
never
it is
run out of
wrong.
it.
That is why you and I are here. It is why you and I are here. We are not here to ride on the norm. We are here to say this is what the citizen deserve. Nobody in Neto is doing you a favor to make you access education. Nobody's doing you a favor to make you have good roads. Nobody's doing you a favor to make you have the things you deserve by law, by right. So when you come here and start telling us, oh, Ruto has done this, has done this, this has done this, a politician, your MP, it is not a favor is doing for you to make sure that Kera roads are built where you stay. So that should not be a campaign tool.
You know, Demba, you are talking from the perspective of a socialism point of view. where everything is
No.
controlled by
Let
the
me read
state.
the constitution.
Yes.
It is your basic right. You have a
Let
right
me
to
finish.
education. You have a right to
Let me
food. You have a
finish.
right to housing. It is not a
Let me
politician to do that
finish.
for you because they feel nice.
No, but you have to work for it. In a socialist community, that's
No.
where everything is provided. Wait. You know, the way you are trying to contrive the debate is like someone giving you some help is a very big problem, and we should not take as citizens. Someone has asked, is he the only person who have done it? It's like we do not know the culture of this nation.
Deto, please, let's do this. I said we should progress, okay? To progress means we move forward. Nobody in this country is, except you came today, okay? But if you've been in this country, you should know the problem of this country. For 24 years, we were under Moi's regime, under a system of handouts. Siasa mbaya, maisha mbaya. Siasa nzuri, maisha mazuri. Meaning, if you support the government will do you good. If you oppose it, you will live begging. And
na
it
kazi
has
ilikuwa inafanywa na nani, Bernard?
Ngoja kwanza. That
na pesa
held
inaenda kwa nani?
Deto,
Nini?
let me ask
ilienda
you something. Let me ask.
Kazi ilikuwa kwa nani na pesa kwa nani?
You know, I don't know, you guys just forget things and you just try to circle around because this is a Kenya we've been. And just to take you back a little bit, what happened last time when the proponents of BBI wanted the motion to be passed? Are they not giving out? Is not the same giving like the way they say, oh, car grant, all this one. You know, all this is because those MCS were the level of those it's not the same level na wale watu wenye wanapewa handout wenye wanakula. But when you see what this man has been doing, has been
that's
their
wrong.
businesses. Listen first, Demba. I give you some time.
You are misrepresenting the truth. You are misrepresenting the truth.
Demba,
no, say the truth, Sam.
Order.
We are here for the truth, not for propaganda.
No, let me
hold on.
point.
Ember, hold on.
Let me give my point.
Sam, look here. Sam, look here. I don't think Themba has said that the politicians don't give handouts. What we are advocating against is as a handout government, a handout system of running government. We need to move away from that so that we can develop and become self-sufficient, whereby nobody's handout will be able to buy anybody because we have generated enough wealth for every Kenyan to be self-sustainant. So if Raila gives handouts, it's still a problem. If Ruto gives handouts, it's still a problem. If Uhuru gives handouts, it's still a problem. Why? Because we'll be left begging. We'll be a nation of beggars. We don't want to be a nation of beggars. We want to be a nation of people who are productive, self-sustaining, generating what we eat, eating, and being able to reproduce it on our own.
And Bernard, maybe something I can add. That's the why. Yes.
Let me and another thing that I can add. Let's say like if because I know all of us here we've given out. They are even like relative of ours. We've given out. We've helped them to further their education. But when we are giving them out, we don't expect anything in return. You know, like if I give you like Ndeto today, I know you will run for an MCA. And you're taking somebody to school or you are giving the money in return that you have to vote for me. Now, that is not how giving out is. If I decide to give out to uplift, I don't need anything in return. And that is like something that we are trying to discourage in our country. So that even if I give somebody a business, I give somebody money to start a business, that one does not mean that you have to pay me back by voting for me. No, that's not what we are. That's not what we want. We just want you give out as a play, like I'm lifting this person, you know. So that's maybe what I might talk about, you know.
Thank you.
Bernard, would you give me a minute?
That's the difference between generosity and bribe. Bribe is when I give you something so that you do something for me. But
And
generosity, I will do you good because you need that good, and that good will make you a better person. Regardless of the feedback, you can even take it and insult me. It won't make any difference because I wasn't giving so that I receive something from you.
And that's actually the reason why we demonstrated on PPI. You gave out billions of money to MCS, but something is lying under the bed right now. The reason is only that
we are paying the deputy for doing nothing. Now when we account for the others, he needs to account for what he's doing for 4 years in that office.
Yes. You're talking about he's not doing anything. He's not doing anything.
Bernard, wewe usiseme hafanyi kitu. 1 minute please. 1 minute please.
Order, everybody, mute your mics.
Bernard.
Thank you. We are making progress. You will come back and you will make your submission then. Let's hear from Sam and then Mr. Ndatia. Isn't that?
1 minute, please.
No, Ndeto, hold your horses. You are here with me until the last minute. You will give your submission then. Sam, go ahead.
Okay, thank you, everyone. First of all, I was just following the show behind the scene, and there's a lot of things that shocked me from how people actually process the information and how people here come to the show. Like instead of just having a good like a proper discussion, we know we all have got people we support and all the side we take, but at some point we tend to cut the corners to favor our ways or to get away with what we drum the support for. One thing that I wanted to say is first of all, regarding the issue of the deputy president and the president, it's evident enough that even here, that when all these things started, it started from exactly after the election. Bearing in mind that before even the election was nullified, there was a meeting that happened, and the way the president was addressing the members was not in a very good way. He was very harsh to them, and if you can get the you can track back there, you can hear some members of parliament who were saying, hey, leo president amekuwa mkali, ametukemea. And then after that, when Maraga actually nullified election, he came back and then he started talking well. So what does that mean? Oh, it means that there was an agenda that he himself knew by himself, that at some point when I don't need the deputy president, he has his own means to execute him. Look, Bernard, you're my deputy, and I'm your boss, and I'm working, and I will always show you that I don't need you. You know, even just to put you down. Even the structures around you, let's say the permanent, the ministers and other these people, they will never get even communication from you. You know, in terms of working, you know, like you cut around. So in the sense of all the Kenyans watching from outside, they might not know what has been happening inside the communication in the government. And those are the things that actually emerged, you know, and when they emerged, then the deputy president had nothing. But if you see him all along, all through, he has been actually very obedient to his boss. He's never gone to insult him, even in his shows. I think the first one that I saw him actually speaking is the one he spoke in Mombasa, and after and some and others which I think he must have spoken hapo nyuma kidogo about being harsh to the president. But if you see hapo nyuma, he was like, oh, I don't want to discuss my boss. He is my boss. So another thing that I also find out, there was someone who was saying in this show that that hakuna, in fact it was you Bernard, that the deputy president hajawahi fungiwa mahali. What about ile ofisi yake iko Mombasa, mpaka na leo some of his belongings are there. and it was shut, and he's the deputy president. Even if hata kama umpendi, why don't you even respect that position which is in the constitution? You know? And I would say, if I have a difference with you, let us just be in a principle in a way, you know, and use the right way. If they really wanted to impeach him, they should have impeached him. You know, the best thing to say is just impeach him instead of saying resign. You know, that's the best way you can do. But you just bring somebody like you unamwonyesha hizo madharau zote. Even at the time when the security were taken, alichukua simu na akapiga, he called them according to the sources of information where we are relying on, and then nobody answered the call. So what do you think? Hata kama ni wewe utafanya nini? Put yourself in kwa his shoes. It's not because we might differ with him. We might say he's corrupt. We might say he's doing this, but he's a Kenyan like you, like any other Kenyan who would not even want anything like that to be done to him. I like the way it has been articulated from with my friend from ODM that that this law was meant to be passed. Like I heard even Olekina was talking yesterday. Yes, I said sometimes unaweza fanya kitu and then ukasahau, kumbe unajikock up, you know, you don't know what is the next, what will come up tomorrow. But now, because we realize that thing today, it is a question whereby them was saying two wrongs cannot make a right, and I agree with that. So I've ever been very keen in this show to want to listen from those people who are supporting the handshake, or the people who are coming from ODM to say this thing really happened to us. We feel the pinch of it, and because we are one Kenya and we don't want this thing to go forward, it's not a question of mkuki kwa nguruwe ni tamu lakini kwa binadamu ni chungu, and that is what is coming from you guys. And that is what is spoiling the Kenya. And we're saying that tunapanga kujenga Kenya moja. That is not the way to go. That is not the way to angalia mwingine inaungua. You know, some things happens to us, so it's a lesson for us to even actually do a correction for the future. So as we actually intend to build up a new Kenya, it's not a question of saying it was because of this. A lot of things, speculation we might use around the cross to say president na deputy wake walikosana kwa hii. But one thing that I go and I take, I say, where did this thing started from? Ni nani alianzisha hizi vitu yote? If the president could not have communicated with these CS, now like you can see the way wanamuinsult. If the president had told him, hey guys, respect this, respect my deputy, nobody would have insulted him. Lakini vile aliwacha hivyo, everybody anaweza kuwa corrupt. Laws are there. Take him to court. Do the right way, you know, instead of, you know, doing that. You know, it creates a Kenya whereby other community wanaangalia them being taken out of the equation of the country cake, you know, and being in a way that wanaangalia. Because look, last time when issues happened with Raila, even Mombasa, even in Kisumu, people are demonstrating, you know. And now, because things are happening to Ruto, you see what's happening. But here, we are in a community whereby we don't want to fight, because after election, we have a Kenya, and and Kenya belongs to all of us. So one thing that I was trying to say in this show, when we are coming and debating, we might be having all these things, but it will never sound good for us to cast passions or to start throwing stones because Ruto did not do this. Because so if you say that, are we trying? Yes, we know these things are there. Mistakes are there. What wamefanya, like all our leaders are not good, as we say. It's only depending on the position uko wapi. Let's say, for example, like the way the country is going, Uhuru and Raila wakosane. What happened? Our discussion is going to change based on our leaders the way they do? No, it's not. That does not should be the question. It has to dig deep. That's why the question I was asking Demba is because I have seen him using only one side of the coin kusema mambo ya handout. Otherwise, like we have to investigate this coin every corner, turn it all around the other way, flip it, you know, and show that you have an healthy discussion. I've been following this show, you know, for a very long time, and I can tell the way we discuss it until we improve the way we discuss these things. But more of how we discuss, we bring sometimes a lot of things, you know. We have to listen. Like that guy who came there and he was talking about Mudavadi. Yes, he must be a person who actually supports Mudavadi, but he has to be enlightened. Like now, when you want to form this, when you really want to run for the top seat, you really have to go and influence the country. It's not all about the village and your party, but most of the things that people get here, It's really saddening, you know, just to say. But let us just correct each other in a very good way and love the country and know that even that deputy president who is rooted today can be someone in the country today. I wouldn't feel bad if Raila tomorrow is the president of the Kenya, because I know Raila in Kenya. Now at some point I used to support Raila, and even if I'm saying like now today I'm drumming Ruto for support for president, it doesn't make me feel and see Raila as my enemy. Mabishano ama ushindano si uadui, you know. Tomorrow tutasalamiana mkono na maisha iendelee. So one thing I wanted to say is the most bad things that is happening in our country is the government which is turning the tables, you know. Akileta Raila hapa, sisi sasa tunaanza kugongana na watu wa ODM, nini. But you see, you know, like it doesn't make sense. It has to come out and see where does this problem goes. Because if a president is just moving around circles and he is the one who did that, and then at that point, oh, this man has not done this, unatoa security which is in the constitution.
Okay, Bwana Sam, it's okay. Relax. Relax.
It is so saddening.
Questions to you.
It's so saddening. Why? You can ask any question. I don't care.
Hold on. Hey, this is not a monologue. All right. The aspect of handouts, I'll give you a historical reality. During the NAC government, Kibaki's first, was it presidential order, was to ban all harambes. And it became even a law that if you are a politician and you are seen participating in harambes, it will result into you being banned from vying a public office. Did we enjoy a revamped economy during Kibaki's time? Every Kenyan, I think, knows that. So
yes, we did.
One of the things that contribute most to corruption is this handout mentality, because I have to get the money to go and give out from different people. Now, if I have to do that, there are some dubious ways somebody needs to engage in to make that happen. It is said, this is not confirmed, it is said that the Monday that Kibaki reported in State House, there are some corporate people that arrived there early in the morning with briefcases. And the briefcases were full of money. And they said, akawauliza hii ni ya nini? Akasema hii ndio tunafanyanga, tunaletea mzee. Then Kibaki was shocked and he told them, I don't want to see you here. Take the money, go back to your office. I want a working nation. I don't want this issue of pulling the money so that the money can be distributed. So it was until the Jubilee government came in that they forced this Harambe thing to come back. It was a forgotten thing. And it was revived on the ground of what? We want to give out handouts so that we win the hearts of people. What do you say about that?
Bernard, sometimes you also need to validate some information, like the briefcase stuff with Kibaki, because you might be permeating something that we are not aware and that is not in record.
Neto, if you listen to me, I said it is yet to be confirmed. Okay? I just gave it as an example. So if you did not hear me say it is yet to be confirmed, then you are not listening. I am very deliberate with my words, especially when it begins to touch in those kind of areas.
Bernard, I think one thing that just to come in so that Akinandeto and the hustler thing, they are very much loud on the idea that now PP is nice because he gives. I think that is encouraging the handout economy. What we need to educate, even whoever it is, whether you are supporting Jubilee or you are supporting whichever, I think we need to educate people on what their constitutional right is, what they can demand by right, not because someone is going to vote for you. it is because the Constitution gives you those things already. The Constitution, they are now saying they want to protect. If you are going to protect the Constitution as it is, and that the Constitution already gives you so many things. The roads are not. It's not for the MP to decide that now I feel nice. It is out of my free will. Let me give you a road. No, that is your right. It is your right to go to school. Basic education is a right to everyone. I mean, giving you food, life, and water. So if you come here and start telling me, Ruto is nice, he uses his resources, then again you tell us he's in government, he's moving. You are actually communicating in two ways. If he wants to be generous, let him get out of government, become generous. But whenever he does as a deputy president, it is because it is our constitutional right. So that should not be picked as a campaign tool.
Would you give me a chance to elaborate something? The bottom-up stuff, you guys, I think you are neglecting it so much when it comes to...
We are not talking bottom-up right now. I think Bernard will come and give us a day where we want to look at all the manifestos for every candidate.
You are limiting my...
Listen. All of you hold your horses. Order, all of you.
You are not fair. You are not fair, Bernard.
Deto will come for you. You will give us
just
bottom
a minute.
Up story. Ngoja kwanza. Hapana, ngoja kwanza. I have people here who have not said anything. I have people who have not said anything. They must say something. Then you can't have the third time when somebody has not had the first time. It is fairness now. So can we hear from Mr. Ndanthia? And then this other, my friend.
But Bernard, you are allowing... you are allowing the Nini to take one side. Because Demba has said something sensitive. And you have not allowed me to rebuttal.
Note it down. You are coming back to it. You are coming back to it. When it will be your turn. No,
I've clearly said more than 20 points. And you are not giving me the chance.
How am I going to give you a chance when you are taking other people's chances?
But they are asking me questions.
Ngoja kwanza.
You should give me some...
I will give you time to respond, but now let's hear from these two people. Then from there we'll start with you, the second round. Hold your horses, please. Mr. Ndanthia, continue.
Barizenu.
Nzuri, karibu.
Sasa, asante. Inaonekana Deto hii ndio tabia yao ya kuzoea. Unaonaga Murkomen anakuwa na hii tabia. Ruto anaongea through Murkomen. Anatuma tu kwake, anafanya kimi, huwezi ongea, anashika tu karatasi tu anasongesha. Lakini Murkomen pale wakiwa na huyu jamaa mwingine huyu Sudi ndio wanaongea on behalf of the Ruto. Anyway, tukuje hapa. Mimi nasema hivi, na kama vile nimesikia kuna mtu ameuliza swali na kuna ile inaendelea azin Ruto, ukiangalia most of the time, na kama naweza kukumbusha, kuna ile time Ruto wakati alianza kukatili, yani alikatana na president from the time aliambiwa tumefungua miradi mingi sana, wacha kwanza tutimize hiyo miradi. And I remember very well president akitoa order akisema ya kwamba all ministries saa hii zimalize ile project ambazo ziko nazo. Starting from that time ndio Ruto alianza kwenda around, akaenda from here to where, akaambiwa ndio sasa. Hata I remember that the time president alikuja akasema ukiona Ruto akitangatanga huko mpatie, muonyeshe hiyo mahali kuna shida. Now from that time I remember also this guy by the name Aturi akiambia Ruto, kama wewe ni deputy president, enda uulize Moi alikuwa anafanya nini wakati ya Kenyatta, and you know which is the work of the president. Why? Na akamwelezea mzuri sana. You are given a chance to welcome the senior ambaye anakuja, but what happened is the senior ambaye ndio the boss anakuja kuelezea watu vile serikali inakuja kufanya, lakini wewe kama deputy unasimama unaelezea kila kitu. So what will the president come to do? Na wewe umeambiwa umuite. Yeye ndiye angekuja kuelezea watu tumefanya hivi, tumefanya hivi, tumefanya hivi. Then from there it is goes. Na ukiangalia until wa leo mi ulizaje, na ndio nauliza wale watu wanasema juu ya bottom up, sijui juu ya nini, sijui juu ya nini. Ukiangalia most of the ministries, most of the places mahali Ruto amekuwa, kila time ni vita, kila time hakuna maendeleo inaendelea hata kidogo. Na uangalie zote na uanze kutoka ile the wakati alikuwa YK92, tuliona Jirongo akisema vile t-shirts zilikuwa zinapotea. From there tukakuja Ministry of Higher Education, tukasikia hapo kuna shida tena, tukakuja kwa Ministry of Agriculture, tukasikia hapo kuna shida tena. Each and every time mahali ako. Sasa hii ukiangalia, na kuna mtu ameuliza the first time wakati walichukua government na Uhuru, that time hakuanza campaign. What happened for the second round? Aliamua sita kwenda kazi tena. The guy decided to campaign, and from that time alianza kutia barabara until wa leo. Mi umuona tu nasikia akisema hajapewa na kazi na rais, na shindo atapewa kazi kama kwa nyumba. Kazi yake ni kukutana na marafiki. Na hatuja hata saa hii ana complain juu ya security. Ha complain akiwa kwa office, ana complain akiwa huko kwa maomborezi na huko nje. Bona aendi office na kwa office? Kama kuna office ya vice president, bona aendangi huko? But what happened? Unaona, remember the time mtu wakati anakuja kwa nini sabotage ya development za government. Lakini saa hii wakati wameona Uhuru wako almost kumaliza zile project ambazo wako nazo, wanakuja na kitu, wanaelekea, wanasema. Unaona? Na ndio maana tunaona ule mtu, kwangu mimi, according to me, mimi kiulizwa, mimi najua ile tunasemanga yako kumi ilikuwa ni hiyo 10, si ndio hiyo? Yeye amekaa hapo kama deputy miaka 10, Uhuru amekaa kama rais miaka 10, wote wawili waende nyumbani. Term yao inaisha wote wawili. Na ukimleta hakuna kitu atakuja kusaidia. And I don't think, na ninauliza hata hapa mahali niko na marafiki na niko na watu wanakampenia Ruto sana. Na ninawaambia 2023 mkimchagua, tuko na nyinyi, tutaona what will happen. Na nataka kuona kwa sababu hatuhami Kenya. Kenya ni yetu na Kenya tutakuwa pale. But ukiangalia mtu what the agenda ambayo wataleta, hiyo bottom up anasema itakujaje, pesa itakujaje kwa mwananchi ambayo hawataki watu wafanye kazi, kila time wanataka kwenda kupeana pesa. Na ninauliza hapa Bernard na Deto na wale wengine, kama sisi ni wafanye kazi, hata wewe mwenyewe each and every day ukisema unaenda kutoa, every day mtu anapeana 1 million, 10 million. Unaona? Hiyo 10 million, 1 million zinatoka wapi? Kwa sababu mtu hata ikiwa ni mashamba, hata tuseme ni mshahara, kwani ile mashamba yake yani inaleta tu. Hata ng'ombe ikikuwa, kwani hata ng'ombe ukikosa kuipatia majani itakoda. Hata ikiwa ni kuku, yeye na hizo mayai tunasema mtu anauza hizi mayai, kwani zinategaga daily? Kwani kuku huaga hazifanyi nini? Unaona? But each and every day, just check. Juzi alikuwa maomborezi kule Mombasa. Si alipeana 1 million kwa hiyo familia na akapeana kanisa. Then leo mahali alikuwa amepeana. Kwani each and every day mtu ni billionaire, ako na pesa mingi sana, zinatoka wapi? Lazima vitu kama hizo, kama mtu ambaye anastajiri, tunafaa kufanyiwa mahesabu, kwa sababu najua kwa public people tulisema wawe na declaration ya their wealth. Na hiyo ndio time unakumbuka wakati aliambiwa kufanyiwe auditing, yeye alisema atapeana, hakupeana. Mpaka wa leo tunangojea hiyo audit, hajawahi fanyiwa. Unaona? Tuende kwa hizi maneno zingine za corruption. Uliona kama vile huyu advisor wake DVD alisemaje? Kwanza tusahau zile corruption za kitambo ili tuweze tutasahau aje, na watu wameweka mabilioni kwa mfuko. Unaona? So mimi kwangu nasema hivi kama Lawrence, mimi kwangu the reason why si support you na si support huyu mtu ni kwa sababu nashindwa kitu moja. Atakuja kubadilishaje? Ni nini hiyo ambayo hajawahi fanya kwa that 9 years? Tunaelekea mwaka wa 10 ambao ni mwaka wa 10 wao wa kufunga kazi. Laptop still mpaka wa leo watoto wanangoja. Na ujue ilikuwa under the ministry of the deputy president. What happened? Anyway, asanteni sana. Niko tu hapa.
Okay, thank you. Any
kujibu.
question, Mr.
You
Lawrence?
can answer. Let me answer a question.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Kibet.
Okay, you are asking. Okay, I'm coming from Eldoret, and I know William Ruto shamba sote yenye ako nazo hapa Eldoret. I know business yenye ako nazo. For your information, if I take you for Ruto's home today, you will be surprised. You will be surprised completely. You have asked something that say that atatoanga wapi pesa daily basis. Ruto amefuka kuku wa kuteka mayai 1 million. I am telling you for free, 1 million. Inateka mayai moja mayai every day. Hiyo mayai zinaimportiwa, si ati inauzwa hapa Kenya na local. Kuna local zinauzwa hapa na kuna yenye zinaimportiwa inatolewa nje. Amepanda bananas almost 50 acres hapa Sugoi. Hizo bananas zinachukuliwa mpaka airport ya hapa Eldoret. Every Friday inaenda kuexportiwa. So, nataka ufanye hesabu ya kwa rahisi sana. 1 million chickens inateka mayai ngapi kwa siku? Na utimes na only the least price 5 shillings per egg. Na uniambie utatoa shilingi ngapi kwa siku? So, sometimes usione tu mtu akiwa kwa siasa ama akiwa politician usisema ati anaiba. Don't ever think that nikipeana nimeiba. Even you have to know. People are planning themselves.
Umesema mzuri sana, umetoka Eldoret. Unakumbuka juzi wasee wa Eldoret wakiuliza Murkomen swali wakati walienda kule, wakaulizwa Murkomen, na hiyo bado clip inaendelea mpaka saa hii, ukiitafuta utaiona kwa media. Wale wasee waliuliza pesa zetu za serious zilienda wapi, na walisema huyu mnyama anaitwa cartel. Ni wewe Murkomen na huyu watu wenu. Wakaambia Orengo na wao na nani waende wajaribu kuua huyu mnyama. Why? The reason ule hata wewe mwenyewe ukiona babako akianza kukuambia wewe kijana jichunge, na ni babako, na anaanza kukuambia wewe ni mwizi, kweli ni kuona umeibia wao wengine.
Not the problem here. Walikuwa ilikuwa kamiti ya Senate. Walikuwa wamekuja wasingishe kudiscuss kwa hiyo note maneno ya farmers, listen farmers. Walikuwa wanamuuliza Murkomen ifo. These politicians, they are coming to the ground telling us that they are investigating, there is a cartels, and they don't want to reveal the names of these cartels. That one doesn't mean Ruto was involved. So, walikuwa wanajaribu kuwauliza those senators, you are coming here to tell us there is cartels who are actually bringing maize to the cereals, so that farmers wanakosa mahali pa kuweka cereals mahindi sawa. So, here I use Ruto. That's what I can tell you. That's an actually why you
just
no. The question came when he was in the docket.
Lawrence, hold on. Kibet, if I get what Lawrence is asking is, if Ruto is a farmer, like you say, okay?
Yes.
And the farmers in Eldoret are complaining, okay? How come only Ruto is able to produce and sell, and the rest of the farmers can't sell?
Remember in Eldoret? Okay, yes. Remember in Eldoret, diversity. Ruto came here and tell us, let's plant avocados. Let's do this and this. Diversity of business is not available in Uasin Gishu or Eldoret. People are planting only maize and wheat. And what I have said is Ruto is supplying is eggs and bananas. I have not even mentioned maize. So people here are complaining because of prices of maize. And remember, people in Uasin Gishu, they are planting maize and they want to sell maize at a higher price. But they don't remember they are coming here to consume the same maize at a cheaper. Kwa mfano unaweza niambia tunataka tununuliwe kunia moja 4,000 per pack ama 5,000 because they want the higher price. But remember, consumers are us, tunataka bei kuje chini ya mahindi. Na kila mtu amepata mahindi. Kwa hizo cereals umesema imejaa. People are planting maize. Hata saizi ziko kwa shamba na bado ziko kwa store. So, hii maneno yote, we will not complain, but will not be satisfied because we are producing
so
more.
Mr. Kibet, what you are saying is,
Yes.
the deputy president is a farmer like any other farmer, but
Yes.
he has his channel of selling his items at a profit every time and every day, while the rest of the farmers are struggling to find where to sell their maize.
Remember, he's the one who is he wants us. In fact, he's not showing the people the market. He's just holding for himself the market. Then he's the one who want other people to believe in him. And remember this: the last time why the Kenya Meat Commission why was it taken to KDF? His son was having tender of 1,000 cows, head of cows. Remember that it was about 100, I think, something like that.
Whose son?
The Ruto son.
No.
The one who is a lawyer.
Okay.
He was having a tender.
Oh, maybe. Okay, and I don't think that actually goes to where you're talking about, because someone who actually changed to be the one, to manage KMC is Uhuru Kenyatta, not actually Ruto. So if you come and tell me that Ruto, because his son was actually supplying cows, that's a lie. That's a lie. Okay, I want us to be talking about facts anyway, because me, I
you
said
guys, you seem to understand the things that we do not get. Let us talk factuals.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
In fact, you are talking too deep, Bana. You are so deep.
Talking factual.
And we are not sure if you are lying.
Okay,
no.
hold on.
How can you authenticate that?
Order, everybody.
We are not lying anything, and everything that is in the public domain.
We cannot buy. We cannot buy that.
Okay, let's get it.
Ndeto, listen one thing. Listen one. Ndeto, let me answer Ndeto. Something small.
Hold on. Goja kwanza. Okay? When we are establishing order, we must get the order first, then we move on. If we build on the noise, then the noise will persist. So, Mr. Kibet, I give you half a minute to finish what you are saying, so that we hear from Wafula.
Okay, the reason why I wanted to, kwa mfano, Ndeto, you are my colleague, and you are supporting Ruto. These people say Ruto is giving out 10 million daily basis. Remember, even if you steal today, this government that you're talking about, you're stealing. If you calculate 360 days times 1 million, those are huge amount of money. Those are trillions. So don't tell me that Ruto is stealing somewhere that maybe this source cannot be handy. So the reason I was saying, sometimes Ruto is giving his own money, but not kuipa. He's not a thief because you're branding him a thief.
Okay, we agree. Let us give it to you that way, but we will still investigate. I don't want to dive in further on that as at now. Let's hear from Wafula, please. Are you in Mirivanzoya? Wafula, we can't hear you. Unmute and talk. I think he has technical hitch.
That is Saliva. That is Saliva.
Log out and then come back so that your line gets opened up. Huh?
That background sound Saliva Bana.
It is baptismal night. Were you baptized in Ndeto?
Not in Transoia, not in Nzoia, Livanzoia.
You know the proper baptism, you were to go all night, you repent all night so that in the morning you can be baptized. So probably baptismal night. Oh. Now, can we
Hey, Wafula.
let's hear from Randall. Randall, you're welcome. Randall is here to get here. Unmute and talk to us. You are still mute, sir.
Is also in Rivanzoya.
This one is in that River Lusumu. He's here to arrive. Well, Randall, check your sound. Your sound is not good. All right, now that we go to Neto, we'll come back to Randall when his sound is back.
Wow. Thank you so much, Bernard. At least after a very long time. You know, a lot of questions has crisscrossed, and I had to address.
Now we can hear
great.
you, but hold your horses since Neto has started.
Exactly. Let him come out of the river first. Come out of the river first. Then
you are now
shall
loud and
speak
clear,
on.
Randall. Just relax, then you're coming next.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
No.
Leave Neto. Neto cannot be believed. He's a member of UDA. Now, Neto, go ahead.
Okay. Thank you so much, Bernard. You know, sometimes every day that when you make some laughter, we are told by scientists that there is a high likely your days will be added. So let me get delving into the various points. I do not have a lot of points. There are very few. One, there is this thing about handouts. And I would like Themba to listen if he is around. You know, when we talk about someone is giving money, maybe to empower some people, we do not mean that that is what will continue even after this guy becoming the president. What he has said is in his bottom-up economic model. I think I have heard him talking about a window where he will double the money that gets to the constituency. You see, like it was proposed by the BBI that the money that will go to the mashinani will come from 15 to that 5%. That very same money will be used in a different way, though more effectively. Where, you know, the kit of the MP, maybe every year they are given 100 million. Ruto is saying that he shall bring another 100 million, which shall be used this way. Like, for example, you know how Equity Bank came to improve. And before Equity Bank came, there used to be this bank called Barclays. And you could pay to open an account, then you could wait for a long time. Then even to meet the manager, you could spend more time. But Equity Bank came and say, you guys, I think we have seen an opportunity. What we are going to do is we recruit more people. Then we ensure that we give these people the account numbers for free, as opposed to what the Barclays Bank was doing. And this way, it is an economy of scale where you bring in a lot of people, then the cost of service will be a bit cheaper. And in a way, very many people are able to access what we call the small loans. They were able even to build their businesses, and they could save even more. And that's how this bank came to mushroom. And it is all over. Even we have had the deputy president making some good calls to help other hustlers, even from the neighboring nations, to benefit from the fruits of bottom-up approach. So what do I mean? This 100 million, what it shall come to do it will not go into like groups or what. It will identify you as a farmer. For instance, if I farm something like rabbits, then I will be entitled to pick a certain cologne to boost my farming activity. If it is about something to do with livestock keeping, then I can save maybe with a certain circle. Then I'm able to access some money that will be granted to those circles, which will come to earn on our capital. In a way, I will be able to pay tax freely, and I will also be able to like pay school fees for my children. I will not need even those bursaries because my business environment will be good. As well, there are those people maybe who would like to farm something like sisal. We have seen some companies, they are importing sisal. Imagine raw materials from the neighboring countries and such. This model is saying that through this 100 million in every constituency, this money is what will be used to be given to these farmers so that they can be able to farm their products well in terms of the farm input, may it be fertilizers, seeds, all those things. Then they will be able to pay back little by little at the end of the season. And I once gave you an example of such a model in this nation where I talked about E4 impact, I talked about there is this 1 acre fund. Guys, I would like you guys to benchmark what 1 acre fund does. They give every farm input to the farmers. They come and even give you education on how to farm. They give you even seeds. Then they compute the cost of production. Then they will help you even to monitor about the climatic changes and such to ensure that your crops are safe and they get to the market. Then after the sale is where they will cut something small from what they gave you as an input. And that way, as a farmer, you are able to sustain your farming. As well, you are able to cater for your bills, to pay school fees for your kids, and even to ensure that your family is well fed. That's the same model. Now, if you listen to Ruto, the reason he was going to Uganda the other day when he was blocked at Wilson Airport, he was going because he has discovered that Museveni has adopted the same. It is called Wealthy Fund. Read about Wealthy Fund in Uganda. That's exactly what they are doing. And that's why he went there. So when Themba comes here and confuses people that, you know, this president will be giving handout, that's making people over dependence. And in a way, it will bring even to crime or criminalities. But that's not the direction that we are going to take. So the other point, you know, I had to use that example, Bernard, so that those who do not understand the bottom up, those who are confusing it with the bottoms up, the one for Musalia, there is a demarcation, a very big difference between that. Then I also think someone was talking about that, you know, Ruto is in UDA, so this guy should resign. This guy is not part of the government. A lot of things, la 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 la. Then on the other hand, we are not told about the TB Mtiarara stuff, the Vitendawiri things. Look, Uhuru has pledged in a way to support ODM, whoever who will be. I'm not saying it is Baba, but because I saw Jimmy Wanjege anyway, yesterday, the day before yesterday, claiming that he would also like to have the same position. And they were arguing with Sifuna, how comes you are nominating this guy directly? How comes a lot of things? And this guy was saying, Sifuna, that, you know, popularity also we rely with people from outside, what they are telling us. But he was told, come on, we have to be fair. Let us choose this person wisely. And the reason why I'm bringing in the issue of ODM stuff is because of the new relationship that we have had in the previous past. We have seen Jubilee officials even sitting on the same table with ODM officials because they would like to amalgamate and come up with, I think, what they are calling a super dynastical kind of a coalition. It can be massive. I don't know, but they will fail terribly. Listen, the very same way Uhuru Kenyatta has entered into like some agreement with the opposition party. In fact, if it is infringing the policies of the party, I think as a leader, he has failed. And he cannot be able to point for Ruto that he is getting into UDA. No, it is better even Ruto, it's a new party, not opposition. Look, this guy is already in opposition. And yet, he is telling us how someone somewhere is not doing his work. And yet we know he is the one who has like even denied him some chances. How can you remarry, bring another wife in the very same house that you live and expect that these people, they will be seated there, they will be very happy because they are your wife? Who are you? You should understand that women are emotional. The very same way, when it comes to leadership, leaders, when I see you colliding with my roles or responsibilities, I become emotional. And that's the conflict that came between Raila and Ruto. In a way, you cannot put they say you cannot put two axes in one bag, then they feel like to bring some friction. That's the mistake our president did. I do not mean he made a mistake to have a handshake, but he should have left Raila to remain in the opposition so that to ensure that they foresight or they look for what they oversight what the government is doing, so that to criticize it. And in fact, we could have achieved even the big four, were it not that Raila was put in cold, because the way he was silenced, don't think that it was just a handshake. I know maybe in a way money was used, in a way, because when you come to the 2017 stuff, you remember the Jimmy Wajege thing, the way they were saying that in 2013, this guy had supported Uhuruto, then they passed, but in 2017, I don't know where they disagreed, then he decided to support Akina Raila. Then in a way, this guy had given a lot of money. Even it was all over in media that he had given, I don't know how many billions to the leader of the NASA staff, to even those who are followers. And these guys were to repay him back with projects. He was to be a very vital person when it came to implementation of government projects. And when that failed, that's when we could see Baba being forced even to go to Uhuru Park. It was not himself. And that's why, Mimi, I do not have any issue with Baba, because I know he was forced to go there. A lot of money, he had used a lot of money during campaigns. And if the paper you are signing is 250,000 US dollars, that's the pen that was signing that. What do you want to tell me about the syndicate, money that was used in that syndicate? I mean, let us not be blind. So if it is something to do with maybe someone misused something somewhere, I mean, let's not redirect all the energy to one person, because let us wait and see. We are very few, I think 11 months now to the election, so that Bernard, you will give Ruto your vote. Then I can see Benson here. And the other guy who is in Livanzoia, we are also expecting you to vote for Hasula.
Now,
So, and Hasula is
stop
the
soliciting votes here as at now. For one, I've tried to exercise my patience and let you speak. And you have gone around and told us exactly what you have been telling us from the beginning. William Ruto is a very intelligent politician.
Correct.
He has been in politics from 1992. He has been with Moi. He worked with Kibaki. He has worked with Uhuru Kenyatta. So he's like Daniel in the Bible. He served in 3 different regimes. So he has enormous of experience. That is why I find it very difficult that his campaign is built on excuses. That does not go down with me well, because from 92 to date, there must be some substance that you stand on, not excuses. I was not given, I was not opened the door, I was not this, I want. Please, let's interrogate this thing properly for what it is.
Bernard, let me ask you something. You have given a very good analogy. Wait 1 minute.
Bernard,
wait
what
for 1
excuses?
minute, then you come in.
Excuses, but you did not give examples of those excuses. Please give us those examples.
Of what? Which examples?
Bernard just said examples.
You still want examples? Beto has outlined all of them in all his submission. Which other one you want me to repeat now?
Bernard, I was saying that you have given a very good analogy of Daniel. I would like to know on this platform, who are the lions? Who are the people who were against Daniel when he was praying?
Beto. If those are the politics you are playing in Kinangop, I pray for the people of Kinangop. Hey, this is serious. I mentioned Daniel because of serving in 3 regimes. I never mentioned lions. Why are you bringing up lions here?
We use your words to fight you.
You can't handle me when it comes to Bible. I will settle you.
But Daniel's story is a compound. It is surrounded by a lot of things, and there were barriers.
No problem. We will deal with that. Don't worry. Let's hear from Wafra. I'm sure the river has released him.
But my son has come back. If you don't mind.
Just a moment. We had Wafra before you. Wafra is still raining. Wafla, you know Wafla means rain, eh? It is still raining where you are, we can't get it.
He's still being baptized.
So can we hear from Randall? Wafla, you need to check your sound. There is something amiss. Either you have mute your phone or something like that. Randall, go ahead.
As I was saying earlier, you didn't hear me. I was greeting you first, Bernard. Greetings to you. And all the other guests that are here. And Brother Benson, I know we took off from early before. Hope you're doing a good job, because I love what you was doing before and I support it so much. And I came on this platform. I was watching from behind, which I always have been following anyway. And I do appreciate Tembe TV and the whole family that contributes so much of their intelligence, their insights, and the overview, and how they see the perspective of their country and what they want best for the country. Something that got me is that Ruto has been attacked on his financial prosperity. And this got me because when I came to Kenya, I will not say I'm prosperous, but I would say thanks to the Most High God himself, he has given me the opportunity to do well myself and be in a position that I can be beneficial to others. But when I come to benefit other people and to support other people and help other people, I'm always attacked on questions of like, where did you get your money from? How did you have that car? How did you have that business? How much money do you have? So it's always that question, why are you worried about that? What's your trouble with me being what I have? If I was poor, you would not care. But because I'm prosperous, it seems to be troubling you. Now, the same people that someone was talking on before that got me, and it always troubles me, when I came from Europe, which I'm still am, I had to return. When I came there and I did my investment, I opened up business. I tried to be supportive in every way possible. But I found that what I had is what everybody wanted. And I'm like, wait, I'm trying to share with you what I have. So they say you give someone a finger, next thing you know, they want their whole hand. You know, you just say, you know, just to take this one finger. But in the end, you find out they want the whole hand. But if you eat the whole hand, what do I have in return? And what can I offer other people, even myself? So that troubles me in that point that, you know, Bernard or Benson or NATO, you could be very prosperous and you can open a business, employ women, men, young men, old people. But when you come to your business and you express yourself in every way possible to support them, they're not happy with it because they want more than what you're giving them. They want everything that you have. And this idea of Ruto, which is the bottom upper economy that's been talked about, which is interesting. So I say, okay, I can't make you a millionaire. They say that I cannot make you rich, but I can show you, I cannot feed you every day. Every day I'm feeding you. Every day I'm feeding you. Every day I'm feeding you. And I say, instead of me feeding you, let me show you how you can go and help yourself. Let me help you help yourself. So the idea, I might give you a mkokoteni, or I might give you a wheelbarrow, or for me, I open a car wash, employ 5 young men. And when I was studying them, and not studying them, but I was just working with them, but I wanted them to be in the position that I am. Because I was given opportunity by other people. I was employed in retail shops, I work for charity, I work for sales, I work in marketing, I work self-employed with other companies, a self-constructed person, but everybody paid me. But the money they were paying me, I was putting it aside for I had my own dream and ambition of what I wanted to achieve. Okay, I give you a wheelbarrow. Okay, it might sound like a joke, but imagine if you're smart enough and you took that wheelbarrow and decided, let me take this wheelbarrow and take all the avocados I have in my shamba and walk up down the road selling 1 avocado to every single person. Nauzia kila mtu avocado moja moja. Sinapata pesa kwa hiyo biashara. Na hiyo wheelbarrow niko nayo. Alafu hiyo pesa naweka kando pole pole ndio ninue nini? Mkokoteni. Hiyo mkokoteni naenda natafuta maembe. Naanza kuuza maembe. Nikiuza maembe nanunua kapikipiki. Hiyo kapikipiki inaenda nanunua kapickup. Hiyo kapika inaendelea. This is the bottom up effect. I started from bottom. I had no job. I was given a job. And this is what Deto is explaining. And I just messaged it here right now at the bottom of my message, you know, on the YouTube. And I was saying that the bottom of the effect, I might not feed you every day, but I can show you how to fish. Once you're able to fish, you can feed yourself. Not only feed yourself, you can feed your family. Not only feed your family, you can feed your friend and your neighbors. And build a structure for yourself. I never made you rich, but if you expect me to give you money, which you waste, that's your problem. But if I give you money and you make betterment of that money and you benefit yourself, I'll be grateful and I'll appreciate you for that. And I respect you. When I was working as a car wash, I was saying, unasikia mtu anasema, unajua yeye alikuwa makanga. Alikuwa anafanya makanga na mimi, sasa akaona gari 2, akaona gari 3. Sasa najiuliza, kwa nini yeye amefaidika kuliko wewe? Si ujiulize hiyo swali. Huyu alienda akaweka kwa savings. Akanunua matatu ya kwanza, ya pili, ya 3, ya 4. Akapatia watu kazi. akajenga nyumba yake, akasomesha watoto yake. And this is what's getting me. I feel troubled because when I employ someone, nikampatia mtu kazi, nikamwambia kuja ufanye kazi na mimi, ikanikasirisha. Na niulize nang'ang'ana na wewe kwa nini? Unaniambia kwa biashara yangu tufanye, wewe unifanyie kazi, lakini ukinifanyia kazi kwa profit twende nusu nusu. Aje mi kila wiki nalipa tax, KRIP mi nalipa tax kwa sheria, wewe ulipi, unataka nusu nusu. Kwa kiwanja mi nalipa rent, kwa stima mi nalipa hiyo stima, watu wa kazi mi nauta watu wa kazi, alafu unaniambia kwa faida yangu yote sisi na wewe twende nusu nusu. Aje? And that's the problem. And Kenya has that thing that the world deserves to give everybody what you have. Why? Hakuna mtu alinipatia kitu. I have to work for it. I have to save for it. I have to invest for it. All they did, it gives me, wanakafungulia mlango, wanakasema ujisaidie. Nikitengeneza shilingi 2, naweka shilingi 1 kando, natumia shilingi 1. Nikitengeneza shilingi ingine 2, naweka shilingi 1 kando, hiyo shilingi ingine mpaka ifikishe ile capital nataka dikuwe na biashara yangu. Sasa hii platform ya Mtembei akifaidika, anatakikana niko hapo anilipe nusu yake ya faida. Kwa nini? Sababu mimi nakuja hapa. Kila mtu wako hapa na do you mean do you have to give me something because I come here and I contribute? Hapana. Lakini ni kwa ya biashara unaweza kunipromote. Sababu na jaribu. Uniambie Bernard ako na biashara fulani, ako na hoteli. Nitaenda kwa hiyo hoteli yako, niambie watu wakuje kule kwako. Benson ako na kila fulani anafanyanga. Nita contribute ndio ende mbele. Lakini nimpatie yangu yote, niuze nyumba, niuze shamba, niuze gari, nipatie zote Bernard, mimi nabaki na nini? Na yake maliza zote atakuja kunitisha nini? You ask me. So some people have to get their head right. Sasa watu wanaumizwa sababu Ruto ameenda kupatia huyu pesa fulani na huyu pesa fulani. Kitu nauliza, huyu mtu amepatia faida hiyo pesa. Whoever that person got 10 billion or 1 million shillings. If that person can employ another 5 or 10 or 20 people, hujafaidika mtu moja, it says save one person. Save one person, you save a nation. Because that one person will look after their wife, their children, their parents, and their friends and their neighbors. Only that. You save one soul. You might have 10 people, but if you can make one person make it, you have saved a nation. And that's all I see myself. And I think myself, if I can help someone help themselves, I will be grateful and I ask nothing in return. Nothing. And that's what Bro Benson does over here. How many people he has saved or helped to benefit themselves? I respect that. Bernard, when you save people's souls, how many people's souls you save every single day? Out of all those 20 people, 50 people that come to your congregation, you save 1 or 10 people out of 100 or 1,000. That's your legacy. The same thing for everybody that's contributing here. I can only ask, you should not feel guilty for what you have, and don't let anybody feel guilty for what you have. But as long as you give you 10% of your share to those people that need it, I get 1,000 shillings, I'll give 100. What you do with it is your problem. But I will not feel guilty for keeping that 900 shillings in my pocket because I deserve it. I work for it, I sweat for it. Now, as earlier talking is like, you know, Ruto starting from selling eggs from maybe 20 chickens went up to 50, which I've seen a lot of people do. A person buys one cow, it bears a child. That cow, he ends up having a cow, then he sells it for more money and he buys another 3 cows. From one cow, he ends up having 10 cows. Why are you hating this person for? Why? And this is my problem, even when I was in Kenya.
Randall,
I just wanted someone to work for me.
I beg to intercept. I beg to intercept.
I just wanted to work for me. Yeah, please, Bernard, please,
Yes.
my brother.
I want us to clear the air. One, when you are a public figure and you are serving in a public office, is different from when you're doing private business.
No, it's not. It's not, Bernard. Bernard, you are a public figure. You are a public figure within your own society.
Hold on.
Bernard.
Goja, when you are in a public office, there is a level of questioning that is not treated as private. So that's why we have what we call Public Accounts Committee. Why do we have Public Accounts Committee in Parliament? So what I mean is the Deputy President has his private life. He has his family. That is his private life. Okay, but he is a public figure in terms of he's in a public office and he's serving the people. So questions are going to rise not because of him as Ruto, but him as a public figure who is serving in a public office. All right? Then if you made your wealth using rearing chicken, then chicken gave you pigs, and then pigs gave you cows, and cows gave you bananas, and bananas gave you sacks of maize. Okay? What is it? Why would it be very difficult to come out and say, this is how I began, this is what happened, now I'm bringing in this every day to make this? Since you are in a public office and now you're asking to be the CEO of the entire country, we must interrogate you. And if there is any suspicion around you, we must clear it so that we are safe giving you our destiny.
Right. But the question now on that, when I reverse it the other side, what are you asking him? Because he's saying to you, I want you, Bernard, if you have one little church, which is making, I don't know how big your church is, but he will build that church to have a distribution more churches that can help your community and your people and fund you to build those churches. Would you have a problem with that?
Okay.
Do you want his pigs and his cows and everything that he has?
Bernard.
Or do you want what he's saying? Because he likes your work. He likes what you're doing, and he wants to contribute into that. And he said, you know what, Bernard?
Hold on, Randall.
You're supporting the people.
Randall,
let's hear from Benson first.
I can hear Benson has something to say, my brother. Long time.
Oh, okay, thank you. Let's not confuse something here. What you are saying is understood and is a very good statement. But like where the problem might come is when today I built a church for people to come and worship, and with nothing in return, that is what we call a generosity. We just do it and something, but like when you give out something, expecting something in return, now that is a bribe.
Yes, Bernard.
That's
Bernard,
a bribe.
I'm ahead of you. I'm ahead of you.
And
Sorry, I just want to point out on the message I sent earlier. Bernard should know this better, Benson. In 3 things I practice, which is biblical, but I can't tell you the verse. It says charity, faith, and love. But when you use charity as a way to convince people, that's a devilish job that you're doing, because you're corrupting the people for your benefit, not for theirs. So that, I didn't send that message before, and I said that before. If you want to get, someone came to my business and said, you know what, we're talking business, and they said, for the meantime, let me give you 5,000 just to enjoy yourself. I said, no. When I sold my business, someone came to me and I said, do not bribe me. Some people are not bribable. Because I don't need your stole stuff. So, Bro Benson, I understand what you're saying. So if this person is bribing people for the votes, then he should be brought forward on their account. But if he can show that his charity is genuine, then that should be brought into account and showing that, okay, he does a good thing. A lot of people against Uhuru, what Uhuru did in the past, mostly when it comes to, I won't go deep into it, when it comes to the 2010 Constitution, which was not practiced, it's still carrying dust where it's sitting, then we have this BBI coming in. Then you're telling us this new one is going to work when the one before did not work. So what makes you think the funding that you're giving to the people is going to work for the people when the funding that you put before has not benefited nobody except yourself? So you have a self-agenda for yourself.
Randall, where I usually, I usually take like a very neutral position, because I usually speak on a point of perspective and something that we have to agree here. Like even when we come back to Kenya and everywhere, you visited Kenya, we visited Kenya. Some of the people that are in those churches, we know the kind of life they lead. And where my problem usually comes and where my heart usually get broken is that as we give the money to build the church, but the things that we utter, what we say during those, even in the church, whereby we feel like this is a place for restoration, a place whereby the peace is there, a place whereby, where like if you have, they say, where if you are heavily laden, come and like that yoke will be taken from you. And the words that we speak when we are there does not reflect the money that we are giving. So that's where my question is.
Very good.
And like we are so like the people there are so vulnerable, because like when you come to church each and every day, we know like the place whereby we can get restoration is church. A place whereby we are called beautiful, a beautiful place is the church.
Salvation
Yes.
is found in the Most High, God
Yes.
Almighty.
And like when after
it's
giving
abused.
that money, after giving that money, and what other people say, like for instance, I just want to be very categorical. There was a time they went to Muranga, and what they said about who the governor for Kirinyaga is who?
Anne
Waigoro. And it was
I heard that name before.
Yeah, it was in the church. Yeah. The way Osoro and everybody spoke, it doesn't reflect godly. It doesn't reflect godly. And like you've given out your money, and the same time what you speak. Now that one, I'm in the church, but that one I don't agree. Yeah.
Oh, okay, Bernard. Benson. I like to say, which Bernard should know, tethering. That's what we do, tethering, when we give our funding to the church. It's not for the pastor to have new shoes, a new suit, and a very nice car, and live in a big house. And when Jesus came, he went to the temple. He found businesses. He went mad. He said, "This is my Father's house. How dare you do what you do? You prosper from those who are poor." So tethering according to my understanding to Deuteronomy, state that you must give to 10% everything you have. If you have a land, 10% of your land, if you have 100 acres, 10% of your acres and what you produce must go to the people. And it does not state that you must give money to the church. If you read Deuteronomy properly, it states that you must give something that's usable to the people. Now, there's two groups of people. There's the children of Israel, and there's also the Gentile, for all those that know the scripture. Two groups. The Israelites were the one that was chosen, and they was told to give forward the tethering, which is the gift unto the Lord. You do not go and give them money. And basically, in Jerusalem, you had to take these stuff to the temple. If you made maize and you harvest maize, 10% of that maize goes to the people. First the Gentiles, no, first the Israelites, and second the Gentile, not money. If you have 10 cows, you take 1 cow, you slaughter it, and you give meat to the people to eat. It was not money. Nowhere in the Bible says that you must take money to the church. It is every single production that you own. The land belongs to God, and He has given you that blessing of that land. And everything you produce, 10% belongs to God, and not even that within that 10%, you deserve some as well. You should share in it. So if I have 10 boozies, I take 1 boozie, I slaughter it, I take 1% for myself, and the 9% of that boozie I share with my community and those who are poor, even my workers. I am not attending church, but I would practice the laws and the commandments that was given and kept by the Israelites, and also by the Most High, Jesus Christ Himself, who said you do the same.
Randall, thank you. Thank you for...
Now, Bernard, you should contribute on that side of it and understand it.
What
Benson said is very good, what he said.
Into a typing collection center. Hold on first.
Now, Ruto taking money to the church, that's corruptive. He will not be blessed and not held highly because he has so much land, he has so much possession, but none of his 10%. But he's taking a load of cash and money and giving it when he should give something that's sustainable to the people.
Bernard.
Yes. So I'm standing on that side as well. When it comes to Ruto, when he goes to give him money.
Okay, hold on, everybody. Let's have some order here. Okay. Hold on, Brother Benson. I'll come to you. We should not turn this into a discussion of one person, number one, and then number two, the dynamics of the church, especially in Kenya, has dramatically changed. What we have church today and the church we had in the past, they are like day and night, unfortunately, in terms of values and virtues. From the clergy to the laity, we at times I'm very much afraid to comment about the kind of church we have. But if I'm a student of history, I remember the church in the early 90s when they held Moi hostage. As church people, with no political power, just with a voice from the pulpit, they were able to hold, to call Moi to order from their pulpit. And that is where the power of the church lies, being able to speak to the nation in an authoritative voice that causes everybody to get back to their position. So what has happened is that the politicians have perfected their art of buying the church early before the politics begin, so that when the church needs to talk, nobody can raise their voice again because they have already been pocketed. Now, that is one of the evils that is eating up this nation. If the voice that is supposed to be light has been turned into darkness, the Bible asks the question. He says, if the light of the body is the eye, he says, if that eye that is light has now become darkness, how thick is that darkness? So we have invited darkness to reign in our nation because by corrupting the voice that is supposed to bring forth light. And that's something that we shouldn't take lightly. I believe we need to pray seriously about the same and be watchful. Everybody is free to be generous. I have personally picked people from the village, brought them to Nairobi, taught them to tie their shoes, tie their tie, gave them an expression over their life, helped them go through college and all that. And all those people got their jobs. Others have their families. They don't even remember me. They don't even come to greet me. And I don't care. I'm not looking for it because I wasn't doing that to get anything from them. It is not a big deal. So being generous is part, and it's in fact in the secular society we call it being human. Okay, to be generous, to be human, to be considerate, to be able to feel the pain of another person and be able to come in as a solution. But when we turn it into a political narrative or a political scheme, it doesn't go down well with me. We just need to watch out. And so I'm not against handouts in terms of people giving out help to people. I'm against us remaining on that spot of handouts forever, because it has been the reason why we have not developed. It has been the reason why we are still where we are after 16 now years of independence. We cannot reduplicate it again and say that from 2023 is going to be different. We are going to develop by doing the handouts thing that we've been doing all along. That must come to a stop. Let's go straight to industrialization. Let's make people work, a working nation. 2002 to 2012, we were a working nation. Our economy grew. We had money in the pocket. Let's go back there. Not back to Harambes, not back to handouts, not back to boosting. Let's demand industries in our counties, demand industries in our villages. Let's demand our MPs to deliver, not salt and lessons and sugar. We want institutions of higher learning in our villages. Our children to be beaten, to be taken to school. Let them become something that can be relied upon. If we don't move to the next level, let's forget about Kenya and them.
Bernard.
I don't want to turn into preaching. I'm sorry.
Bernard, you got to be emotional there, Bernard, I'll be honest. But not everybody can learn. Everybody has a different gift. Everybody has different spirits. Some can work with their hands, some have muscles, and some have brains. So we got to use everybody in their position that they belong in. So you can't force. I want my son to become a doctor, but he's a good football player.
So I can only support him. Hold on. What I mean is, a dependent society. It is said that if you have six poor people, okay, and one rich man who takes care of these 6 people, what you actually have is 7 poor people. That means if the rich man does not make these 6 people become productive, they are going to eat what he has and is going to join them in poverty. So we need a nation where everybody is productive, not a few people have the wealth, then they distribute to us and tell us they are taking care of us. We don't want that care again. We want us to be given means. So our children that can do football, but not ordinary football. We want academies where our children can make money by their football. Not this business of like, is it yesterday? I read something, I don't know whether it's valid, that Conjestina Atieno burned her house out of frustration.
I saw it too.
Yeah, I saw something like that, but I didn't find out whether it was valid or not. But this is a person that has served this nation, okay, on international scale, but now is in frustration. Why? Because nobody had a fallback plan. We must accept that we have a nation that is problematic, but these problems should not continue. They should come to an end whereby we need to face the next phase. Themba, go ahead.
Thank you so much for making that very, very passionate appeal. Now, I want to also say that as a people, we owe it to ourselves to demand for services. Now, we have just after the BBI that some people have called that wasn't working, they are defending the 2010 Constitution. The 2010 Constitution, in it provides for devolution governments. Now, it's interesting that some of us who are aware of what the Constitution says.
Themba, I would like to beg you guys, naona nitalala because kesho niko na some other nini here and there. So you guys, thank you for being part and parcel of this debate. Mkuwe na nisiku jema, and I'm very happy for what you people you are doing. Mbarikiwe sana.
Okay, thank you, Ndeto. See you in the group. Go and build the nation.
Okay, I was saying that the problem and the tragedy of our time is that we do not want to see the realization of the constitutional provision. Number one, the constitution that we are talking about is a devolution constitution. Now, some of us who are arguing here have not bothered to check what is it that the incoming government will provide, and what is it that our county government should be giving us that we need to demand. What is it that our MP should be giving us? So lack of such awareness has ended up making us be given promises that cannot be kept in the first place. Now, let no one cheat us. The first 5 years of the next government, whether it is Ruto, Raila, or who, will be tackling the idea of the debt that has been taken so far. So any clear manifesto or talking that tells us that you are going to rejuvenate the system without telling us how they are going to tackle the debt problem, that's a lie. Number two, I'm looking at the big four agenda pillars that were given. There's food security, affordable housing, universal healthcare, manufacturing, and job creation. Just the other day in Kitui, the Kitui County announced how the Kitui County has managed to bring in people who are bringing honey, and they're bringing some food processing plant in the county. The county government of Kitui has given universal healthcare to its people. The same thing, it was launched in Kisumu, universal healthcare. So those are already two pillars of the big four agenda. Now, food security, different counties are approaching it differently. So now when we listen to some propaganda that is being put to us as a citizen, we are letting the leadership and those politicians to come and determine the agenda, not us telling them what we need from them. So one, we talked a while here, we said we don't need to put the person before our need. We need to put our need before the person. What is our need? What do we require? What does an MP that I'm going to elect going to do for me? What has he done right now? What is he supposed to do for me? What is the county government that I'm going to elect supposed to do for me? What is their role in job creation? What is their role in universal healthcare? There are counties that are giving universal healthcare. How about your county? How come they're not delivering on that? So why should we let it be like now the same tools, they don't give us those things, then now we come, we start telling them, now they are promising us the same things they are supposed to deliver. And we are not even aware which level of government is supposed to provide what. So for as long as you are going to be made unaware, for as long as you are going to be operating from half-truths, we are going to be looking at the small things that make us differ, but not the things that make us be together. So as a citizen, for me, really, politicians, their role is to play politics. So for as long as you are consistently playing to their gallery, they like that. But now we need to change the debate. What is it that I need? What do I need from my MCA? What do I need from my MP? When the road that is passing next door is not being, today I even had one of the MPs, you know, I think Gashag was saying that, oh, we are going to have roads when Ruto comes, he's the one who's going to bring roads. Really? There are things that later, when they come, they start telling us, you know, I went look for these things, the budgeting, they didn't give them to me. So the same excuses. Because they have made sure we don't have information, we don't have our rights, we don't know what is done by what arm of government. Information is power. So for those of us who are able at least even to access internet, those of us who are able to read, it is important. We owe it to our relatives, we owe it to our friends to give them information, civic education. Let no politician come to you dangling a carrot that if you elect me, the road will be made. The road should be made whether I elect you or not. I should have a road. I do not have to elect you to give me a road. I do not have to elect you to make sure that I have water running. I don't have to give you my vote to make sure that I go to school. Those are basic rights for every citizen, whether they vote for you or not.
Okay.
So moving forward, I think, as a people who are informed, all of us, I mean, whichever side of divide you belong to, we just need to go with our needs, not their needs. This is our need. You play your politics. But as a citizen, whether I vote for you or not, whether you are what or what, kindly, these are the things that I need from MCA, MP, a governor. You hold them accountable. What have they done? No excuses. If they don't say what they have done, they're out. Thank you.
Okay, let me come in.
I just want to ask a question for Thambi.
A question, right?
Yeah, Thambi, I hear you talking about, you know, they're giving us promises that they cannot keep. Is that correct? You just said that. They're giving us promises as politicians that they cannot keep. Now, BBI is a promise. The question is, are they going to keep that? If it does come into effect, which it didn't, but at the end of the day, I say the amendment of the law changes as the generation goes along. So the law never stays the same. That's a fact. In the whole world, it always changes because the generation keep on changing, the economy keeps on changing, education keeps on changing. You know, us as a community, we keep on changing, and we need different things and new things to make us a better community and also as a country. Very good in a way that you said something that's interesting is that you said we need civil education. That I agree with. So what law do you think that we can have and do you think that can be kept if 2010 constitution was never kept? What can guarantee us that the BBI will be kept? And BBI only gave us a few, and 27 of them were removed. Why? And those were added. Why? And how many people actually signed up to the BBI when they say is a initiative for all the Kenyans that agree on it? Did you agree on it? Did Bernard agree on it? Did Jake agree on it? Did Bro Johnson agree on it? Because I don't remember when I was there, me being brought forward and asked, do you want to be a part of this as a Kenyan? I don't remember none of my neighbors talking about it. I only found out later on in the media when it's going to court. We never talked about it in our community when I was. Neither the elders were talking about it. Funny enough, the elders were not happy because they never wanted a reform. And the BBI was a reform. So what makes you think that the BBI or the 2010 constitution, which you said a lot of people are going against, those promises can be kept? But those politicians who believe are politicians just doing what the politicians do, give us empty promises. That's all I just wanted to ask. Can you think that's possible?
Okay, thank you for
your mic is muted.
Okay,
can I answer?
Themba?
Kibet, let Themba respond, then you can move on next. And then Jex has come. Karibu Jex. Let Themba respond, then Kibet. Thank you.
Kibet, you wanna mute? Thank you for that question. I'm actually not on BBI today because I believe that BBI is still in the courts, and that for me wouldn't be my tangent for today. My plea was directed into constitution that we have right now, and the constitution that we have right now, unless the people themselves are aware of what are the constitutional requirement and they push for it, the politician will as much as possible make sure that you lack the awareness and use that to lure you to vote for them come next voting whatever cycle. So that's what I'm saying is, at the moment, right now we are busy talking about maybe Ruto is going to do this, Ruto is going to do that. We're only talking about the presidency. How about the county governments? We have a governor. What is the governor supposed to do for me? What is the MP supposed to do? Those are constitutional provisions that are given. You know, when a constitution has been passed, whether an amendment is agreed by 2 or 3. In Europe, I mean, in the UK the other day, there was the Brexit. Not everybody agreed to it, but the prime minister stepped down because, you know, I mean, that was passed. Some people didn't agree. All right. So in a constitutional democracy, the majority always win. And indeed, right now, I don't want to talk about the BBI because it's not our discussion for today. What we have is the Constitution 2010, which even the current, the DP did not support. But either way, he's a Kenyan, so he's bound by it. So what are the constitutional provisions? What are the things that we are demanding as a people? What are the things that we are saying that, okay, fine, my MP, these are my constitutional rights. I do not need to beg for them. I do not need to come and tell you, you don't need to come and tell me that because I gave you water, you need to vote for me. So what politicians do, they take advantage of our poverty, of our lack, and our lack of awareness, our lack of information. Then they come and then they parade that, you see, I'm going to do for you this and this. Yet someone has been there. So to respond to you maybe directly is, at the point at which the constitution will be amended, then it shall be part of us, because constitution is a social contract. It binds us together. So whatever it is that will have been provided by then, we will have to abide by it. For now, we have Constitution 2010. Is everybody, that's why I'm talking about civic education, other than talking about propaganda, is everybody aware of what the Constitution gives them as a right? Not a privilege, not for someone to sit somewhere and say that if you elect me, I'm going to do this for you. No, we don't want to be like we are beggars to the politician. We are the ones who employ them by our vote. But you see here, we look like we are looking at them as our masters. So someone comes and says so-and-so should get there because they're your master. No, you are the master, you are the employer, you are the one with the vote. You need to know what is your constitutional right, and you need to demand for your right. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much for that. You have answered my question. But on the civil education, I think it needs to go down, because the people who we vote for are delegated on our behalf. Like, if you get a lawyer to go on a court, he fights for your case. He does not fight for what he thinks. So that counts on your MP, for your local person that you elected, and your MCA. They should come to your community and to your villages and debate and what the government are thinking, what should be done for Kenya, and the Kenyans agree with it or disagree with it. But the civil education comes for these people that we delegate. So they should come forward and say, this is what we're looking for, 2022, and the next 10 years. If the Kenyans agree, add or take away, but once they agree, then it should be taken to court to make it an actual applicable constitution, an amendment for the Wananchi of Kenya. So thank you very much, Thembi. I appreciate that very much. Thank you.
Okay, can we now have Kibet?
Okay, thank you. I have had a lot. Very nice words, actually. The problem here we have with the politicians, I wish all people would have actually goodwill to people. For people, I mean. First, this constitution, 2010 constitution, because we have a burden of tax, madeni mingi sana, this constitution was so expensive for us at some point. We have to accept that. Because we elected so many representatives. Okay, we overstretch. And that's what tukuna madeni mingi. It's only that because management is a key point here. You have mentioned that, okay, we are not supposed to demand what we want. But these leaders, wanafaa wakuje, kila mtu anakuwa manifesto yake. That's why una counties, they have their own CBF county plan, budget, I mean that. So you can say you can't demand this, maybe it's automatic, you need it. But depends on a leader. A leader who is coming in depends which one will start. Some will start with corruption. So immediately when he gets the power, he want to be rich fast. You see? So sometimes we follow these leaders because we see maybe there is something we urgently need. And for sometimes, those budgeted in these counties, they budget according to the governor's will and the MCAs. So sometimes they prioritize things that we don't want. And that's why sometimes we say we want a leader who is good, add a goodwill for the people to do things that can benefit us directly. For instance, youths don't have job in Kenya right now. Reason, but leaders, they are not creative enough to build industries for the people to get job. You see, they prioritizing on things that are not actually benefiting all people. They only benefit a class of people. I can mention that road that I've had super highway being built in Nairobi. It doesn't help us alone. It helps only rich people. So that's why I'm saying it depends on our budget and plans. That's my take.
Okay, thank you, Kibet, for your submission. I support. Let us aim higher. The country is stretched, yes. 2010 constitution is expensive. I agree, but we must live with it. Number one. Number two, anything less than 2010 constitution is not for Kenya at the moment. So no turning back. We must go forward. And whatever it takes, we must build a nation that can carry all of us and accommodate all of us. And just before we hear from Jex, I would want to bring in this. One of the things that Kenya has lacked from independence is a leadership that believes in Kenya. If we will get a leadership that believes in Kenya, that wants Kenya to be Kenya, regardless of who gets what, we will attain the greatest giant steps forward within no time. The moment we stop suspecting one another and beginning to protect each other, protect one another from each other, and we begin to pull together the way we did at independence, this nation has enough potential to be propelled into development. When it doesn't matter, for example, we're talking about power shortage. Like now, I'm sure the government is still buying power from Uganda, okay? And all because we created a hydroelectric power on a seasonal river, because we were afraid that if it goes to River Yala, Jaramogi will switch it off and take the country. Now, so we need to accept, if there is enough water in River Yala, let's take the electricity there. And then let's also accept that the floods in Budalangi can be turned into a productive water that can irrigate through Kan and every other place. Let's have a nation that is growing, not a nation that is stealing from each other and making sure that development doesn't go in particular section because they did not vote for me. We will need to have a leader who is going to believe in Kenya and want Kenya to be a developed nation, not this dependent syndrome. The earlier we come away out of that, the better off we are as a people. Failure to that, we will not be able to contain the population. And when the population has nothing else to eat, it will eat us as leaders. Oh, Mr. Jakes, did you arrive?
Sorry, Bernard, I just wanted to add what you were just saying. Sorry, Jakes. Sorry, Jakes. Bernard, I just wanted to add, why don't we put that into the amendment that we need our own electricity power built in Kenya and our own industry, as Thambi was saying earlier here? We need our own system of railway, electricity, and roads, infrastructure, which keeps us consistent. 1 minute your lights are on, next minute your lights are off. There's propaganda which is just said because somebody will build that structure, they can turn it off when they like. It's not theirs. It belongs to Kenyans. So how do you have the right to say switch off the lights? It's not your house. But I just wanted to add that.
Maybe this will shock you, but do you know that Mumias Sugar had begun to generate power, and it wanted to in fact that project of power would have sustained it from collapse, and they were ready to distribute power to Western Kenya, and then it was said that there is no way they can distribute power directly. They have to sell power to Kenya Power so that Kenya Power take it to the people. And now the industry has the place has closed. So I think we just need to wake up from our sleep and realize that we have a nation, and this nation needs all of us, not one individual, not one community, not a certain locality is able to carry this nation. We must carry it all together. Shared.
As you said, I agree with you, Bernard, on that one, and say if it's something that we think that's good for us and for our nation and our generation to come, for the betterment, that they do not go through the things that we ourselves that are sitting here talking about it, should not be talking about this in the next 50 years. That sugar company you're talking about, which I don't have much information on, is what we need to put a petition forward to the parliament and say, you cannot shut it down. Not even that, you need to put funding forward to open it instead of going to Uganda. We are not Ugandans. We are Kenyans. We are not from Ethiopia. We're not from Tanzania. We are Kenyans. So we're receiving things from other people, as you said before, as this hands out, even receiving other things from other countries, needs to come to a halt. So if someone in Kenya thinks this is good for the Kenyans and the future of us to keep on developing, electricity brings factories. Factories run consistently, night and day. And we have a consistency that builds. But once the lights goes out, your TV goes off, your business goes off, your phone goes off,
everything goes off. You're off for a day or two until they decide to put it back on in Uganda. That's holding your breath underwater. It's unfair. So we should stand up for these things. And these are the things that should go into BBI. The things that we need, such as water, which is very important and essential. 90% of the world is water and 90% of our body is water. Electricity, which is life, which gives us that actual things to perpetuate to go forward. So on this debate, as we're talking along, I can only hope those things, as I said, the amendment, we always have to change. I'm not disagreeing with the BBI, but I'm also disagreeing with part of the BBI, but I'm so inquisitive about the 2010 Constitution itself. And not saying the 2010 Constitution is perfect, but it can be perfected. And also the BBI, if the country can come together and say, this is what we need. And we said, as Thambi said here earlier, civil education, so we get it from the MPs, down to our local leaders, down to our MCA, talk to the elders, the women and the men, and the young generation within our community. What do they need within their areas? And we make a petition and bring it forward to the parliament and the judicial law. Then they should implement this and make it a thing that's a regular thing. That's what I wanted to say. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Okay, thank you. Karibu sana. Jex, we ingia kwa nyumba alafu uendelee.
Actually, I'll make very, very few remarks and probably end the show in the next few minutes.
I think you will.
I can see Themba is dozing away, and does too.
So you take the honors of ending the show, and then we'll link up at in the evening.
It's well.
I will drop out. It's almost 4 a.m.
Yeah, it is. I had some challenges with my net. Imensumbua up to now. I really wanted to be in. I made some communication, some people, but I have loved the submissions that I've had. Probably all I would maybe add is, number one, I love the sentiments from Safa Peacefully, who says we are importing mitumbas from abroad instead of building textile industries and starting producing our own clothes. Excess clothes we can export to our brothers and sisters in Africa. Now, I know there's a law that governs the cars that we import or the year limit. Why? Because to reduce what we call dumping. Like in Uganda, you find there are so many funny cars, because they are yet to come up with regulations to avoid dumping. You see, when cars wakina Randall and Themba wamemaliza kuzitumia huko kwao, wanakuja kuzitupa huku kwetu. I see this is the dust bin. Now, if we can do that to cars, why don't we do that to clothes? Because by the end of the day, ati hiyo tisho yenye Themba sahii ameng'ara, akichoka nayo badala iwe duster, anatumana inakuwa ndio mng'aro ya Jakes pande hii Kenya, honestly. Ati in 1 year's time hiyo hoodie kona
we Jakes utaki kwa Chrissy.
No, it is the bitter truth, manze. Ati hiyo hoodie yenye Randall amevaa in 2 years time itakuja iuzwe hapo Mudhurwa, inaongezwa tu lebo, inaandikwa Seng'enge ni ng'ombe, and then inaongezwa bei. Lakini Randall ashaichapa mpaka it is no longer grey in color, it is almost black. Tunaletewa nguo zingine ukiosha na maji inaharibika cause zimeundwa zioshwe na vacuum clean. What do you call that machine? Whatever that machine is. So by the end of the day, we live ni kama watu wa kuhurumiwa. Unajua, we lost our dignity as humans. Tulifunzo lazima tusaidiwe. We cannot work hard for our things. We have to be helped. You can imagine that a vaccine. ati kabla tutumie pesa yetu kwanza lazima tungoje tupewe msaada. Tukiona hakuna msaada inakuja ati now we can invest our money. We use our money in other things that are not really a priority. So I think there's a problem with our brains. I think there's somewhere we need to either turn the MRI for checkup or something, but there's something wrong somewhere. You know, so huyo jamaa wa mitumba, I think your point iko home. Thank you so much. I think I should book your t-shirt ya Themba soon, so that badala ikuje ikiwa kama bail anitumie tu directly. So badala ningoje next year ati Randall atume hiyo hood kama second hand, anitumanishie tu before ifike several hands.
Hey, Jakes siwezi fanya hivyo Jakes. Tafadhali usiniambie hivyo. Nasikia nafanya nionekana mbaya hivyo. Ai bwana, mimi naletanga vitu mpya.
I'm joking my brother. So but anyway, we have a beautiful country. It is only that we really need to increase the value of ourselves. Tujiamini, tujijenge, tujikuze, tujiinue kama sisi, because kama sio sisi ni kina nani? We sing of other nations. Most of these nations have built themselves with their own people. China built itself with its own people. Singapore and any other beautiful nation we hear of. We have the manpower, we have the brains, we have the labor. Yeah, we train so hard in schools only to export those skills and knowledge to other nations. You know, we work very hard huku Kenya to build a career only to let it thrive in other nations. We really have no built a nation where we can retain our talent. And it was even sad after our athletes went and worked so hard, came top in Africa, while others were being given homes and brand new Prados and all. Our athletes, hata kukuwa na mtu wa kuwasukumia suitcases. We treat our own as if we really don't value what they do. Outside there, they are seen as heroes, celebrated. Their names are mentioned endlessly. Wakikuja home, it's as if whatever they did didn't really matter. We never really value ourselves. And we have made politics the epicenter of everything. Everything revolves around it, as if minus it, we don't survive or exist as a nation. We have idolized and built these politicians of ours as if they're the gods that control our existence, you know. That if I don't praise Ruto, if I don't praise Raila, my existence is limited. And that is the failure of our nation. As much we really struggled to fight for our independence and all, I don't think we should live justifying ourselves that for us to survive, we must sing the song of a politician. We must dance to the tune of a politician. I like what Themba was saying. I don't need a road simply because I praised a certain politician. It is my right. The Constitution should guarantee it. It is my basic, my fundamental right. It is not a privilege. In fact, no politician should come and praise themselves for what they have achieved. In any case, they went into these offices to achieve the exact same thing. If they built us a railway, it was for us. It wasn't a privilege. It was for us. If there is a tarmac somewhere, it is not for them to sing the song tarmac. It is for us to enjoy because it is us who sent them to power. So I wish to end with like 3 remarks. We fail in our parastatals and we fail in, I heard someone talk of Kenya Power and all. But me, I look at Kenya from all so many other parastatals. What happened to Kenya Postal Authorities? As much as people are not sending letters, other nations have modernized their postal services. I don't know, Randall, you can tell us what happened to the postal service in the US. I don't think it was closed, but hii yetu ya Kenya, hata kama barua zitumwi, ilikufa tu hivyo. What happened to a Pan-Africa company that used to make papers and all? Because by the end of the day, other nations, they re-improve, they make up, they create, they reinvent themselves. But ourselves, what we do, we shut down our companies. We put leaders in these parastatals, and I think, to me, most of these parastatals, it is where those politicians who don't make it in MP seats, that is where they are sent to hide. Unakuta mtu alianguka as an MP, anatumwa kwa a certain parastatal. Not that akona any expertise. Mtu alifanya welding akiwa college, lakini anatumwa katika parastatal ya medicine. Unakuta mtu alifanya a very funny course, but anatumwa in a very prestigious parastatal. Few years, that parastatal collapses. What happened to Uchumi? What happened to Kenya Airways? You know, those were big companies in our yesteryears. But what happened? You know, to me, I think we send some politicians who failed in the constituencies. They were not managers. They were not good leaders. But because a certain leader, president, wants to still maintain such characters, they are given such positions. You know, you can even find some of these politicians' brothers, sisters are in these parastatals. For example, I'll give an example. The head of postal service is brother to Mutahi Kagwe. So I ask myself, if I was a brother probably to one of these leaders, maybe I wouldn't be jobless. Maybe I wouldn't be poor. Maybe I wouldn't be what I am. Maybe I would be in a parastatal. Maybe I'll be a PS somewhere, you know. So most of these parastatals, they have been ran down because of poor managerial skills, because some of the chairmans and the chair ladies wanawekanga huko kufichwa, wenye walianguka katika constituencies, wenye walianguka katika kura. Sisi kama wananchi tuliwakataa kwa ballot, but they are snacking back through the parastatals, through hata cabinet secretaries. Unakuta mtu alianguka katika, alikataliwa na watu, lakini anarudishwa. Some go even do a worse job, like akina Kionjuri and the likes. They do shoddy job. They mismanage our nation. We lose billions of shillings because of poor leadership. And I think it's high time, if mtu amekataliwa through the ballot, anafaa nyimwe kazi ingine ya state. Because it means if the people who give these people the mandate to lead have refused him, who gives the mandate to the president that he should appoint people who have already been rejected by the people themselves? You know, for example, I don't understand, a governor fails in managing a certain county. He's charged with corruption, but after he's dismissed by the people through the ballot, that governor becomes the CS of finance. You fail in a small locality, but now come to the highest level of the nation and govern our finances. You see, at times I don't understand. Maybe Themba, you can help me understand. I don't, probably it happens where you are. I really don't. That I fail in a small location, but because I have connections with the leader of the country, I now manage the entire nation. How does it work? Themba, if you can tell me.
Now, you're very right, Jex. You see that's what you have said rightly, that lack of political consciousness. You know, we have been reduced to just be what you have called. We are just people who are coming to cheerleaders. You know, so we reject you, and then even you here right now. I mean, in many of across board, people are being told, don't worry, if you come in, there are many other places you can go in. So even if you don't get a nomination, there are many other places we can fix you. Already that language has started. So you realize some people are pretty much becoming so active, so that by the time they get there, they know there are many other places. So even if, like for example, Ken Lusaka, you see what he said the other day. He said that, you know, I was told in fact, they quote the Bible and at it. I was told in my father's house there are many mansions.
There are many houses.
Yeah. So when he was rejected as a governor, he was told that he's going to be put as a speaker. You see that's kind of what are you telling people?
I ask myself this question. This person was charged, or rather a scandal of a wheelbarrow costing over 100,000 was what he brought to his people in Bungoma. And now a governor who bought a wheelbarrow for 100,000 manages the entire Senate. You know, I really don't understand. I don't know who bewitched us, but there is somewhere really we get it wrong. How does it happen?
Jakes, I can only say that I think there's someone in Kenya that done a song. I think his name is Wanaina. Inchi ya kitu kidogo. Do you ever remember that?
Yeah, I do.
Inchi ya kitu kidogo is what became the beginning of the cancer of Kenya, and it has eroded deep inside of Kenya. Now we're suffering from a deep sickness. Now, just recently, there was another young boy. This is what gets me about the young generation. They're not stupid. They're very known. Kenyans are not dumb. They can see, but there's a threat. There's always that threat. And just recently, I think in 2020, another young guy, I would say a young man, because he's married, he has children, and he's very successful. And he came from the streets and built himself through music. And he done a song called Wajinga Nyinyi. I don't know if you know that song.
King Kaka.
And he was even threatened, and even he was called on the phone that he'll be caught. But Kenyans are so smart that they knew that was the truth, and they told him, go to the police station, go to the CID office, whoever called you, and the lawyers were ready to come forward and said, you have no right to do anything to this man because he has freedom of speech. That's one thing about Kenya have, is democracy. We have democracy, but we lose something called sovereignty. And our sovereignty is sold to the European, and our sovereignty is sold to China, and our sovereignty is sold to America. And these young men and women are very smart. And that's why my heart, and I weep for them. But the elders,
Randall, for example, I want
the first generation.
Just one moment.
The first and the second generation is a problem, but the third and the fourth generation want a change. But we're
Randall,
stuck on the first generation.
A police officer, for example, engages in crime, right? People are killed or issues arise. Now, instead of this police officer be charged in a court of law, what we do, we transfer them. We change them from one station to another. Now, Themba, how is that justice? How does transferring someone serve justice to maybe a family that lost a loved one?
You know, Jax, what you're bringing out is very, very, very interesting. Number one, I think someone has noticed that we are very forgetful as Kenyans. If someone does something today, tomorrow we are forgotten. We are not even talking about it. How long ago did you hear about? We were brought for a very interesting, interesting saga about some people who had stolen some money in Masai Mara University. You remember that thing, Jakes?
Yeah, the Mara heist.
Did you hear about anything after that?
Yeah,
so
and that is where at times
it's not even that. Two young men were both killed by the police. Where are those police? Why have they not been arrested?
No,
and where are they now?
The interesting part, Randall, the other day I had most of the leadership in the police station that those young men were killed were transferred, yeah? And I asked myself, haven't you not just transferred crime? Because how do you even transfer someone? How does that make that person change?
We felt that pain only in Kenya. We felt it all the way in Europe. We felt it all the way to America. It was on social media. We felt it all the way where we are, because it could be our own children or a family member. But this person is walking around right now. Now.
Yeah, man.
Now, and Jax, that's why in my submission a while ago I said there's something that is lacking in art is the consciousness. You know, once you have a consciousness, you can wake up and demand. All right. So when people know that you are going to think about how do I demand vis-a-vis food, so divide and rule. So we have been divided, and the few people are ruling us. Now, let me give you an example. Why do you think everyone is following the key political elites everywhere they go? Because they know one thing.
Selfish interest.
If I lose, then I'll say, you know, I'm the one who was active in this area. So
I was seen shouting louder.
Yeah, everyone is given a mic. They are now competing against each other. Who is going to hurl more insults to the other camp, so that they catch the eye of the guy? So they have forgotten the person who needs, but now they're looking at, am I going to shout louder so that I'm seen? You see, like today, I want to just be fair. Today in the burial ceremony, 80% of your speech is talking about something else that is selfish, abuses and whatever. Only 2 or so % is talking about what has taken you there. Where is the person? Where is the people? Who talked about the needs of the people there?
Correct.
Nobody.
Remember, just hold on. I want to bring in community. Another thing that at times huwa inani piece of mpaka hapo ndo navumilia kwa Mkenya ya ukweli. You go to these offices to get your building approved. First you go do land search and all, and then you erect a beautiful home. And then years down the line, you're told this is a riparian land, this is a road reserve, this was meant for Kenya Railways, this was, you know, CG children's sporting ground and all. Kwani, when you are getting all these approvals, who was not in office to tell you that this is not the correct place to build? You know, as in, we at times make our people lose billions of money because someone somewhere collected few coins for his own belly and punish a generation for a long time. Honestly, I don't know if it pisses you off the way it does me, community.
Yeah, in fact,
sorry, sister. Sorry, yeah, I was actually waiting for you to talk. But Jakes, there's something you said there which makes me laugh. Is that if you're not part of the solution,
then you're part of the problem.
If you're not part of the solution, you know what the answer is?
You're part of the problem.
So you got to point fingers at the Kenyans themselves. They have to go there and say, we are tired. You need to step down. As I think Dambi said earlier, Kumi, Uhuru and Kenyatta had their time. Pack your bags and get out. We need a new, young, like yourself, Jakes. We need people as yourselves talking if you start. But the problem when you have with people like you, when you stand up, you got those people who are
I think the second or the third generation, which is the Moi Kibakis and Mudavadis and the Uhurus, they're still sitting on their forefathers' ideology to keep us down. But if you stand up, you end up being like Meguna Meguna. You either go to jail, end up missing, or deported out of your country. Those are the options you have. So do you have democracy seriously in your own country?
It's
If
a
you cannot
journey.
speak out.
It's really a journey, and I think we are far from good. We are really far from good, because we end up making terrible mistakes, all in the name of nation building. Like, for example, because as I was bringing in community, some of the destruction of property I see happening at the moment. People go get huge loans, set up a business, and then when they cannot access these businesses at night, for example, because there is curfew, a bulldozer comes and flattens their property, destroys furniture, destroys stock, destroys money, or rather capital invested in these businesses. Then these people are auctioned. Someone who was not broke becomes a bankrupt. They end up in depression. And then what do? They end up being serial killers, or they commit serious murder crimes. So eventually, one problem leads to another, and then we create a murderer from someone who wasn't a criminal in the first place. Why? This person has been burdened by thoughts on how to pay these loans, on how you know, it's like they ask themselves, how do I go up after being pushed so low, you know? And hence depression sets in. So community, I think, is it our leaders, ama we are just thick as Kenyans? What's our problem? I think we need God's hands in this, man.
As I said earlier, you're either part of the problem or the solution. So you got to ask yourself, what are you doing? So being on this platform, I'm not feeling those people that are out there at the moment. I'll be honest with you, as much I think they're the only ones we have, but it's a manipulation. But it has to stop somewhere along the way. I'm going to let Ancestor there, contribute, not to be funny. But Kenya is a problem. As you said earlier, which Rabbit Sungura said, that nitawaambia hii kitu leo lakini nitashika amnesia kesho.
We forget
what I tell you today, wajinga nyinyi, and the truth is what it is, but by tomorrow you're going like it's normal.
Yeah.
But we don't perpetuate that this needs to stop. We're just like, okay, Uhuru and Ruto, tano, sijui nini. And then we say, why is this happening to us? Because you elected these people to come and do what they do to you. So at the same time, you got to question yourself, what part am I playing? Even if you put your life at risk, which is another thing you got to question, which me, I'm quite rebellious and an activist. So I did stand up for a lot of things, and I didn't feel threatened, but maybe I had people on my side who did not have me be trouble whatsoever. But I always did for the best for the people, even if I felt, I don't care who you are, what position you hold, how much money you have, but you have no right to violate the people of Kenya. And I always stood up for that. And I still do, even though I'm here. But thank you. I just wanted to say that.
Community, even as we wrap up.
Exactly. By the way, this issue of government destructing or destroying properties of its own people, it is something which is so bad, because you find that in fact most of people, they go into banks or cooperatives, they take loans. After that, they go to lands, they are given a leeway, they go ahead, erect structures. At the end of the day, you find that maybe it is Nairobi City Council. They come after you have in fact, instead of this Nairobi City Council or NMS coming prior before you erecting that structure of yours, they can even put a signage that this plot belongs to such and such entity, but they just keep quiet. They just stare at you until your structure is up. Then they come with a bulldozer and then do all that mess. In fact, it is very wrong. It is high time. I'm urging our parliament wafanye jambo manzeo, watunge sheria kuwa kama if it is NMS or any municipality ambapo italala kwa kazi, somebody afanye nini, akuje aweke mjengo yake pale, airuhusiwi mtu afanye nini, aje abomoe ile mjengo mpaka wewe mwenyewe urudishe the amount of money which you used on that property. Then kutoka hapo you can even surrender that property to the state. Because in fact, look, you find that in fact even the structures which are being demolished, they are very beautiful, but now
Correct.
because of these guys, I don't know if it is the devil who are controlling them. In fact, wana demolish, wanaacha somebody akienda kujinyonga ama watoto wakikaa chokora kwa sababu mzazi amekosa kurudisha ile pesa yenye alichukua loan. Then kutoka hapo watoto wamekosa school fees. It is something which is saddening. By the way, gava inastahili iangalie hilo jambo. Hata mimi siyafurahia. You remember what happened in Kariobangi, in fact, Jex? You remember
community, there's something I wanted to ask. If they don't demolish, unasikia kuko na inferno burns, or rather buildings that catch fire.
Exactly.
Like Gikomba is ever catching fire. You ask yourself, honestly, is it that ni mtu anachoma? Is it that it is a way I could reduce the population there in terms of the traders? Why ban? Because I tend to think if they don't demolish, they ban. That's my thinking.
Yeah. In fact, like now Gikomba, in fact, at least in every 2 months utaona mali ya wananchi imefanya nini, imechomeka, and that is not good. In fact, hiyo ni kurudisha watu nyuma sana. So mimi ninaomba members of parliament wapitishe sheria ambayo itazuia watu wetu na biashara zetu tu maze. Alafu kuna jambo ningependa kuguzia. Randall uzuri ajaondoka na Themba wako hapa. Nataka tusaidiane, my brothers and my sisters, kuhusu mambo ya create jobs. Unajua mimi nimekaa nikaangalia nikasema, manzee, unajua sisi afadhali sisi ambao tumetoka Kenya, wengine kama mimi sasa niko Middle East, at least at the end of the month nita expect something, lakini pale nyumbani in fact kuna shida. So ile kitu ambayo ninaangalia saa hii, we are less than 11 months to general elections. Hawa magoigoi watakuja na pesa hizi pesa zetu zenye wameiba. Mbona tusiwaweke into task, tuwaambie kuwa wakati unakuja kutuomba kura, kwanza kabisa weka lay your policies, na hizo policies ziwe first of all vile Themba alisema kuwa in fact inastahili first tuangalie zile vitu muhimu, kama ni maji, kama ni electricity, kama ni mambo ya job creations. Sasa kati sana sana job creations, moso our governors tuambie kuwa in fact look in our vicinity or in our area, this is our main cash crop. Kama ni miraa, let's say kama uko Meru, miraa iko pale, tufanye utafiti wetu tujue one factory ya ku add value kwa hii miraa inatoka pesa ngapi, then kutoka hapo tuangalie every financial year ni pesa ngapi zimekuwa zikitumwa kwa account yetu, maybe ni 5 billion, na one factory ya ku add value ya miraa inaweza toka maybe 2 billion. Tuambie yule incoming governor mwenye atakuja, kitu cha kwanza kabisa, we want you to erect factory ya kufanya nini, ya ku add value kwa miraa yetu. So in all 47 counties, sisi kama youths to put this politician into task kuwa first of all, ukiingia in office, ile kitu tunataka tuone ni industry or factory yenye ina add value kwa zile raw materials zenye zinatoka in our locality. Then kutoka hapo mengine tutafanya nini, tutaongea, so that in fact yeyote mwenye hata kuwa na ile uwezo ya kuenda kutafuta kazi in urban area anaweza ingia kwa shamba alime, apeane raw material kwa industry ama kwa factory. At the end of the day atapata pesa yake, na hiyo tutakuwa tumefanya nini, tumecreate jobs. Lakini the moment atuta demand hawa jamaa before waingie kwa ofisi, basi itakuwa ngumu, cause tukiwafanyia namna hiyo, then unajua kuna ile clause kwa constitution inasema kuwa if your area MP, senator, everybody mpaka hata president kama hafanyi kazi, he is supposed to be recalled home. So tutawaambia kuwa sasa hivi tumefunguka macho, kama hautatutengenezea hiyo industry, kama hautatutengenezea hiyo factory, tutakupatia maybe grace period ya 1 year, we will recall you back. Tutatumana nini yetu kwa maybe parliament ama kwa senate, then we impeach you. At the end of the day na kuambia tutajiokoa. Lakini vile tumekaa sluggish namna hii, hawa jamaa wanakuja na tupesa kidogo, wanatufunika macho na leso, they bring lesos, chumvis and na vitu zingine chafu zenye wananunua kwa pesa zetu, na kuambia tutakuwa tunalia namna hii. It is high time, by the way, ile kitu nimekuja kupata from Randall na huyu ndugu yangu Themba, kuwa in fact it is high time we demand for services, na tukidemand for our services, ndugu yangu, tutajiokoa. Lakini the moment tutaendelea kukaa lenient to these leaders, tutaendelea kumourn, kugroan into abject poverty, na tutakaa ancestors, watoto wetu tukiacha wakiwa wanateseka. Asante sana.
Wow,
Ancestor.
thank you so much. Thank you so much, Ancestor.
Sorry. I know Wakes is care, and he's been patient, but Ancestor, ulisema kitu kizuri hapo, kusema ukweli. Hii inaitwa petition. Unafanya kitu inaitwa petition. Unaenda kwa watu wote everywhere vile wanataka. Na pia hii ni kitu kingine kufanya, na sisemi ati I agree with Ruto, lakini ni bottom ups.
we have the trickle down effect. Watajiri wanakuwa tajiri na maskini waendelea kuwa maskini tu. Hiyo ni shida. Sasa from bottom up effects, vile umesema ni kweli, wakikuja wanataka kura zetu, tunauliza hapa tuko na shida gani? Tuko na shida ya maji, tuko na shida ya stima, tuko na shida ya barabara, sababu barabara inafanyanga soko iende mbele na nyuma, vitu songe vizuri, transport, kila kitu tunakuwa poa. Na vile umesema ni kama hizo mafactories zikifunguliwa, kama umesema Meru for example, ama ni mahindi, ama ni shukari, chukua hizo bilioni umepatiwa kama ni 5 billion, ufungue factory ya nini? Ya shukari, ya majani, ya miraa, watu andiko kazi. Bottom up effects inasemanga at least you get 50 to 100 people employed. Na with the employment wanapata pesa, wanaweza kujijengea hata kama ni kakiosi yao, wakilipa usiku ya mwezi, ama umefanya miaka 2, hata wakuwa wenyewe wanaanza biashara yenyewe. But it started from the economy of the government itself that started that initiation of putting capital that brings dividends, which is economy, into the country, which also benefits the individuals. Dua mama, na vijana, wazee pengine wanaendesha gari juu chini, kuchukua kitu kupeleka hapo mpaka pale, mkanga anakaa hapo kando, anaweka hizo magunia hapo juu, bado anali kila mtu, si kila mtu akuwe amesoma. Not all of us can be doctors, not all of Kenya. Not all of us can be lawyers.
Random.
Some of us do the hard labor. And watu wamefurahi ndio wanataka tu. Tena mimi hii kitu hapa nichukue niweka hapo juu nitafaa, na atalipo pesa zake na alipo vizuri na ajijenge vile nataka kwenda mbele. That's what I wanted to say, but that's very good. And nimefurahi na hivyo. And I think
jambo moja kidogo Temba. Angalia, unajua ile kitu ambayo imefanya nilete hiyo point. Angalia sasa kama Angela kutoka Western pale Mumias Sugar wanalia. In fact Mumias Sugar inahitaji just only 5 billion hiyo factory iamuke. Hebu nikuulize, tangu Oparanya afanye nini aingie pale, amemaliza miaka ngapi? Term 2 zinaenda kuisha. So hebu niambie kama huyu Oparanya ile pesa yenye ilikuwa inatu kwa account ya Kakamega, I don't know if it is 5 billion ama ni 4 billion. Hebu niambie within, kama angesema kuwa hii Mumias Sugar wacha tu ninyamaze namna hii, but in 3 years time nitaiamusha na hii 5 billion. Sasa hii angekuwa ameiamusha, but angalia amelalia masikio to an extent. Sasa hivi wakati anawekwa into task ndiye anasema kuwa I need an investor akuje a pump money into hii factory. Lakini sasa unapata kuwa hata wastages zimekuwa mingi ya zile pesa zenye every financial year anapokea pale kama governor, na hiyo pesa ndio ingeingia iamshe hii nini, iamshe hiyo factory. Si unaona sasa vile watu wamelalia masikio manzi.
Hata si hivyo, hiyo ingekuwa legacy yake. Sorry, nilikuwa nasema hivyo, ingekuwa legacy yake yeye akiwacha hiyo. Ndio watu angalie hiyo factory wanasema it was made by this guy. Lakini ataisha hivyo.
Yes, can I come in there kidogo? Unajua there's something community has said and has even brought in something in my mind in terms of scorecard. You know, the president, hata saizi tukipiga sana story ya president na nini, if your governor, your MP and your MCA are not proactive, we will come bottom up. Anything that will be brought forth will not help us as a person, as a people. So the first part ambapo ile development inatushika very personally, MCA, MP, governor. Because even right now with the what we have, there are some counties that have really made lots of progress, and others have done none. So nauliza, what is it that is different? So the first thing that as a people we need to do,
very soon as Mtembei TV, we are going to expose some of the MCAs, MPs we are going to talk about some of these counties, some of these constituencies. Kwa sababu there are people who sing only nationally of how they support sijui kazi ni kazi, how they are doing the Azimio la Umoja, na kwa ground they are not doing anything. They are just there nationally, tunasikia wakisema respect the president. They are nationally wakikashifu the deputy president, but kwa ground, hey, like for example, I don't want to mention the place now, but I will soon. That MCA has built himself a beautiful mansion, but hata njia ya kwenda kwa hiyo nyumba hajaunda. Njia tu ya kwenda kwa hiyo, you wonder kwani atakuwa anapitia wapi? Atakuwa na land na chopa like kukinyesha, like we dread when it rains. We are not happy when it rains because njia inakuwa kama shamba. And the MCA hutumia hiyo barabara kila asubuhi. Funny enough, hakuna siku utaona ame roll down the windows. He will never drive slowly so that nobody stops him. He overspeeds kwa barabara ya corrugation. He has lived a life ya kujijenga mwenyewe. At times I ask myself, what in the world were we thinking when we elected him? So I think what Themba is saying, we need, venye tu kampuni kifunga mwaka, wanakaaga chini wana evaluate their performance, their failures, their projections before we elect the next person from the MCA all the way to the very top. We need to ask ourselves, when we gave you the 5 years, what did you do? Did we ever see you? Did you even contribute to a simple development? Wachana na hiyo 500 ulitoa kwa mazishi ya mtu, because they blinded us by attending our funerals, but they don't pay our medical bills. It's like they pray for us to die so that we create gatherings for them. Then they come at our gatherings, forget to mourn about us, and serious, they mourn. If for example, you are to summarize today's burial, Prangei's morning time was like an hour. The other 5 hours was purely politics. So out of 6 hours, your hour of mourning ni moja, but because you have created an attendance for free, watu wamekuja because during your send-off, people will come, even those who didn't know you by name. Maybe they only saw you kwa WhatsApp, kwa photo kako kalionekana kwa WhatsApp. They just come and attend your burial. Because you have created a gathering for free, there is where they find place to come and sell their manifesto, to come and criticize one another, abuse one another. At times, they even don't remember there's a family mourning. At times, they say words that you ask yourself, are they even aware that this is a platform of people who are mourning? And I ask myself, some of these leaders, we woke up very early, stood in long queues for several hours just to get services. We didn't just elect them because they were belonging to a particular party. No, there are things we need them to do for us. But what do they do when they go to office? They forget about us. They do things that at times I ask myself, for real, where was the party when we needed this person to serve us? Because when they go to parliament, wanaanza kusikia party position. Party position, na hii party position inafinyilia Wanjiko. I think it is high time next time we go voting, less, what is it called, performance contract? Look at the performance of an individual. Dot all the I's and cross all the T's. Make sure you have done your due diligence on a leader. Sio kumpea tu juu amekwambia ati yangu 10 ya mwingine 10, ama ati kuna deni inalipwa tangu independence.
In fact, Jex, you see any MP at any place, any constituency that does not have a road, and the MP has been there for 5 years, and there is Kenya Roads, Rural Roads Authority, that they're supposed to go to Parliament and look for that money, that MP should go home.
Regardless of how famous and all.
Any place, any constituency where the school is, there's no school at least in every ward. Where every ward, there's no school in every ward, that MP should go home. Any place that we are still talking about lack of water, that MP should go home. Whether they are from Sijui Tangatanga, whether they are from Kieleweke, whether they are from ODM, because those are the things we elected them to do. There's Kura, there's Kenha, there's Kura.
Exactly.
You're supposed to go to
Parliament.
bring goods.
You'll hear them say they want a gym in Parliament. You'll hear them say they want a 5-star hotel in Parliament. You'll hear them say they want a fast response medical service in Parliament. But in their constituency, there is no enough public toilets. Ni moja inaserve kijiji mzima. Viwanja vinamea magugu na ndio vijana wanafaa waende wacheze mpira. Mpaka wanyama wanaishi kwa hizo viwanja na those are sports centers for the youth.
Jakes, I just want to agree with you and Thambi, but the expression is, I know you're a person who likes to quote, man of wisdom. It says, if a man cannot keep his house in order, and he comes to your house and says he can put your house in order. If he cannot keep his own backyard in order, how is he going to keep the country in order? His own backyard is in a mess. As you just said, examine what have you done for your community? What have you constructed for your community? What part have you played in your community? And if you've not contributed, you are not worthy to be part of this household. Full stop. So go and get your house in order first. That's what I just wanted to add anyway.
Angela, I don't know if you are here. Unatusikia?
Yes, nawasikia.
Unasemaje kuhusu mada yetu? Tunaongea tu generally, hakuna like any particular agenda.
Anyway, sijui kama nililala mapema so sikufuatilia show, but penye nimeamkia nikapata, I think I found the community ancestors akiwa anaongea. So kwanza habari zenu, Randall, Wekesa, Themba, community, Jex. Good morning.
Good morning, good day, good night kwa wengine.
Good night wherever you are.
Kuna wengine
you're having a very nice
Wekesa amejieka nyuma ya tent. Themba na yeye anang'ang'ana kufungua macho but tunamhurumia.
I find a good discussion. I think nilipata community ancestor akiongelea about demolition of Kahawa West and Kikomba. And sometimes I normally feel painful for our government. You find that when Kikomba is being banned, unapata ni mataikuni wako pale, utasikia hiyo land imegrapiwa na cousin wa Uhuru, sijui somebody from where. And I normally ask myself, if you are a leader, why should you punish people? And yani huwa najiuliza, mtu haizi kuwa na kale karoka huruma aseme mimi ni kiongozi. Hata kama ndugu yangu alinunua hapa mahali, wacha nikamkataze. As a government, they have the money. Why can't they just say that now Kikomba market belongs to government? Imekuwa sasa ni soko ya serikali. Ni wafanyi biashara peke yao. Why do they just come behind and sell that land to tycoons so that they can get money? Alafu waanze kutesa wananchi. You know, in business, ume-upgrade, umeingia kwa malons, ume-improve. Then ukuje uchomewe mali ya, let's say right now biashara ziko chini. Hata ukichomewa mali ya 50,000. To recover that business is very difficult in Kenya right now with the current situation we are having due to COVID. You understand? So, and we as Kenyans, tunasema tuko na serikali. Tunasema we are going to vote. This is the time imenipa challenge ya kwamba nikipiga kura nafaa nikuwe napiga kura ya kunisaidia, si kunieka katika shida. Like Kikomba the other time ilikuwa banned. Mi huenda Kikomba. Nimeenda huko after imechomeka, nikapata wameleta kitrakta kikubwa kimechimba shimo kubwa. You know, huyo mtu hawezi rudisha pale hiyo business. Kumeanza kujengwa wall. And when you go to Kikomba, you will find that any place it has been being banned, utapata kuna taikuni fulani ati ameuziwa shamba na government, amejenga. So now Kikomba in 2 years time, it will be a town. It will not be Kikomba market for business. Ya wale watu wa chini. Juu Kikomba utaenda utapata like kuna hawa hata hawkers. Mtu amechukua kule manguo, amekuja ametandika huku mbele. Hauza na apate 20 bob yake 50 yake na aende kwa nyumba. Those boys, when they have no job, they'll start looting, they start stealing. Hapo ndo utapata crimes zinaanza kukua mingi. Our boys wanakuwa tempted. Juu he has a family, he wants money. Ni nini anaweza fanya? And I normally think like if I'll be the government, I'll be the president of Kenya. Huwa nafikiria hivi. Nikajua Kikomba nataka kuiuza. I can go there and build there an industry to create job opportunities for these young ladies and young men who normally hawk there. Si nimebomoa nimewaribia biashara. Then why can't I create anything that can give them their income? But unapata ya kwamba our government, it's just after their stomachs, after their pockets. Wanataka kujua pocket zao zimejaa pesa, wanataka kujua ako na building ngapi. I normally see that in Kenya government they normally compete in building plots and whatever. Yani mimi niko na 500, wewe uko na ngapi? Fulani ako na building 500. Lazima pia mimi nihonge pesa ninunue mahali fulani, nifukuze watu. Nifanye nini? Nijenge pale mahali. And that is why I normally say that in Kenya we have leadership. We don't have leadership, but I don't know how can I frame it, but hatuna uongozi, because when you are a leader you have a wisdom how to care for your people, how to care for your country. And if Kenya we can get a leader, Kenya can be the best country. Hata hautasikia ati maybe natafuta kazi kwenda majuu, natafuta kazi kwenda wapi. Because Kenya itself, it's just a productive country itself. Kenya, we are lucky we have rains. Kenya, we are lucky when we plant, we grow cash crops. Tunafaidika, but what are we going to face as wakulima? Challenges. Serikali ikiona ka factory fulani kakahawa kame improve, inaleta pale tupo. Badala ya the government to put their support, ikuje na 1,000,000 iseme leo imeongezea factory fulani ya kahawa ime top up 1 million to support these farmers, to buy them fertilizer, to buy them whatever. Instead of that, is the government going there and wana fire the MD kama managing director atakataa kukula na serikali. Utasikia ati managing director wa kampuni fulani amekufa or ako na kashifa kwa hiyo kazi, so hayuko tena. You know, me, I normally go to my home place, and this time round I've been telling them that think twice in your voting. When Jax was saying that there is an MCA ame build, I just reflect it to my home MCA. Njia tu ya kwenda kwa mamake kukinyesha, lazima alipe vijana 100 wasukume gari. mpaka kwake kwa boma, and he has been there for now, it's now 9 years. Hata tu kuleta truck ichimbe tama hiyo tu Maram Road peke yake iweke ilainishe, he cannot do it. Instead he has been just busy buying plots. Utasikia amenunua Busia, sijui amejenga Kitale, sijui amejenga wapi, sijui amejenga Bungoma. Then if we can have such a leaders in Kenya, we are heading nowhere. We shall just still crying in Kenya. Oh, Kenya tumiko na umaskini. Kenya hatuna umaskini in really sense. It's our leaders wanatuletea umaskini. Kama mimi niko na kibanda pale ya kuuza msukuma, nikuje nibomolewe, do you expect me tomorrow kuwa tajiri? Na penye napata hiyo 50 nimebomolewa. I cannot just come from nowhere nikuwe millionaire kama sijaanzia square zero. I have to start from somewhere so that I can be coming step by step, day and night, making steps so that I can become a billionaire. You cannot become a millionaire or a billionaire as a businessman or a business lady kama hauna mahali pa kufanyia chochote. You understand? Kama juzi wale wa mama wa kahawa. Sasa hata biashara yenyewe ya kupeleka watoto shuleni imekuwa chini. You find that somebody mtoto wake alikuwa anasoma boarding school, lakini juu biashara yenyewe imerudi chini, ametransfer mtoto from boarding school to a day school where he can just or she can just manage to pay the school fees for these kids. Hiyo kibanda imebomolewa. Huyo mama alikopa loan kwa bank. Bank haijuangi kubomolewa. Unatarajia huyo mama kufanya nini au huyo mwanamume kufanya nini? Si ni depression na ana lead alafu anajinyonga. Nasikia amekunywa sumu, ameacha pale watoto wanateseka. The government of Kenya, Uhuru, wherever he is, and all these leaders, mi huona ni kama they are just, tumbo zao zikijaa, they are comfortable. Watoto wake akipeleka US wote wanasoma wakae huko, ako sawa. Una understand? How leaders wanna to let down. MCA, MP, governor, senator, women rep, I don't see their work. Wako tu pale kukula pesa, ushuru kutupandishia usiku na mchana. Ni kupandisha tu ushuru. Wakikaa bungeni, chenye huwa kinanifurahisha tu wakikaa bungeni, they normally discuss of their salaries increment. Hawawezi discuss about how wananchi wa chini tunaweza wafanya nini pia nao wakue at a better place. At least we can say that in Kenya now kuna vile tuna balance. Mwananchi wa chini na wa juu, they can rhyme somewhere. You understand? Haezi pata hizo millions, but he has something he can put on a table. He can manage to educate his kids. Hataki mingi, anataka tu ile kidogo. Hata ukipeleka mtoto day school, mtoto si anasoma. It's not a must mtoto asome boarding school. Wananchi, lakini hata hiyo kupeleka day school hana. Bursaries zikiletwa zina specific people who normally get those bursaries. Si ule mwenye hana kabisa, mwenye ako naenda. In Kenya we have a problem. So brothers, we have to think in it deeply for us to come out of this problem in Kenya. Juu tutashindanga tu Aki Angela nimegwama, Randall nisaidie. Aki sijui nimefanya nini, nisaidie. You understand? Kwa sababu ya nini? We have poor leadership in our country. And if we can have a good leadership in our country, utapata hata ule wa chini kabisa atamanage kujimanage, atajimudu kiasi kimaisha yake kadri ya venye ako, and at the end of the day atakuwa anasonga mbele na maisha, hatakuwa amegwama kabisa. Lakini Kikomba ikibomolewa, and that place nilienda hapo niliona it's like karibu over 200 people wamebomolewa na kumechimbwa kimtaro kikubwa. Wezi jenga hapo, kimesimamishwa kimulima kikubwa kia mchanga. So you know that person is now misplaced. Ni wapi kwingine tena anaweza tena hata akisema anakopa pesa ingine mahali kwingine tena anaweza eka wapi biashara yake? Yeye alizoea Kikomba. Ni wapi kwingine anaenda tena? If that place tena baada ataenda, shida ni ile ile tu, anabomolewa bado. Then in Kenya we have a very big problem. you find that Kenya tukipanda ndizi zinakuwa. Kenya tukipanda miwa tutakuwa na sukari yetu. Kenya sisi ni wakulima wa chai. Kenya sisi ni wakulima wa coffee. Hizo vitu zote they bring us money. Lakini because of poor leadership, lazima hao wakule kwa hiyo kahawa wajue wamekula kwanza ndio irudi iende mkulima. Lazima kwa hiyo kampuni ya chai serikali iweke mkono pale ikule. Ikishafilisisha kampuni ndio utasikia wanatafuta mtu wa kununua Mumias, wanakodisha Mumias for 50 years just because of 5 billion. Like seriously? Then we have leaders in our country moving around telling us, raundi hii mtakiona. Tutakiona ni nini tutakiona? Like I've been listening to some funeral, to a funeral of somebody. There is somebody who said that we are Kenyans and we sometimes huwa tunajifanya kukua wajinga, na ndio sababu wanasiasa wanatutumia. Anakuja na 200 tunampa kura and then anaenda anaangusha vitu zetu. Kuna mtu alisimama na akasema ya kwamba saa hii mtu akikuja kwa hii county ya Western alafu mumwambie tunataka Mumias, tunataka Nzoia isimame ndo tukupe kura, mtamfukuza hata kwa ballot box hata kuwa. Lakini akikuja na 200 awape na mkuchukue, bado mtalia tu Mumias haitawahi simama, Nzoia haitawahi simama, whatever Mwebuye itabaki kuwa pale pale. You understand? Tutabaki tu na hiyo umaskini yetu mpaka mwisho.
Yes. Angela, kuna kitu umesema hapo. Yes. Unaona kama nyinyi watu wa Mumias na nini, mnaona kama MP wa huko na watu wako huko hawajaweza kuwaletea hiyo kitu, muwapeleke nyumbani. Unaona? So that is now leadership. We are not supposed to bembeleza them. Unaona kama kuna any economic activity in every place, tuseme kama kuna Mumias, MP amekuwa hapo hiyo miaka yote haijawahi kuwa. That is someone who has failed. Ende nyumbani. Leadership is not the people who are there. Leadership is us. It is between you and the MP. Who is the boss? Wewe ndio boss.
Mimi ndio boss.
Wewe ndio.
Hapa nikuulize swali.
Yes sir.
Mtu akichaguliwa MP si ako na mshahara, na kazi ya MP ni kukaa chini, kufanya maswala, kufanya nini, kuleta maendeleo and all, si ndio? Lakini MP akikaa chini, mbona tumlipe kitu inaitwa sitting allowance? Kwani tulimchagua afanye nini in the first place? Mbona kunakuwa na some extra figures zenye wanapewa, zenye tukiweza zipunguza ama hata zingine zitolewe, juu unakuta mtu anang'ang'ana awe in 1 2 3 4 committees ndo apate uto to sitting allowance, na wengine hata contribution yao hadi wale hatujawahi iona. We don't see the effect of them sitting down.
You are right, Jex.
You are right, Jex. Even me, my area MP since apigiwe kura, mi wakikaa pale sijawahi msikia hivi akiwa ametoa any opinion or amechangia mjadala wowote. Sijawahi hata sasa sijuangi kama hako. Hata time na sahau kama niko na MP.
Hiyo kiti yake inafaa ilete huku kwangu niitumie, juu probably I'll make it warmer than him. Yeye ana make warm, haleti any development. Na shindo hiyo kiti nilimpea nini? Atalipo mshahara na bado atalipo kukaa chini.
That is a very
awekewe gari mafuta, apewe mafuta ya bure,
awekewe gari mafuta ya kuja kwa constituency yake ambayo anapaswa kuwa anaishi huko kwa hiyo constituency, aweze kuwasaidia. You see the other thing, yeah.
Acha themba ile upuzi zaidi. Mimi ndio nilimpea kura, alafu arudi anapewa security wengi ajichunge kinyume na mimi. Ni kama ati ni kama mimi
the moment umemchagua umekuwa enemy. So unasikia part of the
ati nikishamchagua mimi nishakuwa mhalifu, mimi ni guide already. Na mimi nilimpea kiti.
Ukishamchagua already, hata namba yake sasa unajua hizi mpaka kwa sababu utapitia kwa mtu mwingine. why should even an MP ambao yuko hapo karibu na nyinyi aweze kupewa ati security ati sasa nyinyi who needs security? Nyinyi kwanza kwenyu kuna security mbaya. Yeye anasema sasa unajua kwetu security ni mbaya, so nahitaji watu. Nyinyi ambao mnaishi hapo mnampigia kura, nyinyi nani anawalinda? You see sometimes we allow mediocrity because sisi tunasahau ya kwamba sisi ndio boss. Kuna kitu community ancestor alisema, I think ni community ancestor ama ni Rando. We have the power of recalling these people. Ya kwamba tunakupatia ya a certain time. Ikifika a certain time, 1 year, if certain things have not been, let's not make them bosses over us. We are the bosses. Hiyo kura yetu tunaweza kupetition, tuende tumtoe, tusingoje ati sasa unajua tulishamchagua sasa itakuwa namna gani? Hapana. This person is, because hata wewe ukiajiri mtu Jex, this person tumemwajiri na kura yangu. The person is not performing. Why should we wait for another 10 years? Why should we wait for another 5 years?
The example,
yeah.
Sorry, I was just going to say, the example I was going to say, if you have a business and you're a CEO and you have a manager and an assistant manager, you leave this manager to run your business, which I find myself doing a lot. You find yourself firing someone. If you build a business that makes you 200,000 a week or 200,000 a month, you give it to someone and say, Jakes or Angela or Wakesa, run this business for me. Every month you get 200 and you get 150. Every month you get 200,000. Every month you get 180. But when you give this person this business, you end up finding that you're only getting 70,000. Why? Would you still employ that person? Would you promote him? No, you would not. You say, you're fired. But if I give you a business that is 200,000 every single month and I give it to you and you make me 250 to 300,000 every single month, I'd be like, okay, I like you. You're sharp. You're coming up with ideas. You're even building up the business. You build up the business you even open to. Now you're no longer the manager of one of our business. You're the manager of 2 of my business. Not even that. Your wages go up. So if you're not doing the job you're supposed to do, you need to go. You're not good enough. Now there's that Angela, you talked about Angela alikuwa anasema kuna pali kulichomeka. Inaitwaje alafu wanauzia sijui nani. They sell it to these tycoons. Was that market?
Kikomba market.
Kikomba
market. Yes.
Yeah, Kikomba is interesting. Now, the thing I found like I don't understand about that tycoons thing, but it's interesting. You see like Kikomba, you say for instance, Kikomba in Jamaica, maybe a tycoon buys it. For myself, if I go and buy a land, then I say this land is for every marketing person to work on. So I say, kama uko na nyanya, uza kwa hii soko. Kama uko na kitunguu, uza kwa hii soko. Kama uko na mahindi, uza kwa hii soko. Kama uko na nguo, uza kwa soko. Kwa hiyo shamba yangu. Nimeweka hapo, nimesema anybody that walks in and walks out can sell on that land. But there will be a fee. And the fee is, let's say for instance, you pay me 100 shillings a day. Mnakuja hapo, mnachukua kwa plot ya 100. 100 shillings. Nipo tu nakuuliza tu kama ni tax. Lapo yuko na nafasi ya kuuza vitu. Alafu, kwa hiyo kiwanja, niko na watu ngapi? 50. 50 times 100 is how much? 1,000 shillings. So I get 1,000 shillings for all the people that sell like Kikomba. They can make 200, they can make 3,000, they can make 5,000. I only want you to give me 100 shillings. The 100 shillings you multiply it by 5 days a week. That comes to 5,000 shillings. You multiply 5,000 shillings by a month, you get 20,000 shillings. Now, if you're smart enough as an entrepreneur
and these tycoons, you take the money, these people that are marketing within your shop, and you build other kiosks and other availability and other things that they need to make the business more successful. Let's say for marketing. And it builds up the business, not only for you, but also for those people that come to that market to do their business. As I said, you give me 100, you make 1,000, you make 2,000, I don't care. As long as you have paid me my 100 shillings. That's the only thing. So like Kikomba, if someone can make Kikomba a nice, accessible place for those people to come, and if he tax them, just tax them a fee for some space. And that fee goes back to build, like bringing lighting, toiletries, and even water. Because food can even be sold by those people in the kiosk. That's what I just wanted to point out. But the tycoons just become greedy.
But Randall, you find that our what we call it, Kanjo people, when you go to Kikomba, you will find them with the receipt books, collecting money daily. You understand? They collect that 100 daily. And Kikomba is having more than 1,000 people doing business there. Kikomba is highly populated. And they normally collect it to each and every person who is in Kikomba, whether you're just hawking with a wheelbarrow, with a mkokoteni, you are just standing with your clothes there, you're having a kibanda, you don't have a kibanda. Once you are having anything small selling in Kikomba, even that mama of ice cream, you have to pay 100 shillings. Ama ubebewe hiyo ice cream zote hiyo siku uende ushinde City Hall.
Which means, so basically nasema wanatengeneza 100,000 kwa siku.
More than 100,000. Exactly.
Na irudi kwa watu hawa kuwajengea mambo ndio ikuwe sawa ndio usunguke.
No. Instead wanasanya, then in Kikomba, before you just enter there, kuna registration you have to do some cash. Unajiregister kwa county, kwa kanjo, ndo unaenda kule Kikomba unaanza kuuza vitu zako. Una understand? If you are not registered with the, hauwezi pewa mahali pa kuuza. So kuna pesa ulijiandikisha nayo, whether it's 10,000, 5,000. Of late walikuwa wanasema wamekuwa wanajiandikisha na 10,000. So how much money do our Kenya government earn from the market of Kikomba? Any truck carrying goods lazima ilipie 1,000 ndo imwage mzigo Kikomba.